Well, that was quick. Good morning. Thank you all so much for joining us today. We'll go ahead and start the September meeting of the Board of Regents. I'll go ahead and call the meeting to order, and Jasmine, will you please take the roll?
Yes, we'll begin with you. Chair Rogers.
Here.
Regent Buchanan.
Here.
Regent Dombrowski.
Here.
Regent Lozar.
Here.
Regent Bao joining via Zoom.
Here.
Regent Southworth.
Here.
Regent Blossom.
Here.
Commissioner Christian.
Here.
Governor Gianforte.
Excused.
Superintendent Ernsten.
Good morning.
Back to you, Madam Chair.
Thank you so much. Well, a lot has happened over the last 4 years. When our board meeting was last here in 2018, the campus was just breaking ground for the new Yellowstone Science and Health Building. They say good things come to those who wait, and MSUB certainly did some waiting for this building. The initial feasibility study for the Yellowstone building began in 2006, and legislative funding wasn't approved for another 7 years in 2013. But that was only part of the funding needed to complete the project. It was then up to the MSUB Foundation to raise the remaining funds, which it did by August of 2018. The new building is a spectacular addition to this campus. It has 30,000 square feet of space, 16 teaching labs, 11 research labs, space for students, and state-of-the-art equipment. These investments position MSUB to continue to be a regional leader in health and science education. Congratulations to everyone who worked to make the Yellowstone Health and Science Building a reality for this community. I'd also like to congratulate the campus for being at the forefront of flexible alternative instructional methods. Long before the pandemic, MSUB was delivering highly flexible and blended instruction in Montana and was one of the first institutions in the nation to adopt the HighFlex learning modality in 2018. The campus recognized early on many of their students were enrolled less than full-time in order to balance work and family needs. This meant that the campus needed to provide flexible options to support student success. When the pandemic became a reality, MSUB was incredibly well positioned to be a leader in this area. Earlier this year, faculty conducted a 3-hour HighFlex workshop for the MUS Extended Learning Institute that was held in Butte last April. The campus has also launched a faculty-driven Center for Teaching and Learning, where they will continue to train faculty on implementing the HighFlex learning modality to accommodate students' dynamic schedules, especially since 40% of MSUB's students are non-traditional students. Thank you again for hosting us this week, Chancellor Hickswa, and thank you for your leadership and support of these initiatives. I also want to just say what a beautiful meeting space that you've given us today. It takes a tremendous amount of work to put all of this together, and was also so excited to see the faculty publication display out in the lobby that I encourage everyone to take a look at. So turning to our schedule, we have a busy few days in front of us, and I appreciate you bearing with me as I come into the chair role, as Regent Lozar has left some very large shoes to fill. Earlier this morning, we have already had the opportunity to meet with representatives of the MUS Faculty Association and enjoyed a really engaging discussion around faculty retention and mental health. So thank you again for that impactful discussion this morning. This morning we'll also hear from Chancellor Hickswa, Commissioner Christian, and Superintendent Arntzen. Then we'll hear from the Budget Administration and Audit Committee, which has a few action items for consideration. And at lunch, the Regents will meet with student representatives. Then we'll take up the agenda for the Academic, Student Research, and Student Affairs Committee this afternoon. Tomorrow morning, the Regents will meet with local community members for a breakfast before reconvening at 9 o'clock a.m. So with that, I'll turn it over to Chancellor Hickswa.
Thank you, Chair Rogers. Welcome to MSUB, everyone. We are so pleased to host the September Board of Regents meeting. There is food that will be coming in the back. Breakfast will be out for a while if you want to take a break. And then there is Starbucks coffee located just right out these doors, and there are restrooms out each of the exits. I know that those are important kinds of things in a meeting like this, so that we know what the logistics are. So, Madam Chair, Commissioner Christian, members of the board, it is such a pleasure to have you on our campus and to share some exciting initiatives that are going on at MSU Billings. I would like to direct your attention to the screens right in behind you. We have a brand new video that we are using for our promotional materials.
Be you at MSUB.
Belong in Billings.
Become who you want to be. Go beyond the classroom.
Be bold, experience new things.
Be connected. Build your network. Be a yellow jacket.
Be you at MSUB.
So fun. I know so many of those students in that video and their stories, and so it's just great to see them. And I've seen that 100 times, I think, and I still get goosebumps when I watch it. So thank you to the marketing team at MSUB for all the work that you've done putting that together. In my first year as chancellor, I conducted listening sessions on campus to hear about their thoughts on MSUB's niche. And what I kept hearing over and over and over is we help students with grit succeed. And so to focus our students' success work, we created a retention and graduation plan that I know retention is important to the Board of Regents. And within that strategic plan, we are implementing best practices and data-formed strategies for registration, advising, holds, wait lists, and student engagement, all toward helping students with grit succeed. So as you know, as Regents, you track enrollment numbers and those retention and graduation data points. And so while enrollment is part of that tracking success, we know that it's not quite the whole picture. So we're systematically identifying and eliminating some unnecessary barriers that we have seen are impeding our students' success. And as Chair Rogers said, so many of our students are part-time, and we want to help them be able to go full-time and complete 30 credits a year. We want to help them be successful and graduate on time. And so last year, with minor interventions, we saw a 5% increase for our fall to spring retention. So those students that started in the fall were retained to spring 5% over what they had the year before. And as of yesterday, I just checked the data, those students that entered fall last year and returned this fall, because we know if they return this fall and those subsequent falls thereafter, they have a greater chance of graduating on time. And I'm proud to tell you that our fall to fall retention has increased 4.5%. It looks like it'll be one of the highest retention rates in the recorded history of the university. So I'm really excited about this work and excited for all that we still have to do. There's still work to do, but I really believe that with the people that we have in place, the amazing faculty and staff at MSUB, I have no doubt MSUB will be able to make a difference in those numbers. So I hope to report those to you the next time we meet here as a board, even increased numbers. So as we're talking about student success, those stories are what are really important. And I told you as I was watching that video yet again, I know the stories of some of those students. And so no report on student success would be complete without a couple of highlights of some students who are the first in their families to go to college. And you all know Amy Sexton. She maintained a 4.0 GPA at MSUB while serving as a student regent and chair of the accounting club and many other activities on campus. She moved to Chicago this summer and she started a job as a senior accountant with a very large accounting firm. I talked to her recently and said, "How are you doing?" And she said, I think I'm okay. You know, I have an apartment in downtown Chicago, so I think my contract is pretty good. I said, "Yeah, I think you're doing pretty well." So I'm so proud of her. And then this fall, James Unzaga, who was the student representative on my search committee, he was chosen in 2021 as a Goldwater Scholar, and he started a PhD program in material science and engineering at the University of Wisconsin. So proud of him. He was an Upward Bound student, and so his journey and his story is just amazing. And then one of our City College students, Mandy McGraw, won a national award as a New Century Workforce Scholar this past spring. So I'm very proud of those students. We have a recent City College graduate, Dylan Miller, and this is a picture of him. He won gold at the National Skills USA Championship in auto body refinishing and repair this past June. He's in the audience today. Please recognize Dylan. I was in the Atlanta Hawks Stadium that night, and when they called his name as being one of the top 3 finishers in auto body refinishing, I was like a Price is Right contestant coming down to get to the stage at the Hawks Stadium. So proud of Dylan, and I'm also proud to let you know he is an adjunct faculty for us this fall. So congratulations, Dylan. Thank you for being here this morning. We've been working hard on several initiatives for what we're working toward for student success. We want to position our students to be able to finish their degrees and get out there in the world, and we're hoping that it also helps impact the Billings workforce. Our work with Montana 10, Interstate Passport, and Second Chance Pell are really going to make a difference. Chair Rogers talked about some of our technology that we're putting together for the high flex classes. We are going to have 41 new connected classrooms on our campus, which is 60% of our instructional spaces. So that's really exciting as we position ourselves as a leader in that space. In April last year, following your approval of the proposal, we launched our Institute for Neurodiversity and Applied Behavior Analysis. And this summer, we received a grant from the Montana Healthcare Foundation to be able to grow these services in eastern Montana. I know you're also probably interested in what's going on with our accreditation. You watch that as a board closely. At our comprehensive Northwest Commission on Colleges and Universities visit in 2018, MSUB had 4 recommendations. Following our successful mid-cycle review that happened last year, we'd fulfilled all but 1. The remaining recommendation is to stabilize our campus leadership. So hopefully that piece will be fulfilled by our comprehensive review that is coming up in 2 years. So I'm planning on sticking around, so that one will probably go off the books when they come and visit next time. I'm also really proud of our faculty success. Chair Rogers mentioned the research displays that are out in the lobby. We have some amazing faculty on our campus who are really doing cutting-edge research. And this photo just shows 3 of them. Dr. Jason Comer, who's the guy in the bucket hat there, he's conducting DNA sequencing research on plants. So he's out there in the field collecting data using a state-of-the-art DNA sequencer that's portable. He's able to take undergraduate students out with them and conduct this research. The top right picture is Dr. Lynn George. She's a professor of molecular biology. She was just awarded a $400,000 NIH grant for her research on ALS. And I'm proud to share with you that she scored in the top 1 percentile in her grant application for that NIH grant. And then the bottom picture there with the river, you can see the back of Dr. Susan Gilbert. She's a professor of geography and also the Associate Dean of the College of Business. She will be honored to be the keynote speaker at a 3-day international research conference in Portugal. MSUB is the only institution from the United States participating in that conference, and management professor Dr. Rodrigo Lobo will be part of the scientific committee for this conference. He will also be presenting his research. So I'm so proud of our faculty. I'm also really pleased to share with you that we established last year our Center for Teaching and Learning, which is led by our faculty. The idea of it is to be able to expand our professional development opportunities for our faculty in-house. Faculty-led, faculty-developed, faculty-delivered. And then also this summer, we launched a robust professional development series for all of our employees as we work on our employee retention focus. And so these are just a few pictures of some of the events that we're doing on campus to promote that sense of belonging on campus and to promote a sense of camaraderie and collaboration. And as Chair Rogers mentioned, so excited that we were able to open our new Yellowstone Science and Health Building last September. President Cruzado was there with us as we did the ribbon cutting. The original building was built in 1947, and the now completed Yellowstone Science and Health Building features 30,000 square feet of new space. In that space, 16 teaching labs exist and 11 cutting-edge research labs that are dedicated to students and faculty. There's specific space carved out for student study spaces and state-of-the-art equipment. I saw Kurt Tonjes earlier. Kurt, are you still here? Thank you to Dr. Tonjes for all of his work in the building. He didn't realize that being a dean also meant being a facilities manager when we were working on this project. To promote all that we're doing as a leader in this region for the health professions, and then also to promote what we're doing in science, we created a video that I want to show you that features some of the things that we're doing with student research and what our faculty are doing. It's just amazing.
Situated in the healthcare corridor in Billings, Montana, the Yellowstone Science and Health Building is home to state-of-the-art equipment, 16 teaching labs, 11 research labs, and dedicated study spaces. Montana State University Billings College of Health Professions and Science prepares students for a variety of high-paying and rewarding careers.
The benefits of coming to MSUB are we really try to get people skills that'll apply to real-life work and real-life jobs. We have this new building, and it is beautiful. It's been outfitted with some of the greatest new technology that we have available to us, and it's given us really a home to house all of these programs within the larger MSUB community.
In the Department of Health and Human Performance, we prepare students for careers in the allied health and health fitness industries. We equally well suit them for graduate programs in physical therapy, athletic training, occupational therapy, and the like. We have tripled our lab space in this new building. We use this space for laboratory classes as well as undergraduate student research. In our new exercise physiology lab, we have cutting-edge equipment that facilitates undergraduate student research and prepares students to use equipment that they will see in their future careers.
I am earning a degree in outdoor adventure leadership with the Beartooth Mountains as my classroom. Working with the instructors and students in the industry connects me to the many different career options.
After graduating MSUB, I went on to school to get my doctorate of chiropractic and opened my own practice here in Billings, Montana called Integrated Rehab. So there's not a better campus in the state, as far as I know, with the newer technology here at MSUB, and I think that that should be considered when you are making your choice to where you want to attend college.
I came to MSU Billings for the intimate size of the school and for the extremely knowledgeable staff. While taking courses here such as biochemistry, organic chemistry, physics, I gained a deep love for medicine, which is how I became a laboratory technician in our lab here on campus. I hope to one day become a medical physician and hopefully a surgeon.
If you are interested in plant biology, botany, you can tailor that into your biology degree. We have both a greenhouse and a herbarium, which is wonderful resources for students wanting hands-on experience in both biodiversity collections and museum collections.
So I'm taking all sorts of science classes, from astronomy to geology to chemistry to biology to all sorts of things, and I'm hoping that I can use that with my broad field science degree to help teach every single aspect of science to high schoolers.
The RN to BSN program is a great program for being all in line. You have faculty available to you 7 days a week who are quick to respond to your needs. It's available for you to work around your schedule, and when you complete your degree, it opens up more doors and opportunities for you to move into management positions and further your education.
Having my bachelor's degree has opened up a lot of doors for me, as I have advanced from a clinical nurse to a lead nurse and am now working in the clinical department in education at SCL Health.
So after 22 years of service in the military, I decided to pursue an outdoor adventure leadership degree with Montana State University Billings. I graduated in 2019. Almost immediately upon graduation, I landed a job as a guide. This degree program absolutely prepared me for what I am doing now.
I am in current alcohol recovery, which led me to go to school at MSU Billings, in which my major is psychiatric rehabilitation and my minor is Native American Studies. Scholarships were offered to me here, which helped me financially pay for my classes and my tuition.
I was able to pursue my master's degree while being pregnant and navigating all of the challenges that brought. I was able to complete online courses and get the support of professors. I felt like I was able to get into internships that really gave me some insight into what my day-to-day might look like.
To students who are thinking about studying science or studying health and human performance, Montana State University Billings has some of the most incredible professors to help you achieve that goal. It's a very one-on-one, the professor knows you, the professor knows the student, and is so excited to help you achieve your goals individually, and we have the facilities here to help you reach great things.
Earn your degree in athletic training, biology, broad field science, chemistry, clinical rehabilitation, earth science, health administration, health and human performance, health and wellness, human services, nursing, outdoor adventure leadership, and more.
I would definitely say that anybody wanting to come to MSUB should shoot for it. It's an amazing school, loving community, awesome professors, and I've loved every single year I've been here.
An exciting future awaits you at Montana State University Billings College of Health Professions and Science.
That video does a great job showing the technology available in the facility. Also, Shannon Rainey, who was featured on the video, she was accepted into law school where she will be studying environmental law with her degree from MSUB. About 10 years ago in this building, I watched a presentation to the Regents about the dilapidated science facility on this campus. Regent Rogers told you about the history of the progression of the funding and the process that we undertook for this amazing project. So I wanted to thank you, Regents, for supporting the renovation and expansion of this beautiful facility. It makes a difference for our campus as well as the community of Billings. Tonight, we are going to be having a reception in that facility so that we can show you all that it has to offer. And there will be signs and guides, but it is just directly out these doors, right past our library, right across, and you'll see the entrance. So you're all invited, all of you are invited. The meeting will be ending before the Regents go, or the meeting will be paused before the Regents go into executive session. So you're all welcome to go early. You don't have to wait until 5:30. We'll have everything set up, and then the Regents will go into executive session, and when that is finished, they will come over as well. Adult beverages and appetizers will be served. We will have tours available of both the building and the campus. If anybody has never been on campus before and would like a campus tour, our faculty are going to be available as well to present and highlight some of their work. So in conclusion, I wanted to share with you that I recently read an article by Secretary of Education Miguel Cardona, and he said in this article that I can think of no work more worthy of prestige than putting higher education within the reach of more Americans and helping students attain degrees that change their lives. So as we go into this Regents meeting today, I wanted to thank each of you for all you do to put higher education within the reach of more students. The work that you do is important, and we all appreciate it. So thank you very much, and again, welcome to campus.
Thank you so much, Chancellor Hickswaw. I really like that second video and the career-focused nature of the presentation. I think that's so vital, and appreciate you and your team's work to make sure that that instruction has the real-life application. It's very important. Next on our agenda, we have the approval of our minutes from our July meeting. So I will entertain a motion to approve the minutes from our meeting on July 14th of 2022.
So moved.
Moved by Regent Dombrowski. Is there any discussion or corrections from members of the board? Any discussion or corrections from campuses? Any public comment on our minutes? Okay, seeing no further comment, I will call for the vote. Those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Those opposed, same sign. The motion passes. I'll now turn it over to Commissioner Christian.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Pleasure to be in Billings after 4 years away. It's just crazy that's the case, but glad to be back. Chancellor Hickswaw, thank you for the warm welcome here and sharing the news. It's exciting to see your excitement about what's happening on campus through the videos and through your presentation there, and absolute congratulations on the retention numbers. Fantastic work. Start where I start every meeting, which is a thanks to all of you as board members for the work that you do. Few people know the the dedication it takes to serve on this board, and greatly appreciate your time, energy, and effort to be here today, but more importantly, to all the work that you do throughout the year to support higher education in Montana. Start with recognizing a couple individuals here. President David Yarlott from Little Bighorn College, thanks for joining us. President Richard Littlebear is also here somewhere. I saw him from Chief Dullknife. There he is. Thanks for being here. Fantastic. You know, the few things are higher on the list than the partnership that we've created with our tribal colleges across the state, tribal nations across the state. That relationship just so incredibly important to the culture of Montana, but also the economy of Montana. And certainly the tribal colleges are an absolute key component to the well-being of that relationship and the advances that are being made throughout our institutions and theirs as well. So I thank you guys for the partnership and for being here today. Great to have you in attendance. Also, Chair Rogers mentioned the faculty breakfast this morning. Great to have a faculty representative at the table with us today, Dr. Jennifer Lind. Dr. Lind is Associate Professor of the Department of History and Director of the Women's and Gender Studies Center. I think I got that right. There's a lot of S's in there for me, but yeah, welcome and thanks for being here with us. You know, each meeting has kind of its own pulse, but September meetings are always exciting to get back to campuses and all the students that have rejoined their path or beginning a path to a different life for them. And it's exciting to be on campus and see the energy. This fall seems to have even renewed energy coming out of an interesting period of time for us. But talking to campus leaders across our system, the enthusiasm, the attendance, all things that are up. So just appreciate all the efforts that have been made to provide this campus experience for students, something they desperately are interested in, and for, you know, just the pieces, the logistical challenge. I think sometimes we fail to acknowledge the effort that it takes to get students back to campus. We're asking the second largest city in Montana to pack their bags, pick up their lives, and come to campus and start new lives with us. And that doesn't happen without a tremendous amount of effort from all walks across these campuses that we embrace across the system. And so thanks to everyone that made that happen. Looking forward to a great year as we move forward. We're going to move into some kind of report outs that are on the agenda, but I want to mention the Mental Health Summit that's going on here in Billings with help from a number of teams. You know, it goes without saying, but certainly one of the top priorities of this board throughout the years has been the mental health needs of our students, the safety of our students. The last few years has created some real challenges around that, and the mental health needs have just spiked both on our campus across Montana and across the nation. And so the efforts being undertaken at the system level and at each campus to help meet those needs, those demands is huge. So we partnered with MSUB, of course, to host the summit here. The team at OCHI, the MUS Suicide Prevention and Mental Health Task Force to host this statewide summit, which is a couple-day program, doing great things to bring all people together. Enriching communities, community mental health and well-being is the title of the summit, and that's really the focus. And so we continue that work with your guidance as a board and look forward to the time that they're getting to spend together to advance those. With that, Madam Chair, I'd like to just move into some of these report outs. I think we're going to start with Mr. Scott Lemon to give us an update on the Apply Montana, the portal, obviously work that we've been very engaged in, very proud of what's happened here, and look forward to your presentation. Thanks, Scott.
Thank you, Mr. Commissioner, Madam Chair, members of the board, and thanks to Jared for getting this rebooted quickly. I thought I was going to have one slide. It was just going to be a blue screen there in the background. So thanks to Jared. Chancellor Hickswa, thanks for having us here. Congrats on all your success. It's been a great day so far. So great to see everyone. Again, we're going to get into some Apply Montana updates, and I wanted to update the board on a couple things, some application growth and traffic. It's really the 3 A's. It's applications, it's analytics, it's awareness. So I didn't do that on purpose. It's just going to work out for the way the presentation is going to go today. If you recall, we're in our third cycle overall for the Apply Montana Central application for the Montana University system. And so great news, we launched that July 1st. We're going to be a little bit earlier as we move forward into July with the new application cycle itself. Wanted to show just the overall growth. The bottom line here represents the current cycle, which we just launched, and you can see the flat line is actually point-in-time data. That's not going to affect us until these days continue to click by. The second line is the last year before we integrated the central application to the Montana University system overall. The yellow line is our first full year, and the top line is actually our second year. So you can see that growth overall for the system, which is the sum of all the applications that we've received, irrespective of the central application, but also different channels that our campuses utilize currently as well. So large increase there again. Overall, 11% increase in the Apply Montana apps to the central application, which is great news. We had a huge jump in that first year. We want to see a more normalized growth in the application itself, and that's fantastic news for us to see that 11% overall here for Apply Montana in the app growth. The distinct apps, I'll talk a little bit about this probably in my next slide, but to see exactly how many people are applying. So one of the most common questions I get is how many apps actually come through per person overall. And so with John Thunstrom's help and Edwina Morrison in our office, we're starting to actually report out a new data point, and that is distinct apps. How many people are applying to the system, how many apps are coming through per person. We want to be a little bit more mindful in that and getting you all the data that you've asked for in that as well. Increase in matriculation. So how many of these students are actually applying to the Montana University system and starting classes? That's the most important data point that we want to continue to focus on there. Are they joining us at the system level? Are they coming into one of our campuses overall? So really good news on the growth. Wanted to share that overall. As I said, we're going to track the distinctness of the applications. How many people are actually applying? Another common misconception about the central app is that students are applying to 12 to 15 campuses. I talk about this quite a bit. It's actually 2.1 applications per person into the system on average. Some students do apply to 15 campuses, 16 campuses if that's an opportunity for them. Highly correlated to what you would expect. Bozeman and Missoula, the two large flagships, other smaller 2 years. There's some correlation there, but it's 2.1, just up a tiny bit. We're basically flat year over year in the amount of applications or campuses that each person distinct is applying to. And then matriculation. So we're seeing actually greater matriculation, that is students that apply and start in the MUS with Apply Montana versus every other application across the system. Part of that is based on numbers. We've got a large out-of-state population applying to the Montana University system overall, to the campuses directly through Apply Montana, but we're seeing greater matriculation internally here with Apply Montana overall, which is great news. Analytics. The second piece of Apply Montana, as you all know, is the Resident Student College and Career Readiness Portal. I've got that down after almost a full year now. And we launched that March 1st. We reported out on the success of the site being live. It's been tremendously successful as far as from a technological perspective. We've had some great partnerships internally and externally to continue to have the site up and running and available for all Montanans to utilize. One of the questions we get commonly as well is what are we doing to track exactly what's going on across the system with the website itself, and that includes a lot of different variables. I've had some great conversations with board members one-on-one and small groups about how many folks are coming to the website. And you can see in the upper left, we've got over 28,000 unique users coming to the site. We're tracking how long they're on the site. We're tracking where the website source traffic originates from. You see a large number of that at Google. Coming through our organic search is really off the charts. If you pull out your phone and type in applying to college in Montana, Apply Montana is going to be number one. We're incredibly proud of some of the work that's gone into that and mindful of making sure that we can report out on who's utilizing the website overall. The demographics also very important. We're seeing the age ranges coming in of who's actually utilizing the site, male, female. An interesting note here in the upper right there is the pie chart. I'll touch on it a little bit later as well on the application. We initially had assumed that a large majority of the population visiting the Apply Montana portal would be from a phone. Limited connectivity in Montana, rural nature of our state, and that's not the case. We're seeing actually a higher percentage coming through a desktop to utilize the website, and that's actually great news. There's a much more robust experience if you're on a desktop, as you might imagine. Also, the support in the schools. I'll talk about awareness as I wrap up and seeing actually the school counselors engaging. We know there's good internet connection in most of the schools. They're taking that time to walk through the portal, the Career Finder, and actually the application itself. So we're pleasantly surprised by that number as well. What pages are folks visiting? We expect the homepage to be #1, but the application is actually the #1 most visited page on the website overall. And so we're tracking really, really strong data across every click that a user would take on our site, so we can get better. And I'll talk about next steps and find opportunities to make this an even better experience for Montanans to engage in overall. Another interesting piece of data that we're pulling out, if you remember the Career Finder, students have the opportunity to select any one of our 16 career clusters and as far as their level of interest and where they might want to work. And so we'd like to pair that with programs of study, opportunities for assessment. I'll talk about it in a few minutes here. But you can see what's great about a snapshot. Where are folks actually clicking through in their areas of interest from the career clusters and where they think they might see themselves. So we see some great numbers in health professions, but welding and fab is also right up there, human services, education. And so we're able to actually parse out where our users are interested in exploring that Career Finder, and that's great data for us to have as we continue to move forward. The apply page, and so as we break out every click that our users are taking, we want to be mindful of who's actually getting to the application itself. Not the most important thing of the site. We're certainly interested in who's getting to the application and the ease of that process for folks to get in there. But again, in the upper right, you can see the desktop is 70% of folks that are actually engaged in the application on a desktop, and we want to continue to adjust, how we're listing this information to make it as user-friendly as possible. Where they're located, so we can actually look at what locations students are in overall, and the age range of those that are getting to the application itself is also incredibly useful for us to continue to report out on. Awareness, one of the most important things. Another common question I get is, what are we doing to get the word out? And we've talked to the board quite a bit about the awareness side of things on Apply Montana, and we continue to move forward and make strides in partnership with a lot of folks in the room, a lot of the campuses that are behind me and at this table as well. And so we're really, really proud of the awareness level here. I've got a picture actually from MSUB, and these are ETS students that are wearing Apply Montana t-shirts here in our state that are going on their college visits and actually exploring different things. We talk about Apply Montana as a brand, and I don't want to get too far down the marketing side of things, but we find that very important to make that connection with students as early as possible so they can see Apply Montana, they know exactly what it is and what the impact's going to be across the board from the portfolio of options that they're going to have through this program. Digital campaigns, we're on our third, actually trying to communicate the value, not just to Apply Montana, the free application, all these things that are occurring in our state, but also to the value proposition of post-secondary education in our state and actually looking to provide as much relevant information as we can to get folks to engage in the website and hopefully submit their application if they're interested in doing that. Our regional presentations, Director McLean and I have traveled the state. We've made every one but one. We will hit all of them next month. But just about every single Montana Association of School Superintendents here in our state in person. So we've got the miles, the windshield time in to get out. It's been great traveling with you, Director McLean, to get an opportunity to be in person. The digital campaigns are great, the portal's great, this information that we have to share is great, but it's such a value and a high premium to be in person. With Superintendent Artson's group, I see a lot of folks from the OPI out there as well. To go out there and actually be in person and go to the rural parts of our state, communicate Apply Montana. And again, it's shocking to me that just how much more work we have to do. Not everybody knows about it yet. Not everybody knows about the free application and the resources we have online. So we're going to continue to be in person and place a premium on that legwork to get out and communicate as much as we possibly can. We also talk to quite a few high schools. So as we're out, we're in the high schools. We want to talk to students, school counselors. The backbone of this operation are the school counselors that we meet and speak with almost every single day to do that, to provide that information as well as let them know that they are supported, not just from the campus that is nearest to them, but also at the state level and through the commissioner's office to make sure they know that we are here with them and making sure that information is available. Overall. And then the continued partnership with the great folks in TRIO, Gear Up, ETS, the commissioner's support, the executive team support here at OCHI to get an opportunity to continue to do that, raise awareness for Apply Montana and the resources there. Next steps, and that's probably the most common question of all of these that I get is, what's next, right? We got this great site. I hear it almost immediately we launch the site. We've got this application, and rightfully so. A lot of people want to know what is next for Apply Montana, what's next for this portal that we've launched, and we're going to do a few things. We really want to look at assessment opportunities, get a chance to meet with some of the regents at the table and talk through. We've got this great career finder. We've got this great opportunity for folks to engage in this process. what can we do to actually look at aptitude? What can we look at for folks to explore programs of study? How do we take a similar model and take users through a handful of questions and actually have an opportunity to have them see, maybe younger in their college journey experience, what exactly the Montana University system is and what programs might be available to them. So we want to look at interesting ways that we can continue that interaction and perhaps through an assessment opportunity to explore a little bit more. User experience is probably our first priority, is to find out what can we do to make this experience a little bit more user-friendly. How do we get folks on our site a little bit longer? We've got this great website that has a ton of really, really amazing information on it. Is there an opportunity for us to be a little bit more prescriptive instead of descriptive? Can we take folks through a step-by-step process on that page and get them a little bit different of experience overall? And so we're going to continue to explore that. And last but not least, the new data sets. You know, we've got this great Montana Department of Labor industry data. Could we explore a national data set? Could we look at how Montana stacks up regionally? Can we look at these different career fields that exist and actually map it to a national perspective to show not just what's out there nationally, but how strong Montana is in our key areas? You know, the great work that we're doing here and a lot of you all are engaged in. How do we find opportunities to paint that picture and tell that story a little bit better from maybe a more robust data set? So no shortage of things that we're looking into, no shortage of ideas for how to make the portal even more interactive, and we'll continue to march toward that as well. And so that concludes my presentation. I am happy, Madam Chair, to take questions as the board has them. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Director Lemon. Any questions from members of the board? Regent Dabrowski.
As always, thank you. Great presentation. This may be an unanswerable question, but we know we have the numbers. How do we know who's out there, you know, who's not looking at it? And what, you know, why not? And it's sort of an odd question, but I don't know that the numbers I presented, like, should I feel really great about that, or is there a pool that we should be talking to? Dare I say another windshield driving?
Madam Chair, Regent Dombrowski, it's a great question, and we don't have a finite pool that we can explore at this time. We're going to continue to find opportunities to look, you know, at the state level data, how many users, how many residents we have. We did that initially with the 25,000 households we actually looked at with a high school age child in the home, and we were able to target them a little bit better. I think we're looking at high school graduates. We're looking at the total population of eligible folks that might engage, but the data is a little bit skewed because you've got parents that are engaged in the site on behalf of their child. You've got school counselors. We're going to continue to ask those questions. The answer is there's a lot more people we need to get to.
Thank you. And not to take away, I think the effort is really good. It's just sort of as part of a next step. Thank you.
Thank you.
Regent Lozar.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Director Lemon, wonderful presentation. Looks like a lot of progress in this space. My question is sort of on the back end, on the analytics. You have an incredible amount of data, and so I'm curious how your office is sort of making that microdata accessible to the campuses. And a couple of the things I was thinking about is you've got some really interesting information on sort of user location, and I wonder to what degree that data can be used to inform sort of the enrollment management offices as they're looking at sort of evolving markets for them to be promoting their campuses. So that's one on the enrollment management side. The other is to what degree are you sharing data with the campuses on sort of career interest, academic interest as a potential tool to sort of anticipate shifts in interest in the development of new academic programs. So just there's got to be tons of power in this data. I'm just curious how that data is becoming more accessible to decision making at the campus level.
Madam Chair, Regent Lozar, thank you for the question, and it's still ongoing. And so because we won't have this data for a few months, we haven't actually had an opportunity to meet with the campuses on what's available through it. I think there's many opportunities for us to continue to partner in disseminating that data to the campuses themselves. There's no reason the dashboard can't be made public for the folks. The challenge we have is because we talk about distinct apps and multiple applications, it's hard to determine where that student's going to go. And so once a campus has perhaps data on the incoming or user site traffic, we can't map it to a specific person just yet. And so we're happy to share, I guess, in the macro where the activity levels exist and what campuses they're exploring. But we've got some great data for campus pages, right? So who's engaging with that campus specifically? There's no reason we couldn't have a report out to the campuses overall. So it's ongoing, and I think we will have some great conversations about that moving forward.
Regent Blossom.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Director Lemon, thanks so much for sharing. You have a slide that showed the career preferences and the 16 categories of those. Are the number of students that engage with those proportional to the number of students in the university system in those education pathways that prepare them for those careers? And if it's not, do you have any insights into why the rate of students engaging in these might be different among career preferences?
Madam Chair, Regent Blossom, we don't have that information. I think it's because students can select multiple career clusters in this process overall. So I could go in and select all 16 or one or two, and so the double counting and different opportunities for that population to weave through that really just meant to be more of a higher level understanding of where folks perhaps aren't selecting, so the lower percentages in there as well overall. But there's plenty of work to be done there.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Regent Southworth.
Yeah, so in the spirit of there's no such thing as a dumb question, I'm just going to maybe, hopefully not prove that wrong. But on the analytics side, you had like 56 point some percent. You categorize it as bounce rate. Like, I can make bounce good or bounce bad. Can you help me with that?
Madam Chair, Regent Southworth, it's a great question. The bounce rate is actually the percentage of folks that are engaged in our site and actually immediately leaving. So the bounce rate is bad overall, and so we want to try to lower that number as much as possible. Could be somebody's engaging right away, they entered the wrong place, they didn't intend to. Could be they're confused. Bounce rate is when someone is actually leaving the website overall, and so that's a negative statistic for that. The users are great, the coming into the site is great, but we want to measure the bounce rate. Lower bounce rate is going to be better, as also time and engagement on the site per page would be excellent. So we'll continue to build that out.
Great. And then just a quick comment. You know, this is brilliant, but it's essential conduit from K-12 to the higher ed side. And just, you know, Superintendent Arntzen, your continued support with this being new as being a champion of this, I think it really helps, because it's, you know, Scott and his team can't be to, you know, every school, you know, the big tour that you took, that you know, that was a massive lift for Ochi. But I just think that this is, you know, this wants to become kind of the, you know, standard way of bridging the two. So just your continued support being a champion, I think is paramount.
Superintendent Arntzen.
Thank you very much, Chair. And I very much appreciate the partnership. I've always talked about partnership. Most importantly, what we're doing with accreditation at this is a graduate profile. So of our 820 plus schools, because we accredit by school, we're asking for a graduate profile, even if we have a school that is a 4-year-old school to 3rd grade. So from pre-K to 3rd grade, they need or will develop a graduate profile, which is a perfect segue then into the awareness of a single portal to wherever the student might want to be in any of those realms of academic success. So I think it's a continuation of what is going to occur. And whoever is in my seat, understanding that there is a good link between technology, between yourself, as well as with the Commissioner's Office, and each individual campus, regardless of the distance between the school. You've got my promise. Let's just make sure that it continues moving forward. But I believe that it can. Thank you.
I have a couple comments and a question, mostly inspired by my fellow regents, so thank you. First, thinking towards the career pathways that people are sort of self-selecting, just envisioning an opportunity there for maybe industry to partner. So if we're not seeing a lot of engagement in areas where there is a high workforce need, how we can inspire that potentially through the portal itself or through better communication or ad buys or something like that could be interesting to explore. Secondly, I was excited to hear about the what's next piece, talking towards national metrics to be built in as well, and thinking competitively from a tuition perspective about the value proposition that we're offering to the students of Montana compared to out-of-state tuition rates could be an interesting demographic to feature. And then a weedy question that you may not have the answer to, but so interested in the fact that the apply page is the top landing page for folks, and wondering what the referral traffic is to that page, if folks are coming from partner websites or just that's where Google is sending them, but also looking at those referral pages too and understanding if there are key partners that we're missing that we could be linking between pages, that type of thing.
Madam Chair, thank you for the question, and I don't have the exact number, but I will say we do have another page that's built out for exactly referral traffic. The interesting thing is a lot of our campuses are actually the largest referral to the application. Part of that is skewed because they are listing their on their campus website the application itself. So some campuses in the system only use Apply Montana, the central application overall, and so that's where a lot of that referral traffic data is going to come from, but I'm happy to share that as a follow-up.
Thank you. Great discussion. Any other questions from Regents?
Madam Chair, we'll continue. Thank you. Director Lemon, thank you for your work. Honestly, I think as this has grown, the efforts in admissions and enrollment strategies is an important one at a system level, and I think we've really kind of understood that space now more than ever, and so I appreciate the efforts there. I think there really is a centralized role that will tie better with a single point of entry for K-12 in many areas, and Superintendent, I appreciate your support throughout this and your ongoing support as we move forward in this true partnership of connecting students with a broad range of opportunities across Montana. So thank you, Scott, for all your work there.
Thank you, Commissioner.
We're going to move to a federal update. Deputy Commissioner Thigpen, lots happening in this space, and look forward to the update.
Commissioner Christian, Chair Rogers, members of the board, good morning. Thank you for the opportunity to be here. It's always nice being back in Billings. Glad we can finally be here after such a long time away. I just grew up a few blocks away from this campus, so it always brings back fond memories. I will be fairly brief this morning, hopefully, but there, as the Commissioner said, there is quite a bit to cover. The first topic I wanted to highlight is the student loan debt forgiveness, because it is probably the topic of conversation on the federal level right now. And I certainly don't have to tell anyone in this room that that's a fairly divisive issue, both here in Montana and nationally. It's received a lot of attention, especially from advocacy groups that have been pushing for that for a very long time. If we can just set that piece aside, I guess, for a moment, I wanted to take a minute just to highlight what's actually in the plan, and then just give you a quick sort of update on where things are possibly headed with that. So under the Biden administration's plan, was announced in August, qualifying individuals may be eligible to receive up to $10,000 in student loan forgiveness. If an individual received a Pell Grant, so those students that have exceptional financial need, they might be eligible for up to $20,000 in loan forgiveness. To be eligible, though, a student must have a federal student loan, also known as a government loan, and that includes undergraduate and graduate direct loans, Parent Plus loans, consolidated loans, but it does not apply to private student loans. So if a student went to a private bank and took out a loan for college, it would not be eligible for loan forgiveness under this plan. The second piece of that is that there are some income limitations that apply. The plan applies to individuals earning less than $125,000 a year, or to married couples filing jointly earning less than $250,000 a year. The loan, in order to be eligible, the loan must have been disbursed before June 30th of this year. Borrowers will not have to pay federal income taxes on the amount of canceled debt. However, I did want to point out that there are several states that are currently looking at taxing the amount that was forgiven under state laws. So that's something that we will be tracking here in Montana as well. And I think we'll see across the country a variety of approaches that will be taken with that, so we can keep the board updated on that piece as we go forward. I should note that the direction of the plan at this point is a little murky in that there will likely be a legal challenge that will be mounted to this, and there may even be some congressional action on that. So we'll have to wait and see how this unfolds. Right now in the MUS, we are directing interested individuals to the Department of Education because they administer the student loans. The loans come through them. We do not administer loans in the university system, so we want to make sure that we're giving folks the most accurate information that we can by directly referring them to the U.S. Department of Education. They will provide an online form for students that an application that will be available in early or mid to October, so individuals can go and check their eligibility and get more information there. That'll be available at studentaid.gov. So I would encourage anyone that's interested in learning more to go there and check that out. I also wanted to note that during that same announcement regarding the student loan forgiveness, the president did extend the pause on student loan repayments for a final time. As this group may recall, there was a pause that was put in place during the pandemic in 2020, but that pause will end on December 31st, and so repayments will need to start again in January 1st. The other quick update that I have is on the CHIPS and Science Act. This also was signed by the president in August, and this is pretty large for the university system, and so it's something that we've been tracking for a while. You may recall in previous updates I mentioned the Endless Frontiers Act or the U.S. Competes Act. There was a version that was in there, also the U.S. Innovation and Competition Act. All of those bills over the last couple of years were centered around expanding research and technology efforts in the United States. A major piece of that was a massive expansion of efforts to bolster semiconductor research, but it also included a large reauthorization of almost $81 billion for the National Science Foundation, which impacts us greatly in the university system. Also of particular interest to us is the authorization of around $10 billion over 5 years for regional technology hubs to build innovation in 20 geographically dispersed areas around the country that are focused on technology development, job creation, and expanding U.S. innovation. At least one of those hubs in the final version of the bill that passed must be headquartered in a low population state. That does include Montana. So the research offices on the campuses, along with especially Joe Teal in our office, have been working really hard to position Montana to be a leader in this area. And there are a lot of hurdles yet to come, and things that would certainly need to fall in place in order for Montana to be part of that. But we're very, very hopeful, and I think there's just been an excellent work that's gone on so far by that group to make that a reality. So we will keep you posted on that as things unfold, but we're very hopeful, but again, lots of hurdles that need to be cleared first. On the regulatory front, I think probably the biggest news are the proposed revisions to the Title IX rules, which I know this group is familiar with. Those are revisions that are being proposed by the U.S. Department of Education to a previous version of the rules that was put in place by the Trump administration. Those rules were proposed in June. Public comment closed earlier this month, and it's my understanding when I checked recently that the Department of Education received around 250,000 comments in response to those rules. There are several legal challenges underway to those rules, so again, that'll be another thing that we'll have to watch fairly closely. Among other things, the proposed revisions would clarify what our obligations as MUS institutions would be to respond to and address sex-based discrimination, including sexual harassment allegations on campus. So the department is required to review all of the comments that came in, which will take some time. And so if the rules were to take effect, that wouldn't be probably till at least sometime next year. So we'll be watching that closely. With that, Mr. Commissioner, members of the board, I will turn it back over to you for any questions.
Any questions for Deputy Commissioner Thigpen?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Thanks, Deputy Commissioner Thigpen. Quick question. You sent me a link to some of the language around this Student Debt Reduction Act, and there are some resources associated to trying to affect costs on campuses. Have we learned anything new since that email? Are we able to position ourselves to attract some of those resources to, avoid this problem instead of only responding to symptoms? And thank you.
Regent Buchanan, Mr. Commissioner, that's a good question. There are so many resources out there, specifically through the Department of Education, that I would encourage people to take a look at. We are also, one thing that I would highlight is that in the university system, we do make financial literacy and financial awareness available, training around that. Related to student loans, banking, personal finances, credit, that sort of thing, available to the campuses to then in turn make it available to students. That is something that is directly embedded into this an EverFi product that's available. And then separately from that, through a university system grant, the campuses also provide financial literacy awareness to students. So there is a lot happening around that area, which I think is incredibly important. Student loans, and Deputy Commissioner Trevor can talk a little bit more about the specific numbers, but student loan amounts have gone down in Montana, which is I think a positive sign. There's been a trend there over the last 5-6 years where the amount of overall student loans have gone down in Montana. So Montana is what they consider a low borrowing state, which is I think good overall for us on that front. But yes, increased awareness will be important for students, and that's what we would like to do. Yeah.
Any other questions from the Regents? Wonderful presentation. Thank you so much, Deputy Commissioner Thigpen.
Yeah, thank you, Deputy Commissioner Thigpen. Thank you for providing us the information we need in sorting some of the politics out of it. Very challenging effort at this time. I mean, I guess it's sort of the way things are at this moment, but it's good to try to get some of the information. We can make decisions on how we can be part of solutions here. So the next area, we're going to talk a little bit about accelerated degrees, something that's been of great interest to this board. You know, one of the three strategic pillars of our strategic plan is, in fact, workforce development, meeting the needs of Montana, doing so in a timely fashion. I think often been a call to higher education across the country, and certainly in our state, is how can we meet those greatest workforce challenges timely, without a lot of buildup, without a lot of all the things that are often part of our culture that I think we rethink and we relook. And so happy with the work here. Certainly been an area that the administration has supported, and certainly an area that we know we need to fill in order to be solutions for Montana's economy and for our workforce shortages. I think, yep, Dr. Tessman is going to join us and kick this thing off, and then I believe Ange is going to join as well. Yep, thank you.
All right. Madam Chair, members of the board, Mr. Commissioner, thanks for this opportunity. The title for this update is Accelerated Degree Update. We'll try to have an accelerated presentation, kind of a few comments to share, but get up and sit down fairly quickly. One reason is because of the fact that this is still an initiative or an idea in progress. Believe it or not, Ange and I wrangled over what terminology to put on the watermark behind the visual that you see in front of you, confidential, top secret, ideation only, but we ended up just with draft. However, I'll tell you, this is, as a number of the regents know, as some of our campus leaders know, it's something we're moving really quickly on. My job is just to set the stage. You're going to hear from a real expert in a moment. Angela DeWolf-King is the person who understands where we're at best, but I thought I might set the stage. First thing I'd note, we do a lot at the system level, and sometimes it's a reflection of kind of grassroots conversations with campuses. Sometimes it's a reflection of conversations with our statewide partners, business and industry, governor's office, legislature. Sometimes it's our understanding of national trends. In this case, with our accelerated degree ideas, it's a confluence of all those things. And there's been really good kind of strategic direction from Regents, a really good understanding from our office about what's happening across the country, and I think a great sense of excitement as we've just broached the subject a bit with campuses. What are we talking about here, and what are we trying to do? I guess maybe starting with some questions. How can we produce and provide more skilled graduates for the state of Montana in some of the highest demand sectors. You could think the health professions. You could think information technology and cybersecurity. You could think manufacturing and construction. There are a number of sectors that we know, even above and beyond the normal level of demand, where we really need to think about getting students, getting graduates out into the workforce as quickly as possible. A second thing that we often consider, whether it's through the Apply Montana portal or the central application, is how can we make the university system as accessible to as many different types of students as possible? And we know we have a lot of students in Montana who are really well prepared academically, they're highly motivated, they see a ton of value in a college credential, but they don't necessarily want some of the other elements of the college experience, some of the on-campus life experiences, some of the extended timeline that comes along with a 2-year, a 4-year, or a graduate degree. They want that condensed timeline. They may have some financial considerations, so they want a streamlined cost structure. We think this is a conversation around access to new types of students as well. And then finally, I mean, you sit through one of these meetings and you know we've got a lot of innovation happening on all of our campuses across the state. We don't relent on that. And I think the sprint degree conversation or the accelerated degree conversation is another push that we're engaged in so that we don't settle and we don't say, gosh, we've got to operate within the constraints, the boxes we've always operated within when it comes to timeline, when it comes to cost associated with degrees. So it's motivated by a lot of things that connect directly to our strategic plan. I think that there is still some way to go, but we've had, I think, great deal of interest from industry partnerships, early conversations, and a real commitment that they'll put skin in the game early, whether it's through work-based learning opportunities that would be provided for students. I think we've even had some talk of kind of conditional employment, early employment, so that students can begin working even as they're completing their degree. And in the largest sense, I think it helps us get beyond a kind of dilemma that we often present students with. It's an either-or dilemma that students face. Either pursue workforce opportunities, either stay in their home communities, meet their family obligations, or study with the Montana University system. We've come a long way in eliminating that decision for more and more students, and I think that this helps get us even further. I will follow through on my commitment, which is to sit down now, and I think you'll hear from Ange about some more of the specifics around the program. Thank you.
Thanks, Brock. Madam Chair and Regents, really my goal for the next accelerated minutes is just to provide a couple of points as you look through this document. I am kind of recognizing the hilarity of how small that looks on these large screens, but luckily all of you have technology and can zoom in. But there's sort of 4 main points that I want to just briefly speak to this morning, and the first one is timeline, and this sort of goes without saying. The title, right, is Sprint and Accelerated, so that I think it's understood that this is a faster timeline than normal. But the purpose of that is sort of multifold, and as you can see towards the bottom, there is a mock timeline laid out for this sort of program and these educational pathways. It's our goal here, which is a little bit aggressive, but also presents a great challenge, is that our goal here is that students right after high school could graduate with an associate degree in 15 months post-high school or a bachelor's degree in 30 months post-high school. And this timeline requires a little bit of innovation and change from our typical plan. This is going to lean heavily on full course loads for students. It also requires year-round schooling. And this sort of leads to the second purposeful intention of this timeline, is that it keeps the student engaged. One thing that we hear often is concepts like summer melt, spring breaks, summers off for students, which for some students is a great plan, but for others removes their engagement. Our hope here is that by minimizing the transitions for students, it will help kind of move their momentum to completion. This timeline also, as Brock indicated, can be a cost savings for students and also a cost efficiency for campuses. So by having students, while still go through the same academic curriculum that their traditional timeline students would, they're able to shorten their time to completion. So if we're thinking about 7 semesters, but instead of being over 3.5 years, that's over 2.5 years, those external costs beyond tuition are lessened to the student. They're able to enter the workforce at a much faster rate. And this kind of leads to the second point that I want to talk about this morning. So as you can imagine, with this kind of rigid degree and streamlined program, is that students, industry, and campuses all have some commitments that have to be met. And on the draft, we are titling this section Partnership Agreements. And what this does is really, as Brock said, has skin in the game for all 3 participating parties. So for students, this is things like an agreement that I will take the mapped coursework that's provided by my advisor, and I agree to pass that and take that in the way that that's lined out. It means that the student will complete the FAFSA, that they will complete any other scholarship, financial aid requirements that the campus may have to, again, help lower the cost for completion to the student. It also means that they will regularly meet with an advisor. We know that this is best practice for any student, but especially for a student that's taking 20 plus credit hours a semester, we know that that sort of connection to campus is going to be a really positive one. On the campus side, this means faculty are working hard to create a newly designed degree program in terms of curriculum mapping. We don't always offer courses in the summertime. That will need to change with these programs. It also encourages campuses to look at and to identify creative ways to keep costs low for students. Maybe these courses lean heavily on OER, for example. And it also means that the campus is directly engaged with industry, who's our third partnership agreement. And industry is really important to this conversation. And I'll get to the third point here, but the goal is that we have an integrated career-connected courses and work experiences that lead to a post-secondary credential of value in a quick way, and that really requires all of these partnerships. The third point is that these are industry-led, these are workforce-led. We have incredible campuses here. Chair Rogers talked to MSUB's ability to be flexible and adaptive at the beginning of this meeting. And we could do this with any program. But the goal of Sprint Degrees is that it is really intentionally driven by Montana's current economic needs. And I want to really highlight that. It's not just our goal that we are providing Sprint Degrees for what's needed right today, but for those that are in high demand, high wage. We want these to be good jobs and sustainable jobs for students going forward. And due to these goals, this pathway really requires the design process to have industry really at the table. These pathways should and probably will include things like work-based learning, embedded credentials along the way, and things that are on-the-job support from an industry side that help motivate and keep students moving towards that final completion pathway. Because ultimately our industry partners are gonna end up with students who are highly skilled, highly educated, and who are ready to be great employees. And I guess the last point that I'll make is that while we were sketching this out, it sort of dawned on me that we are designing a program here where higher education is the student's job. These are this will take a lot of time and commitment on a student, and this will hopefully feel to the student like they are going to work every day. This is their job. Some days that might look like more classroom time, some days that might look like clinical time, work-based learning time, job site time, mentorship time with an industry partner. But ultimately, students will be going to school or on-the-job training from 8 to 5 every day, and hopefully they see a really clear connection then between their college degree and their career future, which is really what we're ultimately trying to complete. So, thank you.
Thank you so much. Yeah, Regent Buchanan.
Chair Rogers, thank you, and Ange and Brock, thanks for the great presentation. I just want to tip my hat to Regent Bao for putting his foot on the gas pedal with this idea. This is innovative, this is exciting, and as we talk about the outcome being an accelerated time to degree, an accelerated time to employment for the student, we recognize that the accelerated process to plan this curriculum is a lift on behalf of both OCHI and, in this case, the campus that's going to host this first effort. So a thank you to that. And maybe just a question out of that. I mean, how do we protect the integrity of the value of the education when we speed up this planning process so fast? And again, recognizing that we as a board have unanimously said, we really want to try this. It's uniquely different, something that we think is worth it. And I'll leave it at that. I'd love to hear some thoughts on that planning process. Thank you.
Madam Chair, Regent Buchanan. So first of all, I mean, not surprising because I think this is characteristic, but also thank you to you. I think you've been connected to this in a really appropriate but a really important way and help move things forward when needed. To answer your question, I would say quality is always front of mind when we think about new approaches. I remember a few years ago when we moved toward optional ACT requirements for college admission. I think one of the first questions is, okay, what does this do anything to challenge sort of the bar for entry or what we expect of students as they consider post-secondary education? And I think we worked through that really successfully and ended up in a good place. The foundation of the university system, the credibility that we have with students, with employers, with the state, would be fatally damaged if people started to question the quality of our graduates. So I think as we work with campuses and we challenge campuses to say, okay, what does a bachelor's degree in 2+ years look like? The key is not to say, how can we work around the margins and kind of trim here and pick away rigor there? Instead, it's to say, let's think wholesale about scheduling during the summer. Let's think wholesale about how work-based learning can actually be as rigorous as possible so that those credits can actually be used not just for working experience, but also toward degree completion. Needless to say, for a lot of these programs, there are very explicit accreditation requirements that we will never jeopardize. That's always at the heart of the conversation. This stuff isn't easy. There's a reason that around the country, people have picked up some elements here and at the end of the day, never sort of really followed through and said, we're going to move in this direction decisively. I think we'll have some bumps along the way, but I feel with support from the Regents, with good conversations from the campuses, we have a good pathway here. Quality will never be called into question. Thanks.
Great question. Regent. Oh, please, Regent Bao.
Chair Rogers and Deputy Commissioner Brockman and Ange, thank you. Thank you, Regent Buchanan, for the kind words. If I could just give a little of my perspective, about where we are now with this. Number one, this is a pathway to creating high-paying jobs for Montanans in partnership with industry and academia. That's a long-held goal that we're working towards. Number two, we're following in a pattern that our predecessors left for us, which is OCHI is willing to, and the university system are willing to experiment. Montana 10 was an experiment. The portal was an experiment. They've worked out well. And I'm grateful towards the thought and effort that's gone into this, which is, there's some risk involved, right? We're bringing stakeholders to the table. But I think, oftentimes institutions in our situation are criticized for not taking risks and not being willing to to form partnerships with industry. And this is a big effort by everyone in something that's an achievable first step of 50 students, initially at MSU Billings. So I think that, as long as we can bring the private sector on side to get more security around what these jobs are going to look like in 30 months, we really have a success story that we might be able to grow on. I did want to call up either Chancellor Hickswaw or President Cruzado just to get a little better sense of what the read is from the university side. I mean, oftentimes, what are the professors and the department heads, concerns that they've obviously addressed since we've gotten to this point that might be helpful for the board to hear about. Thank you. Could everyone hear me okay?
Yes, thank you, Regent Bao.
Well, I would like to ask Provost Sepp Eskandari. He has been working closely with Deputy Commissioner Tessman on this issue. In general, as he's coming up, we as a university need to look at this. You heard Chair Rogers talk about our students being part-time and not being able to finish their degrees on time because of their obligations to their families. The community of Billings is hungry to have people that have degrees for workforce because they just don't have people to hire. So it is a fine balance, and Regent Bao, you brought up a really good point about quality, and that's what we've been talking about on our campus. Provost Eskandari.
Madam Chair, Chancellor Hickswa, Regent Bao, thank you for the question. As Deputy Commissioner mentioned, quality is front and center in all the conversations we have. We have absolutely engaged in conversations with our academic deans, with our department chairs, and the faculty for the programs that we think are great candidates for this particular sprint degree pilot. We've identified a few programs. I think 2 of them are great candidates. Those conversations are ongoing with all of the stakeholders, including the faculty and department chairs of those programs. Quality will be number 1 for us, but of course meeting the needs of the program, creating these accelerator programs as part of this sprint degree initiative will be incredibly important to us.
Please, Chancellor Hickswa.
Madam Chair, the other piece of this that I think has to be front and center is that Pell Grants are available in the summer, but they are divided by 3. It isn't as if you get more money if you go in the summer. You limit your money for the other semesters if you're taking summer courses. So students who are barely getting by and it isn't enough money to even go 2 semesters, sometimes even 1, they just can't balance it all, need funding for those summer semesters that regular federal financial aid does not cover.
Thank you. First, okay, Regent Lozar.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And certainly agree with fellow members of the board in terms of our willingness to experiment and try new things. I think that that's what makes our system sort of stand out nationally. So this is yet another one of those things that we're sort of exploring. So I'm supportive of this, and the objectives make a ton of sense. I think one of the things that we do well in the system is to try to meet students where they're at. So we're talking about here a group of students who want a certain type of educational experience. So applaud you all for working so quickly and diligently on this. My question is to Chancellor Hickswa's point on Pell Grants and just generally like the funding. You guys talked about the cost structure, this being one of the unique attributes of sprint degrees is it's going to be cheaper. So if you could talk a little bit about the cost structure for students, but on the other side too, how do we fund this? Like how do, what, are there scholarships from industry? Are we looking at a model by which we extend sort of tuition waivers? What does that mean for campuses who have very tight budgets? So I'm just curious if you could speak to the financial side of this.
Madam Chair, Regent Lozar. Excellent question, excellent points by Chancellor Hickswa. I want to commend Sepp and his team sort of for being very game in these early conversations, and he's genuine in saying that the first topic has always been quality. One of the second topics, or sort of next up, is about cost. And I'm going to say something that won't surprise folks in the room because you all sense the pent-up demand from our industry partners. If we had a room full of industry leaders right now instead of higher ed folks, and you asked them how many you could use new hires from the university system right now and be willing to chip in order to make that happen, to all raise their hands. And the conversations we've had, generally they've been in the health fields, have indicated that there's a tangible and concrete commitment to do things like hire students, even if it's on a part-time basis, right from the get-go, so that they can have an income stream in addition to any Pell Grant or other financial aid they may receive. There's an interest beyond hiring students to support students with sort of industry-sponsored scholarships, precisely because those industry partners are confident they'll be able to bring that individual into a full-time position, not 4, 5, 6 years down the road, but maybe next year. And so that's a huge part of the equation. You got it right. You said, how are we going to fund it? But we isn't just a campus or just the board or the federal government. We is a mix of a collection of actors, most notably the industry partners that are exceptionally excited about this idea. Does that sound right? Yeah.
And maybe as a follow-up, Madam Chair, I'm just, as we're exploring this, I think we need to also think of, I mean, you mentioned a number of different revenue sources for this, but just think about the role of the foundations within the system. You know, certainly college affordability and scholarships is probably a primary priority of the foundations to see. So potentially there's a pathway there for a pilot fundraising campaign.
Thank you, Chair Lozar. Regent Dombrowski.
Thanks, Chair Rogers. Just a couple of comments. What I appreciate is that there is the partnership. I think that's very important, that the student knows what is expected and there's an accountability by and for the student. I don't know that that's any different than today, but this certainly is going to call out to the student of, and I really like that, this is your job. So I think that's an excellent way to put it. And again, not that students don't think that way, but I think an invitation to this with the expectation for their own personal accountability. Certainly the campuses, and I think there is an opportunity to think about and work with campuses so that we're not unduly adding on, right? You know, we know our faculty are wonderful, and so how do we engage them to make sure that they're also part of that equation? And then I can't say enough, and I'll put my healthcare hat on. Industry needs to be at the table and will be at the table, and I am confident, at least in the healthcare side, of the investment. I mean, I can only speak for Providence, but we would invest in this immediately to see the return, because the ability to engage and then keep those folks here in an engaged environment, I mean, it happens from day one. We just can't even get them in on day one. So this day one looks different, and I think the opportunity is essential, and I applaud the work.
Please, sure. President Bodnar.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair, and I wanted to say thank you to Deputy Tessman and his team and Regent Bao for pushing on this. I think this is, I mean, industry is absolutely calling on us to do this, and the good news is we're learning about this, right? I mean, and thanks for the system support with Accelerate Montana. I mean, we've seen the industry partnership, industry higher ed partnership, it works. Right? We've seen people, more than 220 people have now gone through our AIM Higher program that's an industry partnership. You have College of Business faculty at the University of Montana teaching alongside employees of a Fortune 200 company. More than 220 people are placed into jobs paying $60,000 a year starting. So we're seeing that. That's a 12-week program. You know, how do you marry that with into a 2-year, 4-year bachelor's degree? I mean, this is, so we're building this. We're seeing it. We're seeing it with contractors through the Job Site Ready program that's happening across the state in partnership with 2-year institutions where, to your point, Regent Dombrowski, students are getting that basic training to get on the job. And now we want to build parallel curricula that allow them to learn while they work and eventually build them while they're working into a 2-year degree, into a 4-year degree. It's hard. I think some of the things that are going to be tricky is how do we marry the employer-based training with academic credit toward a 2 or a 4-year degree. That is perhaps the largest hurdle. Industry partners are willing to pay. I mean, ATG Cognizant pays salaries to students while they're in our AIM Higher program. Job Site Ready, same thing. We're seeing it in cyber. So the industry partnerships are there. The funding, I think, will emerge. Some of the challenges will be on our end, you know, and how do we give credit for work-based learning in a different way, and how do we get that? We're seeing some exciting movement by the American Council on Education and recommending credit for some of the industry, national industry leaders and partnerships. So I think this is really exciting, and I just want to say thank you to the board for being supportive of this type of work. You know, the interesting thing is, you know, we will have put, I think, over 400 people through some sort of industry partnered training through the Accelerate Montana initiative. across the MUS, right? These are at all MUS institutions right now. And so we're seeing this model, but how do we scale it and how do we marry employer training with academic credit into degrees? Because credentials still matter. And I will say that one last point, that employers, I've seen across the board, when they can have training in partnership with the MUS, it carries more weight. And that quality that Seb talked about, that's really important, and they really do value us. And so I really appreciate the board's and OCHI's commitment and support in these efforts.
Thank you. I think Regent Bao may have a comment.
Chair Rogers, thank you. Very good comments from President Bodnar. If I could just ask Deputy Commissioner Tessman, my intent, and I'm asking him to come up because he may correct me, is that we, at some point we have a sheet that says, well, this is going to cost you $15,000 a year as a student, and you're going into a job sector where you're going to be paying $60,000 or more, so that, that at the onset, students, if they commit, can have a very clear pathway and understanding to what they might end up with financially, so they can have the conversation over the kitchen table with their parents. Is that something we should expect to see, with the appropriate disclaimers, Deputy Commissioner Tessman?
Madam Chair, Regent Bao, I think so. Now, I'll tell you, in my mind, and I think Commissioner Christian, who's provided a lot of guidance here as well, I don't think that this is a static set of programs. I almost imagine a kind of rotating portfolio, so that as some demands change across the state in different sectors, we're adding new programs in new fields. What it means is that there's probably not going to be a one-size-fits-all kind of ROI calculation that we can hand out for all Sprint degree participants. But I do think as we add new programs and we look at starting wages and opportunities for career advancement, look, if we're able to sit down either kind of via the portal or in person and say to a student and a parent, this is the time investment, this is the material investment in terms of your resources, and this is the payoff on that investment in terms of wage return on investment, that'll be a really strong selling point. In my mind, the kind of student who's most likely to raise their hand and jump in here is the kind of student who'll be motivated by seeing those numbers kind of explicitly laid out in front of herself or himself.
Well, I think, please, Superintendent Arntzen.
If I could just add to this, great discussion here. And number one, you're centering around students. I mean, in my world, that's where we have shifted our system. And I see this system also, not just, putting students first, but you're talking about their path and their future. We're doing this in K-12. And as I had talked earlier about a graduate profile, starting very, very early from the time they enter public education. So not just that you're taking a risk, we are as a system taking a risk as well. So that partnership is growing. Students will expect this. They're going to expect something because it's happening right now in our world. So I believe it's access at this point. And again, I applaud you for talking about students.
Thank you. I think that rounds out our discussion. Thank you so much, Deputy Commissioner Tessman and Manager DeWolf King. Really appreciate the discussion. And all of your hard work and how quickly you brought this all together. Thank you so much.
Yeah, Brock, Ange, Sep, thank you for your efforts too. This is moving along at the pace we'd hoped. I appreciate the board's support on this. It is great work. I like the language it's complicated, like we know that, right? But I like the language in the slide about this intentional connection between workforce, industry, education, something we've all sort of longed for a very, very, very long time from the industry side for sure. But at the same time, guided by quality, guided by rigor, and ultimately guided by faculty. And those pieces together will make for a successful program, and we intend to continue to push this along as quickly as we can.
Madam Chair, if I might, I think you're right to talk about what it means for us and how we get there. I'm reminded of Regent Lozar's comments about meeting students where they're at. 15 years ago around this table when Seth's predecessor, President Dennison was here, we were reviewing the success of the uniqueness of the block system at Western Montana, and his comment was that this is not the answer, it's that it's unique. The fact that it sticks out. And so to the market of learners out there that are looking for different pathways, that's the most exciting part from my perspective, that we're going to meet students, certain cohorts of students where they're at that are looking at this direct pathway to that. So again, tons of enthusiasm. Thanks for letting me share that.
Thanks, Regent Buchanan, and again, thanks to the board. And yes, I've asked our team to sprint to these sprint degrees, and we'll continue to push to move this forward as best we can. So a couple announcements, Madam Chair, and then we'll get back on track here. Campus reports, of course, are posted. Please take a moment to look at those. Before I go to the announcement, though, I need to clean up my own work here, and that is twofold. First, to acknowledge, I heard this, but I didn't realize the transition had happened, but acknowledge and congratulate my good friend, Dr. Little Bear, on his retirement from Chief Dullknife College, and welcome to the table, Eva Flying, who I believe is in your first week or two on the job, but I knew it was happening. I didn't recognize you, having not met you yet, but welcome, and look forward to the same partnership that we've had with Chief Dullknife for a long time, and growing that partnership to serve students across Montana. So thank you. Welcome. I will turn it over to campuses. I believe start with University of Montana. We have at least one introduction there.
Well, thank you, Mr. Commissioner. Yes, I have an introduction to a somewhat of a familiar face, and that is Dr. Leslie Webb. Dr. Webb just joined us a couple of weeks ago as our Vice Provost for Campus Life, and she's responsible for all of our student success initiatives and the student experience on campus. She comes to us with a wealth of experience, having served as the Vice President for Student Affairs and Enrollment Management at Boise State University from 2016 to 2021. And many of you may remember Leslie, who really stepped up to help our colleagues at Montana Tech in a time of need, and served as the interim Vice Chancellor and Dean of Students at Montana Tech in 2021. So we are very excited to welcome Leslie to our team, and couldn't be more thrilled to have a person with not just this extensive background and expertise, but just a passion for students and an energy for students that's palpable. So welcome to the Montana University system, Leslie.
Thank you and welcome. I believe we have a couple introductions from Montana Tech. Chancellor?
Yes, good morning, Commissioner Christian. I am delighted to introduce Ron Muffick, who I think most of you probably know.
Never met him.
You've never met him? You've never seen him down the hall, right? So Ron joined us as our Vice Chancellor for Finance and Administration this summer on the 1st of July. And we are incredibly excited to have him. As most of you know, Ron served in a number of roles, almost everything except for the commissioner, I think, at OCHI for 28 years. And so to have him and his knowledge of finance and A&E and all those things that are critical to running a university are really beneficial to us, and he's doing great work already, so we're excited to have him. I'd also like to welcome and introduce Dr. Ken Lee, who is our new dean for the School of Mines and Engineering. Ken, you're here somewhere, I believe, back over there. So Ken joined us this summer from Boston, actually, and he was at Western New England University, where he spent 10 years as the founding chair of the Civil and Environmental Engineering Department. Ken joins us also. He has all of his degrees are from University of California, Irvine, and postdoc experience from Princeton University. And Ken has really hit the ground running. And I believe he's the only dean ever in the School of Mines and Engineering at Montana Tech to have been an external hire and not been a department chair that kind of moved up through the ranks at Montana Tech. And so it's great to have his energy. He's got a lot of vision, and we're really excited to welcome him to our team. So thank you.
Welcome. And then MSU Bozeman have a few announcements there.
Yes, I have
Madam
a
President.
few announcements here, and I'm very happy to speak most of it about the strength of the wonderful people that we have at Montana State University and their willingness to serve when they're being called. First of all, I want to welcome Eric Austin to his position as Chair of Faculty Senate. Eric is a well-known individual here around these places. He's a professor of political science. He's a director of the Wheeler Center for Public Policy and the coordinator of our MPA program. He's an expert in systems and organizations, and he stepped up to the plate when we asked him to serve, at least for this semester. And I want to welcome Eric, and I want to welcome Jennifer Thompson as the incoming chair for next year. On the other news about some important announcements in the university, I want to welcome Allison Harmon as the Vice President for Research and Economic Development. Allison is the former Dean of the College of Education, Health, and Human Development, a graduate of Penn State. She's an expert on food, nutrition, and sustainable food systems. She's also an expert in curriculum development and two programs that I think that the Regents are knowledgeable about that are of a recent creation are the hospitality management and the culinary arts curriculums, and also the Life Scholars. This is the Learning is for Life program, which invites individuals with developmental impairments to become part of Montana State University and to obtain a college degree. Since we moved Allison from the deanship of the College of Education and Health and Human Development, then we invited Tricia Seifert, who's also a very well-known faculty member, and she served as department head of education. Her expertise researchers the relationship between college student experiences and post-secondary learning and success, and she has done so in a very creative way. She developed a board game that's called Success Prince Crash Course that allows students and parents and faculty members and teachers to envision what would the college years will look like for those students. So we thank Tricia for her service. In the Honors College, Dean Ilse Marie Lee is taking a year of leave, and so we reached out to Dr. Jeff Hayes to help us during this year. Dr. Hayes is a graduate of Montana State University in 1996 with a master's, PhD, and postdocs from UC Boulder. He also served as department head of chemical engineering, and his area of expertise focuses on the use of computational modeling applied to biomedical problems. And more importantly for this role, Jeff has been a fervent advocate of our Honors College. He has read literally thousands of applications over the years and helped us identify extraordinary students, so we welcome Jeff. Then in the library, we also have a change of leadership, and we welcome Dorleen Rossman. Dorleen has been with MSU for the last 21 years. She was the head of digital libraries. She came to Montana State University with a distinguished career of service at University of Illinois at Chicago, Rice University, and University of Wyoming. And she just literally started running on her first day on the job. And then the last announcement is that this year, Montana State University welcomes another faculty fellow from the American Council on Education program. American Council on Education has the preeminent fellowship program preparing the next generation of academic leaders And I'm very happy to announce that Dr. Stephanie Santorico from the University of Colorado, Denver, will be joining us for the next year. She's the Associate Dean of the College of Liberal Arts and Science, and she's an expert in biostatistics and informatics. And Stephanie is joining us today, observing the Board of Regents. Stephanie was in the back. Welcome to Montana State. Back to you, Mr. Commissioner.
Thank you, Madam President, and welcome to all of those individuals to their new roles within the MUS family. Madam Chair, with apologies, we're a little late on schedule here, but I turn the mic back to you.
Thank you so much, Commissioner Christian. Before our break, we'll have hear remarks from Superintendent Arntzen. Thank you so much for being with us today.
Thank you, Chair Rogers, and I'll get us back on track. I've gone ahead and, in your packet, there is some great information with some pictures as well, because it just shows the flavor of who we are in education. So, Chair Rogers, Commissioner, it's an honor to be here, and it's wonderful to be on campus. I believe the last time we were together was at a powwow where I brought my family as well, and you were ingratiated to be part of the very opening ceremonies. The other aspect in this, how do I want to say, this facility right here, this room, is where we had another discussion on what we call Class 7, which is making sure that our indigenous languages are being taught within any classroom across our state. And I know our legislature has also recognized who we were to make sure that we know who we're going to be in making sure that we have these individuals. I have about 140 of them that do teach indigenous languages in classrooms, and we're looking to grow that. So I know with the hope and the wealth of information from all of your campuses that we can easily do this. I want to start with some celebrations. We have a Teacher of the Year for 2023. This is Catherine Matthews. She is a special education teacher in pre-K. And by federal government, we make sure that students that are recognized as the age of 3 have the support of the state as well as the support of the federal government. And Catherine comes out of Bozeman. She teaches a group of students and has for many decades at Highlight Elementary. So I had the great celebration to say congratulations. One thing I do want to say, though, is behind Catherine, there are so many other education warriors that support our children, support our families, and most importantly, embrace them with great education. Also want to say that we have Montfortin Elementary, which is a K-8. It's also out of the Gallatin Valley, became a Blue Ribbon Award winner. And that means it's got federal designation. Very few schools across the nation receive this designation. And it isn't just based on academic support, but they were in reading 20% higher than our aggregate in our last test scores and almost 30% in math. So, but it's not just that. It's about culture and making sure that those students and families in a very growing district are embraced. They also have a very low retention rate. In other words, they keep their staff. And that means that continuous education programming and recognizing that individuals deliver education. It could be artificial intelligence coming across a computer, but more importantly, Montfortin has delivered great education based on consistency of staff. And it's not about the dollar amount, because in doing a little bit of research of the feeders that go into Bozeman in their university system, as well as with their high school, they don't pay their teachers at the highest rate in all of the valley. So just to reiterate again, if you have great teamwork at your systems in your university, regardless of what accolade there could be in compensation, there is choice for great teachers to be able to serve in that ability. If you can add compensation as well as having that great culture, what a great system you have on your campuses, as well as I have over our 820 education campuses in public education in K-12, just to add that. I do want to also think about the federal government and the discussion that you have. The same issues that you have, I also have in our world. Title IX is quite a discussion. I sent in comments as well. Montana does not discriminate, and I want to be very loud within that. We cannot and we will not tolerate discrimination based on sex, wherever it might be. If you stand firmly with that, then the federal government, we have no fear of. So the other thing that we want to talk about is I receive about $40 million to feed our children, both in breakfast programs and in lunch programs. I will not have that school lunch money be removed because of a fear of discrimination. And that's one of the tangible aspects right now with Title IX. We do not discriminate. We will not have our lunch money and our children's nutrition taken from them because of fear. So stand strong with me on that, because many families are still struggling, and it's not that the federal government should feed, but the federal government is there to support families. So I am asking for support in that in our partnership. One of the things that we have given, and I want to celebrate then what the federal government has recognized in Montana's K-12 system, is that they have given Montana, and we are one of 10 states, the flexibilities in assessments. Our test scores, folks, have not done what is the success in that classroom with that teacher. It is not recognizable. So just our test scores really quickly, and just in math, we have 28% of our students, when they're in third grade, first tested in math, are novice. That means they're just beginning to understand. But by the time they hit 8th grade, 42% of them are novice in math. That means we are not increasing knowledge in math at this point. If 42% of our 8th graders aren't proficient in math, what do you receive on your campuses? What are our employers receiving? So we're really doubling down and understanding where the glitch is. Where can we add more confidence to our great teachers? Where is it that our students can then own not just a test, but own that learning that's day to day? So coming back to the flexibilities that the government, the federal government, is going to allow us in this partnership, and this is a partnership because we are looking to see what is our 11th grade assessment going to be. Is it the ACT? Should it be something else? What should we double down on for that recognition, for that federal assessment? They have given Montana the flexibilities to be able to pilot in 5th grade and in 7th grade math and reading in a testlet framework. In other words, 10 questions given closest to when the learning and the teaching happens over the through year or the course year. In other words, not one test at the end, but multiple testlets. Not more testing, but more specific to the skill of mastery and proficiency. Because then that data then can then lead to your programming on building better teachers, building quality education programming on your campuses, as well as adding confidence to all of our teachers, whoever they are, in teaching math and reading. We are opening up our reading standards. I am going to need some help in that contiguous framework in our Council of Deans of Education, as well as not just building that teacher, but allowing that understanding of what is math and what is reading. The science of reading is percolating up, I'm sure, in your campuses, as well as it is in our K-12 systems. Understanding that the basics of math and reading must be taught. They are the gateway to you. Also, I gave you a very simple framework, and I have more of these are on our website, as well as it was digitally given to you. Knowing where we are in K-12 and understanding where we're going to be in our enrollment, we'll be taking account in October to really understand the stability of who is in our K-12 systems. During the pandemic, about 4% of our students left, and they left in a K-8 system. But what was so interesting is our high schools got more students. It has evened out since last year, and we're really trying to understand what this next point of data is going to be. We fund our public schools by student enrollment. So it's very important for that stability of understanding who they are and where they're coming from. I also want to share in a celebration moment, I gave you a book. Part of our constitutional requirement, as all Montanans, is understanding our history. So you have been given a book that's Elk Morning at Arrow Creek. If you are available on Friday, join me and our team at Crow as we journey forward to the battlefield of where this battle occurred. It is a delightful history, picturesque as well, but by Montana-made individuals to support Montana moving forward. Indigenous education is extremely important to me. We housed on our campus here a great group of people that we had moving forward in a wraparound service of our most at-risk youth in all of our Indigenous world. We lost that grant, and we had to remove our great people. But I believe it is securing a partnership moving forward, not just of our children, but our youth and our young adults as we progress. I also want to share, a lot of mention has been made of students, and I thank you for that. If we embrace our students, as you had said, Board Member Lozar, of wherever they are, whoever they are, we can add choice to your system and choice to our system in K-12 to better support them. So I want to end then as well. I have a swear jar, and it is about saying about higher education, because we are not lower education in K-12. You are post-secondary. You are the gateway to greater, and we begin that path. So I'm counting how many times it has been stated as higher education. I also want to say I have the great, and I'm very grateful, but I have a degree from MSU. I also have a degree from the University of Montana, and I know where I sit right now with the colors of where there are, but it's homecoming this weekend, and we'll be journeying to campus to celebrate a Go Grizz this weekend. So with that, I want to honor all of your campuses. I show up. I'm here to support in any manner, shape, or form. And with that, thank you for allowing me to share this partnership. Thank you, Chair Rogers.
Thank you so much, Superintendent. Indeed, you do show up, and we greatly appreciate your willingness to always participate in our meetings. It means a great deal to all of us. I think we have one more very important announcement. I'll turn it over to President Boggs.
Yes, thank you, Chair Rogers. We have the summer when we don't have formal board meetings and we have important transitions. And after our series of announcements, I realized that we did not announce a very important transition that happened over the course of the summer, and we haven't had a board meeting since that point, and that is with Bitterroot College. And I want to introduce to the board someone who, of course, needs no introduction, and that's Dr. Angela McLean. Angela's here today, and Angela very graciously has agreed to serve as the director at Bitterroot College. You know her in her role as the AMA director and director of K-12 partnerships. And of course, many of you know she has just a deep experience and knowledge both of education at all levels and of our entire state. Dr. McLean served, of course, as the 31st Lieutenant Governor of the state of Montana, has served both on the boards of public ed and the Board of Regents. And I couldn't be more grateful to have a leader with this extensive amount of knowledge and commitment to education and students, as Superintendent Arnson mentioned, as Angela, to meet the needs of the students of the Bitterroot Valley. And meeting those effectively is all about partnerships. And that's partnerships with K-12, of course. It's partnership with industry, as we talked about, and it's partnership with the MUS and all institutions of the UMUS. Our goal, of course, is to best meet the educational needs of all students at all stages of their careers in the Bitterroot. And I'm really excited by what Dr. McLean has already done in her time. Like I said, it doesn't feel like she just started because she's making so many gains already. But I realize that I would be remiss if I did not highlight to the board this important transition and thank Angela for stepping into a very important leadership role for really the entire MUS and serving the needs of the Bitterroot Valley. So thank you, Dr. McLean.
Thank you so much, President Bodnar. And with that, we'll take a brief break. Please be back here at 10:45. Thank you. Everyone, we need to get started again. Thank you so much. Thank you. We'll now move on to the Budget Administration and Audit Committee, and I'll turn it over to Chair Dombrowski.
Thank you, Chair Rogers. And thanks for everyone coming back. All of the conversation's always good. I am pleased to be chairing the Budget Committee for a third consecutive year. I'm not really sure what that means, whether I haven't learned enough or whether I did such a fabulous job, I'm back at it again. But my pleasure to do it for this year. I would say, and I always want not only the Regents who know this, but those of you here, when the Budget Committee activity gets presented, it is as a result of a lot of work that has happened ahead of time. It's a budget committee that's very active. It's Regents who are asking questions. And so what you see here is the culmination of that work, and certainly the work of Deputy Commissioner Trevor and his staff as well. And I want to thank you for that and thank the staff as well. And the other piece to this today is we're going to take the time that we need in order to make sure everyone feels comfortable with the budget. The budget is, in my opinion, one of the cornerstones of the work that's done by the MUS. And so I'm always looking for questions from the Regents and want to make sure that we're answering and creating the transparency. So I will stop with that, and I will turn it over to my colleague, Deputy Commissioner Trevor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll turn on my mic. It's a pleasure to have you back for the third year. Before we dive into the action items, however, though, we do have a consent agenda, and Madam Chair, I would recommend that these items be moved along for vote tomorrow.
Any questions or comments on those consent? Very good.
All right, moving right along. Our first action item is not the only reason we're here in September, but one of the primary reasons we're here in September, and that is to approve the operating budget for the Montana University System and the individual campuses, the agencies, the community colleges, and there's a few other items of detail in there that you end up approving. In fact, I think I'll just start by opening up the item itself, which even though it's in micro print and it looks like it's about 14 yards away from me, I can tell you what the primary driving fact behind approving an operating budget is it's state law. We, as the Regents, in statute, are required to approve an operating budget, all funds operating budget for the Montana University System. As a result of receiving money appropriated in the General Fund Appropriation Acts, our state allocated funds that go to the education units. So to put that more concisely, in order to spend state funds and allocate them to the campuses, Board of Regents need to approve an all funds operating budget. And that's what we're here to do. And we could get that done probably in 1 minute on the next slide that I move to and show you all funds and the categories in which they're in. However, I think there are some good reasons not to. One is just general information, the comfortability of the regents with the operating budget, accountability and transparency for sure are at the top of the list. With that said, I'd mention along with approving the all funds budget, inside of this budget, we also collect long-term deferred maintenance projects of the campuses. This is required by another policy of ours that allows campuses to expend funds out of the facilities maintenance account that the Board of Regents created. And so we require those reports and we connect them to our operating budgets for each campus, just so you know that. Last legislative session, there was a lot of work done on the community college funding formula and policies related to the community colleges. And so we're pointing out that in 2015-309 of Montana statute, there is a requirement that the Board of Regents very explicitly now, I think it was there more implicitly in the past, approve the community college operating budgets. And then finally, we have a note about the retirement statutory appropriate received for the Montana University system of about $2 million. It's projected, this is I'm going to call Shauna the nuts and bolts of the budget, and I'm more of the 30,000 foot person, and I'm very much happy she's up at the table to assist me as we move along here, but this is one of those items that we just wanted to point out. We project this in the May board meeting when we allocate state appropriations, but by the time we get to the operating budget, it actually becomes actual dollars that we receive, so they change slightly from those two meetings. So I'm going to move on here. I'm going to show you that attachment that I claim we could approve in 1 minute, and then you could go on. This is what it looks like. We're not going to use it to talk from, however. We will revisit it inside of the operating budget presentation. This is actually another web page that we go to that has the definitions for our operating budget, and believe it or not, a dashboard for system level metrics and a dashboard for institutional level metrics. I'm still not quite giving up my PowerPoint slides, so that's where we go to the operating budget presentation. And I'm not quite sure what edition this is, but I believe since 2013 or 14, I've used this basic template to try to communicate, I guess, more succinctly than having every campus come up and address their own operating budgets. So we try to speak from the system level whenever possible. However, keep in mind that any campus level question you might have at the system level can be converted to a campus level question, and we have sort of a mirrored presentation for each campus that we're going to go through here at the system level. A couple more points here that I'd like to make. Think of this presentation, just because it is long and there's a lot of slides, and I'm very sympathetic to sitting through long, boring presentations. Think of it as well, this is a new one, as a football game. It's got two halves. First half, I'm going to be the offensive coordinator. Second half, Shauna's going to be the offensive coordinator. We're not playing defense. We're just playing offense the entire time. Anyway, that was off the cuff. Who knows what else will come off the cuff? The second half are going to be the nuts and the bolts. The first half, I'm going to provide more of a context for that nuts and bolts side of the presentation, where we look at historical trends. We do some national comparisons of the MUS to other states, and we look at some growth of key budget drivers. Before we get to that, I'm going to turn it over to Director Lyons, the nuts and bolts of the presentation, to talk a little bit about the all funds budget.
Madam Chair, members of the board, so this first slide for you today is a pretty picture of our budget in totality for FY23. It's $1.8 billion that you'll be approving, hopefully tomorrow, with some good questions and dialogue surrounding that. So what we're seeing with this is that we've got a couple areas that we're seeing some growth within. Our current unrestricted, and I'll get into some of those details as we move along, the auxiliary, plant, and designated funds. Our presentation today is going to focus mostly on the current unrestricted. As Tyler mentioned earlier, this is our area for accountability and transparency, and it's really the part that has our state appropriations in it and our tuition dollars. So that'll be the area that we primarily focus on. But you can see where we are with that 1.8 billion, the one sheet that Tyler showed you. Again, this is just another way of what you can look at to see what we're going to ask you to approve tomorrow. So then this next one breaks down the pretty pie chart into some numbers, because I mean, I can't not talk about numbers because that's what I'm here for, right? So what we have here is FY22 actual dollars of what was expended, and then what we've budgeted for FY23. Now, first glance, you're like, whoa, I see 10% increase in there or whatever it may be, but there's a lot that goes on behind these numbers that causes that overall increase. Let's talk about that first line, the current unrestricted. In there, we've talked about present law adjustments and our pay plan. That's impacted in there. This is also our ed units and our agencies. So as we go in, you'll see different numbers, pointing that out so that you don't say, why did she change numbers on me later on? But really, that overall increase is from state appropes. The increase, our first year we had a decrease, the second year we'll have an increase, and then pay plan, and we're also looking at some tuition increases. You can see restricted looks odd. We've heard from our campuses that our research dollars are going up. That's true, but we're also coming out of this COVID pandemic and all of the higher education relief funding that was infused into that area. So that does kind of shift that dollar amount a little bit. So it looks like a decrease, but really it's because that pandemic funding is coming out of there. In total for the ed units and agencies, we're looking at a 10% increase. Our community colleges went down slightly. This is going to be fully driven by our funding formula and FTE projections that come through and create what the allocation is for the community colleges. The tribal college assistance looks like it's a huge increase. They have some OTO funding in there, so that drives that increase as well. And then for OCHI, a little bit of a higher increase than we'd normally see, but biennial math, my campuses hate when I talk biennial math, because in our first year we get our allocation and we can carry it forward into the second year of the biennium if that happens. And we're seeing that within OCHI for both of our student assistance side for our professional student exchange programs, and then our general operating along with our federal and proprietary, our insurance program. Madam Chair, I'll turn it back over to Deputy Commissioner.
All right. Madam Chair, I'd say if any regent has a question about the all funds budget, we're going to transition and focus mostly on the current unrestricted side of this for the rest of the time. So I think this would be a place to ask if you had any of the kind of all funds questions.
Regent Loza.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a question on that last point around the OCHI general fund increase. I'm just curious, I mean, I understand biennial math, but I'm curious about the actual programming and decision makings in the first year of the biennium. Was there certain programs we were planning on or expenditures we were planning for that we didn't do, or was it just all designed to come in the second year of the biennium?
Madam Chair, Regent Lozar, so good question. A little bit of a combination in there. We'll see as we move into the current unrestricted that the second year of the biennium there was an increase. That happened with OCHI as well. So take, for example, our student assistance program. We brought on ICOM, the Idaho College of Medicine, in the second year. It wasn't funded in the first year, so that's a big increase in there. There was also a significant increase for WICHI and WWAMI as well in that second year. And then with just kind of the flow of what's happened with some of our students, we experienced that with our professional exchange programs. And so we had some students that stopped out in that first year that they'll pick up in the second year of the biennium. So those costs shifted over to the second year. Mm-hmm.
All right, I'll move along. So let's start with state appropriations, and here's a long scope look at our appropriation. I've often talked about how it's split into two periods. From 1992 to 2005, we actually went down in the amount of dollars that we received from the state by $7 million. And since that time, that's entered into the tuition freeze era, partnerships with the state of Montana to backfill resident student tuition in return for a tuition freeze has resulted in nominally increase of $104 million over what now is, over 15-year, 16-year period of time. So here's a look at the same slide, except in constant dollars and controlling for inflation. You can see I've now highlighted when those tuition freezes occurred and the effect of those freezes. And then we look at state appropriations per resident student, and just to cut down on the redundancy, this one is already controlling for inflation, and you can see where the spikes are at. In fact, I point out where we had our all-time record enrollment in resident student FTE, which drove down the dollars per student in 2011, or that could be 12. And then as we move forward into that kind of growth pattern, we've increased funding by almost $4,000 per student FTE since then. So then we combine the state appropriations with tuition, and here's the picture that gets painted. The dark blue are the state appropriations, and here again in controlling for inflation, you can see the changes from 1992 all the way through 2003. This is a point we talk about often, and we will talk about more as some additional slides come up, which you can see now the state percent share. So what percent of the current unrestricted is represented from the state or the taxpayers, and what percent comes from tuition. Different eras from 1992 to 2023. Imagine that. We relied heavily in 1992 on the state appropriation, and tuition, and to be honest with you, non-resident tuition revenue did not exist at the same level, even close to the level that we have now. Our business model has changed. We employ a discounting model to increase student enrollment and net tuition revenue, and have done so well that it's one of the reasons that state share has dropped to 44%. But if you backed up a couple slides, I mentioned that the state appropriation had increased by over $100 million since 2005. So it's not the state of Montana leaving the university system or providing a lack of support. It's just a kind of a switch in the dynamics and the relationship between state appropriations and tuition. So breaking down kind of a closer look at net tuition revenue. You're seeing a jump here in FY23. I believe I have some bullet points I need to uncover there. Characterized by resident tuition revenue increasing, not the rate, but the total dollar amount projected to increase by 3.5%. And I believe Director Lyons will do some more talking about projecting and budgeting versus actual and the comparison to the prior year. We're getting a little bit better at that in some slides. Believe it or not, we are making changes to this presentation, just a little subtle. Non-resident tuition revenue projected to be up by 15%. Some of the reason non-resident is projected to be up by 15% is what you'll see here is a decline of 3.5% in WUI students. The WUI standing for Western Undergraduate Exchange. The 15 states in the western half of the western portion of the United States are in a compact to allow students decided by the state, the total number of students that will receive a WUI scholarship, which is a 150% of resident rates. We have peaked a year ago, and campuses are now moving and cutting back on WUI students and shifting those students to, they're still coming to us, just not a WUI status, discounting them at an amount that I guess, for lack of better words, matches in their enrollment management strategies. So that'll be a theme that we'll continue to take a look at throughout the presentation. So we have the current unrestricted budget, and you can see FY23 increases, and that's an increase of $36 million or 8%, as we saw in that all funds slide earlier. But let's break down what represents the increase in the current unrestricted. We had an increase in the second year of the biennium. We actually had a decrease in our state appropriations in the first year of the biennium by about $1.5 million. We went up $13 million in the second year of the biennium. This says $11 million on there, but 1.5 of it is performance funding residual, which didn't get allocated directly to a campus in support of the operating budget. So that $13 million is comprised of present law adjustment and a pay plan, which we have enacted and voted upon earlier in July. And so that's set. We have tuition revenue projected to be up $21 million. A lot of that comes from a non-resident increase, and to be frank, a non-resident increase at Montana State University. What's different this year than other years is the University of Montana is also increasing. And so we're seeing more of a compounded effect where we had been in a flat, if not decline or a drop at the University of Montana in the past. That's changed. And so the 8% in tuition revenue is welcome. We have transfers, as Director Lyons indicated, in a biennial budget. Campuses carry over funds from the first year of the biennium to the second year of the biennium to the tune of about $4 million more than they transferred funds in from other sources in the first year of the biennium. So, kind of shifting gears there from the mechanics of the budget to taking a look at how do the key budget drivers in the university system shape up when we compare them to some benchmarks? And let's just make the benchmark inflation. And so first and foremost, state appropriations. That's the yellow line across the top. Since 2013 has increased cumulative percent growth by 43%. Financial aid, and if financial aid in this case is defined as the amount of aid that a first-time, full-time freshman receives as they enter the Montana University system in that first academic year, that's increased by 35%. And then we hit inflation at 26. You're going to see a couple more times where we have our expenditures and inflation mirroring each other, 25% increase in MUS expenditures. And then we have tuition and fees at 22%. You know, at first blush, you might say, hey, I thought we froze tuition during that time. Well, we did. We didn't freeze it every year. We had a pretty sizable tuition increase after the 2017 legislative session. We also increased fees, growth of about inflation during that time, so you'll end up with a 22% increase there in your tuition and fees. I would say, though, this chart didn't happen by accident. This was by design. So another way of looking at those key budget drivers is to analyze the compounded annual growth rate over that same 10-year period of time. Here's where you see the inflation and MUS expenditures mirroring each other, tuition rates increasing for resident students at a slower pace, state appropriations leading the way, quickly followed by financial aid. And I guess I want to go back to that because when we talk about the work plan for the budget committee for this year, we'll talk about some items that will occur between now and Christmas or throughout the whole year. But by the May board meeting and following the legislative session, that'll be key that we address the allocation of state appropriations, set tuition. But to remind everyone, we need to do that in concert with what does the financial aid portfolio or picture look like in the university system, because it is so influential on that tuition amount and also on how campuses would expend state appropriations. A look at our current unrestricted expenditures, the blue line being the line that's controlled for inflation, the nominal line in red. The note across the top of the blue line is when controlling for inflation, our expenditures have dropped by $2.5 million over the last 10 years for a decline of 0.5%. I switch to the revenue side now, and it seems like there's a big difference there, but in the current unrestricted, there isn't. We're going to expend the amount of revenue that we take in. And the reason I switch to revenue now is I can get a comparator to another state or the U.S. total. And in fact, here I have a comparison of our total education revenue, state appropriations plus tuition, to what it looks like in the United States as a whole. So the top bar is the change in our amount. Now the bottom line, and I wonder if I didn't put that footnote on there, and I should have. I converted the millions to billion. Oh yeah, there I have it, in billions. The reason why the U.S. ed revenue is lower than the MUS ed revenue is that one's in billions and one's in millions. So you take a look at the ed revenue for the MUS, we're dropping at 3.6% in constant dollars, where the ed revenue for the U.S. as a whole increases by 1.2. Just another sign of how tight we've been, some of the concerted effort to cut as enrollment has changed. So some national comparisons. State support per student FTE. In our state budgeting process, we analyze state support per resident student FTE. Nationally, not so much. Very difficult to get a comparison on state support per resident FTE to other states. So we go along with what's available to us, which is state support per all students. And when you take a look at that equation, you can see where Montana falls in relationship to the U.S. average, kind of the lower third of the tail. We take a look at net tuition revenue per student FTE, and where do we fall? Well, we do better than the national average. And when you combine the two, where do we fall? Well, it kicks us back to that lower third, and we have about $14,000 per student to expend in the Montana University system, where nationally there's about $16,000 per student. State share, how do we look in comparison? This state share is going to catch those who are paying real close attention off guard, because it will be a little bit higher on this slide than it will be when we get to our actual state share for the Montana University System ed units. There's a few reasons in here. One of them, the community colleges are in this data, but it also includes state-funded financial aid, and it's just a little bit different of a formula. Nevertheless, it draws the same comparison. We fall behind the national average. Nationally, the state share is at 57%, and we're at 47%. One of the reasons state and local support per capita in Montana is toward the lower end of the spectrum. And finally, I just include some slides here because enrollment is one of our key drivers. When we get to Shauna's portion, when she's the offensive coordinator, we'll be looking at revenue, expenditures, staffing, waivers, and enrollment, how they all tie together. Just wanted to point out here that our enrollment, and this goes back to 1980, you see the drop in the last 10 years, kind of mirrors the national picture. Ours looks a little bit sharper. This scale is a little tighter, obviously, in the 41,000 category compared to the 12 million. But we generally have seen the effect of enrollment trends post-Great Recession, the influence of that have mirrored national trends. Financial aid, on the other hand, we don't look like the national perspective. This would be state-funded financial aid. We've bumped around a bit, state aid per FTE and what percent of the appropriations. Right now, we're down to the state-funded, and very appreciative of it, the STEM scholarship, the first dollar, and kind of put that in quotes, just tongue-in-cheek, of lotto revenue comes to the Montana University System for the STEM scholarship. When that scholarship is fully loaded, meaning when you have 4 cohorts of students that have received it, it will be a total of, this is a quiz for Shauna.
$1.5 million.
So, I say quiz for her. She was the legislative fiscal analyst when that bill was approved. So now I'll just sit back and spectate as Shauna runs the offense, and I'll turn over the mic to you.
Thank you. So the next part of the presentation is going to be focused on the MUS as a system whole. We're going to look at the revenue, expenditures, staffing, waivers, and enrollment. But I'd like everybody to know that at any point, if you want to dig into a campus level, we have the same presentation available for each one of the campuses. But for sake of time and torture of not so many numbers being thrown at you, we're going to stick to the system level and run from here. So there are a few major budget drivers that we utilize when we're looking at our budget and building them. First one is always enrollment. What's the mix going to look like? Are we going up? Are we going down? Is it resident, non-resident? It all impacts where the structure of the budget goes. And then what happens with our resident and non-resident tuition increases? Are they going up or are they going down? Again, we always talk in net tuition, but we'll talk about waivers as we go along as well. And then present law adjustments, how that impacts the overall budget, what's driving those, and what we do with them. And then the overall enrollment management and financial aid and strategies of the campuses come into play with all of this as well. And then, of course, staffing demands. We've heard about issues across the MUS and along with other sectors about staffing demands and issues and concerns. And we'll point out some of the factors that are happening in the MUS as well. So this is Tyler's favorite slide. This is his map of his world and brain, of just keeping it simple when we talk about budgeting.
It seems like it should be simpler.
Well, maybe next year. So really all of the factors that we're going to talk about contribute to each other and how we build the budget and how everything works together. Of course, we've got that enrollment piece, but what happens with the financial aid that Tyler's talking about that impacts our students, and what are the level of waivers so that we can get to our net tuition revenue? And then that combines with what happens with our state appropriations and how we serve our students, faculty, and staff. So it's very much a circular, it's not isolated in one piece. All of the factors come into play when we're looking at our budgeting. So present law increases. For those of you that don't know what present law is, that's just the amount of money that we need to keep going on an annual basis. So you say, why don't I call it inflation? Because the state of Montana likes to be unique, and we like to call it present law increases instead of inflation. And for higher ed, it actually is a little bit different than just inflation, because we look at inflation from a different set of factors versus just CPI. We look at higher education specific factors, and you'll see that in here. So the pieces that are driving this aspect are the pay plan. So in July, the board approved a pay plan that was partially funded by the legislature. So as Tyler mentioned earlier today, we have that state share aspect of it. So how much does the state support with all of our endeavors that we do in the current unrestricted? With pay plan, it's the same thing. They'll come up with an amount that they're going to fund us, and that's the state portion of that. So the rest has to come from our other resources, tuition, transfers, carry forward, all of that. We have other personnel costs. These are going to be all of those aspects that go into the bargaining agreements. If we've got faculty and staff that are leaving, that maybe they've retired, we have to figure out how to pay out those aspects of it. So that's a big portion of our budget. And then higher ed specific costs. Continually hearing about IT cost increases for our contracts. I mean, I think most of them have a 5% annual build into them at this point, automatic. So that's just one little piece of it. And the higher ed IT is already costly as it is, but very important. Maintenance, as we know, is continually rising just because of the cost of goods and getting our supplies and being able to do that. Other costs that go into it for our present law, that portion of the increase is like our insurance, so our property insurance, our liability insurance, and of course utilities, which we're seeing increases continually. So let's talk about revenue first, because unlike Tyler, I like to talk about the money side before we spend it. So one big change that you'll see here is that we did move into looking at actuals a little bit more versus just looking at what happened and then to the budget. So a little bit of change in the presentation for those that have watched it for 17 years that Tyler's been doing this. So a little different of a focus. It's important as we start analyzing our budgets to look at these a little bit differently, and especially when we're seeing some growth increases in there, to see we've got a budget that's growing, but what's actually happened in the last several years prior to that. So one thing to point out when we look at the FY '22 to '21 actuals, you'll see that there was a decline in there in the state support. That's because, as Tyler mentioned earlier, we had a decrease in state appropriations in that first year, so that's reflective there. And in 10 years, though, that's increased 10%. So then we talk about state support OTOs. These are just one-time only funding that come through different mechanisms. They could be funded by the legislature, it could be residual performance funding that builds into there. So you're looking at that first year thinking, oh my goodness, 214% increase. We had several OTO initiatives that were funded in '22, so that's that big increase. Net tuition revenue and transfers are the other pieces of it. So when we talk about the total budget, you'll see that we're requesting an 8% increase overall. Again, state appropriations plays into that pay plan that I just discussed, and then also the non-resident and resident tuition increases that we're looking at for net tuition. So I'm not going to talk about student FTE on this slide because we're going to go into more detail on it later, but some key metrics within our revenue side of it is that state percent share again that we've always drive home, because when we're talking to the legislature, this is one of the primary factors that we discuss when we're there. What's the state share of it? How much are we funding as a percent of state dollars? So we did drop a little bit, as you can see, even though we had an increase, but there's a mix that happens in there, right? We've got net tuition revenue increasing, but it didn't increase at the same level that the state appropes did. So there's a little bit of an offset that you're seeing with that piece of it. And as Tyler mentioned earlier, that is a drop from the national, or we're below the national average on that piece of it. And then state funds per resident are budgeted to increase. Another factor that we really look at, you'll see that state support for resident FTE. Tyler showed you a chart that had all FTE. This one is just specific to Montana, and we're looking at just our resident students. So we're going from 9,800 to about 10,500 on our number. That's a good piece to be. That's where we like to see some support for our students. And again, we're ranked a little bit lower than nationally with this, but they're looking at also all students where we look at resident students. So the money comes in, how do we spend it? This is a general slide to talk about the functional areas that we spend the funding in our current unrestricted. So you'll see again, the actual changes and then to the budget increase changes. And there's quite a bit of movement within here when you look at instruction, your academic support, student services. And that might seem a little bit, why are we making so many changes? Some of it is a shift to keeping the budget in line with what we want to see with where expenditures are coming. Some of it's just natural of the way the campuses are growing as well. Again, you'll see that the actuals in year over year, our expenditures really didn't change. We stayed flat when we look at 21 to 22, but we are increasing in 23 budgeted. And again, all of the factors that we just talked about from the revenue side play into how we expend the dollars. A few key metrics that we look at in this area are the instruction. We want this to be about roughly 50% of the total spend in higher education. That's a Board of Regents benchmark that's been set for quite some time, and also a little bit on some national benchmarks out there. Percent of instruction with academic support and student services, we've been consistent about 70% or 74%, excuse me. Our target for the board is 70%. We're not too far out of line in there, but probably some areas that we could look at in the future. And then expenditures per student is budgeted to increase. And that, again, when we talked about that revenue side and the expenditure side, how are we spending the dollars per student at each campus? So let's move into our staffing aspect of it. One thing that I really want to point out initially is that it does look like overall in the system, we've been declining. In the year over year, it's a 1% decline. In the last 5 years, we've had a 12% decline. And when you look at just contract faculty. And overall, you'll see it's a 1% and an 8% decline in those same time zones. Part of that is we've had some attrition. We know the pandemic had an impact on us, and we've had several vacancies in the last several years and a tough time recruiting employees and staff at this point. So when we move to the budgeted, the one thing that I want to point out is that this is if we were fully staffed, what it would look like. So you're thinking, you're going to increase staff by 8%? No, it's because we had those vacancies in '22, but if we were to fully staff, this is where we'd want to be with our levels within our current unrestricted. When we talk about the personal services, this is where you'll see that specific number of 11% budgeted increase in FY23. Again, you got to account for those vacancies in FY22, getting fully staffed, and then we have a pay plan that's coming into play in this fiscal year. So that's going to show up in this number here. Our student to faculty staff ratios, we have a benchmark for the board that the board has set as 18:1. We're pretty close to that. We're 17.1:1, not too far off of that mark. Nationally, this is based on four-year institutions. While it's different for two-year institutions, it's still a great mark for them as well to be reflective of. And then our personal services state share or percent share is budgeted at 81%. The higher education cost adjustments that I talked about, that's what we use for a portion of our inflation. And this comes from SHIO. They recommended about a 75%. So definitely an area maybe a little shift could take place. So waivers, this is a really interesting area to talk about because this is a very important component for campuses with their enrollment management strategies. There's a couple different areas of waivers within here. We've got the board designated. So these are the ones that are in policy that have to be funded. So think of our Native American waivers. We have our resident discretionary waivers. These would be those such as our MUS honors or our athletic waivers. The non-resident discretionary, these are going to be discounts to our non-resident students to encourage them and recruit them to our campuses. And then we have scholarships. Campuses have the ability to have a scholarship reserve that is cash dollars that we can help offset some of those costs. So when you look overall change, 1 year to 5 year, we're looking at 1% and down 10%. But when we jump to 23, we're looking at a 21% increase. And I know that seems like a huge, hefty increase, but there's some really important things that are going on with our waivers that are causing this. First of all, we've had a shift of looking at how we're going to encourage and recruit students to come here. And so we're leveraging those students by offering discounts. And so when you first start out, your model's going to start low, right? We've got our first entering class. But we don't offer the waiver just that first year. It takes 4 years for those students to get through. And so once our model gets to that 4 year and it's fully loaded, that's when you're going to see these high numbers. Both MSU and UM are following this pattern. And so we're seeing an initial jump with UM right now because they're also getting their leveraging model fully loaded to have that full cohort of students in there. So that's going to look at the forefront that it's a big jump. But it's part of that overall strategy that we're moving forward. Tyler mentioned earlier also about the shift with WUI. So last year when we presented this information, MSU had offered the same number of WUI opportunities that they always had, but they had a larger number accept than they ever have in past times. So we had a big jump in WUI at that point, which, as Tyler said, it's only 150% of resident tuition. So what are different ways in which campuses can still recruit those students, offer them maybe not quite as high of a discount as a WUI, but still get them to come to our campus and then ultimately impacts our net tuition revenue. And again, as I mentioned, it's very much a recruiting model in order to get students here. And overall, if you look at it, it's only $400 per student if you spread it out of what our increase is with 21%. One of the other things that's important to us to look at is, all right, so we're offering all these discounts to our students. Do we want to discount that much? But we do, because one thing that these waivers do, it still brings our students here, but our net tuition revenue, even though we're waiving more tuition, is still going up. And overall in a system, you can see that we're not outpacing what we provide to our resident students in tuition as well. So it meets all of our average net revenue per FTE benchmarks when we're talking about our waivers and how we provide them throughout the system. So then this leads us to enrollment. And where are we going with enrollment in FY23? We're looking at a 1.3% increase over 22. That's the projected amount. At census, you can see that we're flat at the moment. There's still some time with this, and we also need to look at it for a full fiscal year. So we're only seeing that snippet of the census just for fall semester. Again, you're gonna see really on this page that non-resident, and WUI switch. So the WUI enrollment is looking like we're declining, but we're just shifting those to non-resident students to help provide for that 1.3% increase overall. And again, just want to, Madam Chair, let everybody know that if we want to go into any of the specific campuses, we can go through those in detail if you'd like. Otherwise, I will stand for questions.
Regent Buchanan.
Chair Dombrowski, thank you, and thanks for the presentation. I got a couple questions about this WUI thing. So 150% tuition, I assume no FTE from state support. So is that 150 meeting the cost to educate that student?
Madam Chair, Regent Buchanan, it is not. And that is one of the reasons that the campuses have taken a different approach. While they're still offering WUI opportunities for those that maybe they cap, we'll use that word, of their WUI students. But then the other students from those states, they're offering a different level of discount to help offset some of that.
Do we need to rethink that?
Madam Chair, Regent Buchanan, yeah, and I think we are, and you'll see movements at both MSU and U of M. Now, smaller campuses cannot be thrown into that same bucket, just because of the size of their student body, the amount of that of those students that are WUI, the use of WUI as an additional scholarship and to attract those students, just a different dynamic there. This slide does a good example of showing the amount it costs to educate a student, a non-resident versus a resident. So residents at $15,000 to educate. That's combined state support and tuition. If you look at a WUI student, let's just say it's $5,000 for tuition. 150% of that would get you to $7,500. Our flagship campuses are bringing it a little bit more than that, but it's probably in the $8,000 range, and then there's no state support for it. So it is it's not the model to pursue to increase your net tuition revenue. However, it's a compact that we're in, and there's obligations associated with that.
Commissioner Christian.
Madam Chair, Regent Buchanan, the last point I think is the point, but it's an exchange program, right? So there's also Montana students that are going to out-of-state institutions and paying that same 150%. I think the compact has served us pretty well. Also, all the professional exchange programs are in that as well. So the WICHE programs, the WEMU programs, WEMU's a different path, but all of those exchange programs are part of that compact. So, I mean, we've even looked at, for us, a fairly low tuition state, it's been a little bit punishing. And I think some of the work that we've done on tuition freezes has inadvertently or not, but extended to those WUI states, because as we've kept those tuition dollars low, that's had an effect of keeping the WUI low as comparison to other states. We've visited with WICHE about that, sort of the signature piece of the WICHE program, of the undergraduate exchange is that 150%. I don't think there's much give on that. But I think it also attracts a lot of students to Montana. Some of those that bring friends and pay sort of the WUI-like programs that are discounted but not as heavily. And I mean, I think overall it served us very well. We'd want to think through it pretty thoroughly before abandoning it, but it's the overall compact has been pretty successful.
Sure, by no means my suggestion we abandon it. I just think it's important that as we look at the enrollment trends nationally declining, and we're talking, I mean, Deputy Commissioner Trevor, you said we do better than other states with net tuition revenue. I think as a parent who's preparing to pay for college, I look at it the other way. I'm paying more than other states in tuition, right? And so I just keeping a keen perspective on that. And then I just would share, Chair Rogers and I shared a podcast a couple of weeks ago. It's called The Daily, September 14th. It does a really good job of talking about the waiver concept and attracting students on a national perspective. So thank you.
Deputy Commissioner Trevor.
Madam Chair and Regent Buchanan, I had mentioned, though you're not paying more than other states, you're paying less than other states. The reason that the net tuition revenue is so high is we're doing such a great job of recruiting non-resident students and discounting. It has elevated that amount, which is actually subsidizing the cost for resident students in this state. So it's a kind of a star or a feather in our cap, but I just wanted to clarify that.
Thank you. Yes.
Madam Chair, thank you. Deputy Commissioner, just kind of jumping back to the WUI conversation, do we have an understanding of the ratio of students that take advantage of WUI coming into Montana versus those starting in Montana going to other WUI states?
Madam Chair, I almost called you Representative Blossom, and I have no idea why.
It's his future.
But I stopped myself there. Probably your future. Regent Blossom, and I'll get better at that. Yeah, we do, and we're about twice the amount coming in as that go out, and we have been for some time.
Is there, I mean, to Regent Buchanan's point of like, I just wonder, are we optimizing like the number of folks that are being brought in under the WUI scholarship, in that we want to, we have an obligation to meet some threshold, but given that there's a lot more coming in than that are leaving, like, are we at the right level there? Like,
Madam Chair, Regent Blossom, I think we're seeing a trend to move naturally toward the right level based upon necessity of the campuses. And I think one of the reasons that we moved higher in WUI as enrollment pressures mounted, resident-student enrollment declined, and nationally the competition for students grew to such a point that to just get students to come to campus, WUI was an excellent vehicle. You got to fill the dorms, you got to keep your operations running. We've apparently have passed that, and you're starting to see campuses pull back, shift those students over, and find ways to continue to get them to enroll in state, but doing it in this leveraging model that is proportionate to what does it take to get a student to come to the state, and how much can you discount in order to achieve that rate.
Thank you.
Other questions? Chair Lozar? Or Chair, look, Kent.
Could have been Representative Lewis.
Representative
I quit
Lozar.
that role. Thank you, Madam Chair. Tyler, I'm on slide 29, so it's the enrollment slide. Hoping you can kind of go back to previous years, the slides in which you talked a little bit about capture rate of Montana high school graduates into the system. This is obviously something that we're all keenly interested in, is an increase in the resident undergrads in the university system, and I see we're projecting a decline. So can you talk a little bit, like, are we truly at the trough for Montana high school graduates? And are we getting to that point where our capture rates are starting to climb above, traditionally it's about 36%?
Madam Chair, Regent Lozar, we haven't seen an increase in the capture rate yet. It's a little bit befuddling. We are at the bottom of what we would say as the natural decline in the number of high school graduates. That was projected to happen. 2008, there was 11,000 high school graduates, and we ran it down to about 9,000 high school graduates. So we had a natural reason why there were fewer students, and our capture rate had kind of held up over that time. But as this kind of wacky economy crossed with the pandemic has sort of thrown us into a little bit of a spiral in terms of what is the reason for students not attending higher education. I think there's a whole conglomeration of those reasons that you're seeing across the nation, and we're experiencing them here with our own resident students. So presentations that we heard from Director Lemon earlier today, strategies surrounding Montana 10, the accelerated degrees. I mean, I think we got to keep pulling from that toolbox to find ways to increase and just make it abundantly easy for resident students to attend in the MUS. But I think when we come back in November, we can get you the update on what happened this semester. I don't have it at my fingertips, but as of the last presentation we had for the 2001 entering class, well, we had not moved the direction of the capture rate.
But just to go right to the denominator of high school graduates, we are starting to climb out of the trough. Regardless of like some of the motivations for some high school graduates not coming into the system, the denominator is growing, so we should be able to anticipate at least higher capture numbers, maybe not a capture rate.
Madam Chair, Regent Lozar, yes, the outlook looks good between now and 2026. After that, it heads back down again.
Thank you. Not within our control. I mean, that's the challenge. Yeah. Other questions, comments? Okay.
All right. Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll take us back to the action agenda. Item B is a request for authorization to program, plan, and design a building. That building is a wellness center at the University of Montana Western. This item came to you as an information item in May, as you might recall. One of the reasons that it came as an information item in May is that it does include a fairly substantial increase to student facility fees to support the financing of this building, and we thought it best that the Regents hear about that and kind of get some of the background on it. You received that from Chancellor Reed. Now, in an incremental step forward, the campus is coming forward for approval for $500,000 to expend $500,000 in the planning and design of the building, which will help immensely in the estimation of cost, the cost per square footage, possibly some comparators there to give the Regents sort of the reasonability test of the facility that's being built. The need for the facility, I believe, is explained and was explained by Chancellor Reed. It's in the item. So the other point I wanted to make sure is that you approve this item. When the campus is ready, they'll return for a request for the full construction of the project, and at that time also request the increase in student fees. So it would be a twofold request when they return. Madam Chair, I know that we have Chancellor Reed and the Vice Chancellor for Admin and Finance ready to answer questions if you have any.
Questions from the Regents?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I first just want to give a big thank you to Chancellor Reed and the student leaders that have done a ton of work on this over the past couple years. I know that kind of in that spirit, I'd love to hear from some student leaders from Western. I know the student body president, Garrett Yeager, is here. Garrett, would you care to come up and share your words and passion about this project?
Might help to have this guy on. Madam Chair, Commissioner Christians, Regents, this is something that has been an issue on our campus for a long time now. This idea has passed through 4 presidents at Western. Our students are struggling to find a facility for physical fitness. We come kind of second to the Montana Youth Challenge and athletics just because scheduling their time in our weight room is a little more difficult than the general student body. They have different schedules that they have to revolve around, including class schedules that reflect both our morning and afternoon classes. Sorry. We did a referendum in 2020 where I have those results in here somewhere. 635 student responses. 539 were in support of a student fee increase. 595 were in favor of the expansion, and those numbers are just pretty unprecedented for a referendum on our campus, or I think any campus in the MUS. Our students want this. They don't just want it. Our students need this. So I'd really appreciate it if you guys, help me to be the last hands that turn this from an idea to a reality for our students.
Thank you very
Any
much.
questions?
Questions?
Thank you.
All right, I'll move on to item C, which is a request to revise a commitment for a ground lease, operating agreement, and a state combined laboratory facility at MSU Bozeman. So this item is a renewal, essentially, of a sunsetted item from November of 2019. The original item, if you were here and recall, stated a commitment to the state of Montana, specifically the Department of Livestock, to provide a ground lease for a new vet diagnostic laboratory. It also included some operational parameters in that item. This item, the new item comes, and it looks very similar to that previous item. However, there are some key differences. The commitment to the state of Montana for the ground lease at the vet diagnostic laboratory is still there. What's new is a partnership with MSU to combine that facility with the wool lab, as well as bring in the Montana Department of Ag's analytical laboratory. So this is great news. I think this is a great collaboration and a statewide partnership that makes sense. The 2021 legislature funded the vet diagnostic laboratory at $35 million and the wool lab at $5 million. This item also will provide your very basic operating agreement, i.e. service-related parameters that the parties have all agreed to, that will serve as a starting place of a more detailed service-oriented operating agreement platform that'll go forward. Madam Chair, I know Vice President Lease is in the audience and ready to answer questions if needed.
Thank you. Questions? I'm going to say Chair Lozar again. So I'm going to say Regent Lozar.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Certainly a lot of moving parts for several years and a lot of different partners to try to get this to where it's at. So it's pretty exciting to see some resolution. Just kind of looking at the agenda item, it looks like there's just one thread that we haven't tied up yet, and that is the Department of Ag vacating McCall Hall. So I'm just curious sort of where those negotiations are, it being a contingent for this to move forward.
Madam Chair, Regent Lozar, I believe that all of the parameters in here are in agreement of all parties involved. So that's part of it. I believe so. That's what the campus has indicated. Yep.
Please, President
If I may,
Casado.
yes. I think it will be good if I could ask Tracy Alec to give us just a very brief synopsis as to what brought us here for the benefit of those regions who were not in service when this agreement was first struck, and then followed very quickly by Janelle Booth, who's our government liaison, and she can tell us an update as to where we are with each of those elements, if it's okay with the chair. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Tracy and Janelle, yes.
Thank you, President. Regents, so the President told me to give a quick history. The quick history is that back in 1960, the Montana legislature appropriated funds for the construction of a building that was to be on the campus of the university. But it was to be the new home of an entirely separate state agency, the Montana Department of Livestock, which is not part of the university. It's a standalone state agency. And at that time, its laboratory was in the basement of the livestock building right across from the Capitol. So the building was appropriated, the funds were appropriated by the legislature. The building was put under the authority of the university, but it was done so with the understanding that it was a home for this separate state agency that was just a no-cost tenant, which is what has happened since 1960. So basically the laboratory ran there. It needed a new facility. And so beginning in 2009, there were discussions about trying to fund a new facility for this separate state agency, the Montana Department of Livestock. Well, then you had COVID, and basically you had an injection of federal funds into state coffers, and money appeared for the construction of this new laboratory building. And those funds that happened during the pandemic, that actually came after the Board of Regents had approved this land lease. And I have to correct Tyler. When you previously approved it, that resolution by the Regents did specifically require that the Montana Department of Agriculture vacate McCall Hall into this new facilities. So that's not actually a new piece. And I couldn't agree more. This is an outstanding outcome for this facility, which has been battered around by the legislature for, I mean, you know, almost 15 years. So that's the history.
Thank you, and I'll just reiterate what Tyler said. There's been ongoing conversations with the Montana Department of Livestock, the Montana Department of Agriculture, and MSU as far as all of the terms that are laid out in our agreement, you know, specifically with McCall Hall as well as everything else that has been discussed, and as well as very close contact with the Department of Administration on what the lease terms will be. Yeah, thank you.
And one more item. In this agreement, we have also been in conversations with them in regards to sharing that building with the Wool Lab, which is also another appropriation that we received from the state. So Janelle, can you expand on that a little as well?
Yeah, you know, this has just been a really great opportunity to utilize cost savings by having a joint facility, by making sure we're making the most of these state resources and to really get the facility that all three entities were looking for. So, thanks.
Thank you. Helpful.
All right, Madam Chair, I'll move along to the last action item D. In the same vein as things that return to the Regents, this one will continue that theme. This item came to the Regents as an action item in November of 2021. The item was pulled. It's a request for an approval to a change to the definition of student-driven fees. The item was pulled essentially to give students more time to digest the ramifications and kind of come to a meeting of the minds about what this meant for them. Since that time, there's been dialogue with a variety of different students. I'm not going to say that there was a cohesive, negotiations that went on, but definitely a lot of communications. Including communications with our most recently appointed Regent Blossom. So just to get to the essentials of what's going on here, this is a clarification, a more specific delineation of the definition of student-driven fees, which did not exist in policy, but was utilized by my office in terms of operational kind of judgment in terms of what fees can come to the regions outside of the normal approval of fees at the May meeting following the legislature. Our policy says that student-driven fees can come at any time. So there had to be some level of judgment as is this a student-driven fee? And our policies were silent on that. So our policy now would essentially say a student-driven fee is a fee that comes from the students, is voted on by the students, and where the revenue from that fee is managed and administered by student government. That's it. So, Madam Chair, I'll stop there and see if there are any questions or if anyone wants to make any statements.
Yes, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First of all, I really appreciate this amendment because it clarifies and, puts the purview of these student fees very explicitly in the hands of the students and the student governments, and I think that's super valuable. One thing that I wonder is for non-student-driven fees, for, the rest of mandatory fees, we might call administrative-driven fees. Do student leaders have access to how those fees are being spent, and is there like a level of granularity that they can see just to understand these fees that are not going directly to the student governments? Are we at least giving them the opportunity to understand how they're being spent so that they can articulate that to their constituents?
Madam Chair, Regent Blossom, I'm not positive I'm the person that can definitively answer that question. I can go back to what we have in policy where we explicitly give students avenues to work with the administration associated with any fee that is approved. The computer fee and the equipment fee explicitly state that students will be a part of the committee that allocates the use of those fees on campuses. The facilities fee that it requires a vote of the student population. I know that campuses have included students on the development of buildings and the groups that have worked through RFPs, but I only know that anecdotally. I guess, Mike, I would put it back to you and the student leaders, whether or not they feel as though they have a voice in conjunction with asking administration if there's other avenues. But I don't have the definitive word on that one.
Thank you. The computer and like technology committees, I think those are a really good example of something that ensures that there is sufficient student input. Like I think the policy says you need at least 50% of students on those committees, which I think is just a fantastic way to ensure that like students know how these dollars are being spent and they approve of how they're being spent. So I just wonder if that's, you know, an area of opportunity for us to see how we might be able to integrate things like that, methods like that into some of the other fees.
Yeah, Madam Chair, Regent Blossom, I think that's a great example, and I think students, leaders working with campus administration to explore avenues that include student voice in any of the way we expend funds is a good idea. So,
Thank you. Regent Loza.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm in support of this adjustment to our policy, and I think we've done a lot of work in the last 6-7 years on just fees in general. I guess the one thing we kind of briefly talked about in our committee was, you know, typically with fees, we don't reduce or remove fees. So these fees are going to go on for in perpetuity in many cases. And as it relates to student-driven fees, you know, I personally like the idea that students have to vote and put their voice to whether or not they want to charge themselves. My question, or just you know, something for us I think we need to be thinking about is sort of, do we need to be considering a threshold for the percent of the student body that votes in these elections for an increase in student-driven fees versus a percent that support based on the voting population of the student body? So, you know, Garrett just mentioned that, you know, the Wellness Center at Western had over 600 students that participated. That's a really high threshold. I mean, that's a pretty good share of the total student body, whereas I think I've seen in the past in other student-driven fees a 99% success in the vote, but only 8% of the student body participated. So I think it's something we might want to consider maybe at the board level, setting a threshold for the percent of the share of the student body that actually participates in a vote and passes a vote.
Thank you. Would it be appropriate for the Budget Committee to take a first pass at that, since it's $1 and we talk about fees continuously?
sure, Madam Chair, I'd be happy to do that and collect the data in the recent history of our votes, just to see kind of where we're at in terms of the distribution or the percent of the students that are participating.
Yeah, and Madam Chair, I think that's a good idea and a good next step. I would just underscore, certainly we have Regent Blossom here at the table, but to get insights and feedback from the student leaders, to their ideas about a potential policy.
We could start at lunch today. Okay, thank you.
Madam Chair, I see that we have a half hour left, so I'm going to sort of distribute that time to make sure we get enough of a distribution here to cover our items. The first one is an item that we have annually, which is sets forth the work plan of the Budget Committee. It helps drive priorities that occur operationally in my office, and so I'm very interested in having these kind of ordained by the Budget Committee. The first one on the list there is cybersecurity, and we talked to you last in May about a legislative audit of our cybersecurity operations. This is a continuation of the momentum that we've gained from addressing those audit recommendations, which I will talk about in another information item coming up. that has got us in a new IT governance structure that specifically focused on cybersecurity at the moment, but I think this is an avenue where we can make progress. The first three bullets do relate to audit follow-up actions that we are either taking right now or need to take. The last one is sort of a strategy item. Let's identify and prioritize those common areas of where we have risk and issues across our system and address them at the system level. And so that connects back to cybersecurity being one of our system initiatives to take forward to the legislature. The second one is facilities, and we're going to talk more about facilities and as an information item coming up here. We just did as an item, anyone who looks at the budget agenda notices that at least 50% of the items are related to facilities. And so this speaks to the process that we use to approve the construction of new facilities and improving upon it using benchmarks similar to what we've done in the operating budget presentation, in fact, that give the Regents a sense of understanding of where we're at with that project, the reasonability test, the cost structure, and doing a better job of laying that out for the Regents. So it's top of the list for us, although it's number 2 here. These aren't ranked. The third, again, we'll talk about here in a minute in a little more detail, but enterprise risk and not letting the momentum of this system initiative escape us. We've essentially completed our first year of a system-wide initiative to do risk assessments on campus that'll roll up to the system level and produce information and guidance for our planning process and all the decisions we make based upon these risks and understanding areas that we can share services again. And we've talked a lot about sharing services and shared services initiatives. But what strikes me about enterprise risk is that when you're doing risk assessments and you're focusing on what it is or specific items, that produces more of kind of the sharing opportunities than folks just sitting around a table asking each other, how can we share? So this is a very directed method. I think we can look at it as synonymous with shared services. And then finally, the fourth and fifth items are just a note that we've talked about throughout the operating budget, is that in May, the Regents will be asked to address any tuition increases simultaneously with the allocation of state appropriations, and to do that in concert with how does our financial aid aspects for students look, and what's our kind of our profile there to help guide those key decision points. So the rest of this is just a calendar that kind of leads us through a very kind of skeleton version of what are the big items at each one of the next 3 meetings. Madam Chair, I'd just stop there and see if there are any questions.
Are there any questions about the Budget Committee's work plan?
All right, seeing none, then I'll back up and I'll ask Deputy Commissioner Kevin McCrae to come up and talk to us about this information item. He stressed on information item here that would come back to us in March as an action item as we kind of take this through the steps.
Thanks, Tyler. Madam Chair, value for the committee's time calls for brevity on my part, so I'll get into it. This is a draft policy, a draft system-level policy on remote work for MUS personnel. Remote work is not new in the Montana University system. For many years, we have administered the relatively rare remote work situations in accordance with campus-level policies. Not all campuses have policies, but many do, and in accordance with state law on remote work for public employees. What is new, however, is the aspect of addressing remote work in a Board of Regents policy, in an MUS level policy. By doing so, we're kind of in the theme of this board is, or we sense this board is, actively encouraging the MUS to find innovative strategies and effective ways to recruit and retain capable people to serve students and the public. So when you look at the aspect of remote work nationally, remote work for Montana employers to be competitive today, given today's workplace demands, this policy should provide a framework within which the campuses can manage remote work situations effectively, efficiently, with a measure of accountability in situations where services can be provided remotely at least as well and effectively as if in person at no additional cost. So we have researched other states, other university systems policies. We have looked to them in drafting some of these concepts here. We've looked at our campus policies. So we're really not going to change the world with this policy, but it is significant in terms of being a system level statement that is supportive to campuses on, you know, some guidance for using remote work and entering into those arrangements. And then there's another attachment that our enterprise risk management leadership has developed to kind of look at what would be your common template policies and forms for when at some point from either an audit perspective or any other kind of review perspective, we are ever asked as a system, how do you manage remote work and what levels of similarity and consistency do you have? This draft policy is out there for the world to see. It'll be out there for public comment today and for 2 more months and be back at you for action in November. Thanks.
Excellent brevity on a very long policy. Thank you. But I would just say, comment, I think it's important to be consistent, and I think where we're not, that will be a future problem. So I appreciate the work going into this. Any other comments or? Chair Rogers.
I hear so far that discussions and development of this in alignment with, in partnership with the campuses has been going well. I will be interested in hearing maybe a summary of the public comment that we receive when it comes back to us.
Certainly.
Other questions, comments?
Okay, let's go to the next item there. We have a couple more policy revisions here. Deputy Commissioner McCray.
Tyler, Madam Chair, for nearly 20 years, the Board of Regents has had a policy that makes employees of MUS educational units or MUS agencies eligible to use a partial tuition waiver for qualified dependents to attend a unit of the university system, MUS Ed unit. And the value of the waiver has been it's a 50% waiver of tuition, not the total tuition and fees, but the tuition piece. I remember then in the 2005 bargaining cycle, as the policy says, we then did incorporate kind of that first round of tuition waiver eligibility into collective bargaining agreements, so it also is referenced in bargaining agreements. Over the years, it has been something that comes up frequently. Every 2 years in collective bargaining, a request for us to kind of look at, are there some ways we could enhance that benefit? So the benefit basically says, if you are employed for at least 5 consecutive years at an MUS Ed unit, and you have a qualified dependent who you would like to use the waiver for, then the value of the benefit is the 50% waiver, and you can use it for 1 dependent at a time. We've had a couple of task forces over the years, Regent task forces, that have also looked at, is there any way of maybe enhancing that benefit? Tyler and I have worked closely with administration and finance and HR at MSU and at UM, where the majority of the waivers are used. And we brainstormed and we looked at language, and together that group came up with this proposed change. So essentially what it would do is instead of becoming eligible after 5 years of employment to use the 50% waiver for 1 dependent at a time, you would be eligible after 4 months of employment, 120 days, and you could use it for up to 2 dependents at a time. I think, and I say I think because Tyler told me the other day, I think we have roughly 300 students right now using that waiver, so there's no way to actually predict precisely what the impact would be, but maybe it doubles. That probably would not double, but you know, again, working with MSU and UM, A&F and HR leadership. They're supportive of it, and it would, I guess to close here, it's part of the recruitment and retention package again. This board is actively guiding us to be strategic and to go 50% discount, 50% waiver for up to 2 dependents at a time. By comparative purposes, would nowhere, put us in a position of saying that that's a exorbitant or extraordinarily lucrative benefit compared to what other colleges and universities outside Montana provide for their workforces. Thank you.
Any questions, comments? Okay.
All right. The next policy revision is our IT security policy. These are changes that first come out of a follow-up to the legislative audit that I mentioned earlier. I'm not going to walk through every function here, but I'll just tell you there's 7 things going on. We're going to better, in essence, we're creating an IT security framework here and better clarifying the governance role of both the Board of Regents and OCHE. So in doing so, we clarify in policy the roles and responsibilities of the campus CIOs. We also talk about details in management government structure that would be established and continue to be refined by the CIOs at the flagship campuses, when I say CIOs, in conjunction with the presidents and the commissioner and commissioner's office. Thirdly, the CIOs to provide a status report related to this new IT security program and framework. The campuses will develop specific policies to enhance the overall policy that we have guiding the framework and to be in compliant with state law that delineates the requirements for each state agency related to security and cybersecurity. To conduct regular risk assessments, both internally and externally on campus, and that the campuses would adopt what are termed as NIST standards, National Institute for Standards and Technology related to cybersecurity framework, and that campuses to develop incident response plans. That's contained in the system level policy. Now, what will we propose to add? It's all out there for you to review and read. And we'll bring it back to you as an action item in November.
Questions? Regent Loza?
Yep. Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm glad we're developing this policy or fine-tuning this policy, particularly important in this modern era. And I'm glad to see that the Board of Regents are sort of associated with this particular policy, but I think one area where I would appreciate some additional clarity is in, I guess, 2C, and adding some level of frequency of the CIOs reporting or informing us. So it's not a one and done thing. This is going to grow in importance over the next 20, 30 years. So if we can add in whatever you think is the most appropriate, but if it's annual, if it's biannual, or whatever it is, I think we should do that.
Yep.
Excellent. Any other questions?
I'll move on to the next item real quick here. We talked about enterprise risk management. This is the first annual report that is sort of underneath the umbrella of our new ERM initiative. The Budget Committee prioritized ERM in our work plan, as you know. An effort to establish a system-wide ERM process which identifies, assesses, and responds to and reports on key risks and opportunities at the system level was made a priority a year ago by the Board of Regents. Kind of in that time frame, maybe a couple months before that, we hired a director of assurance and enterprise risk, and this has been the kind of the catalyst behind this. Margaret Wallace, she's been out to every campus, helped conduct and get started on the campus level risk assessments, took in all that data, folded it into a system level assessment, simultaneously convened and met with a ERM leadership council made up of leaders across the system to evaluate the results of these risk assessments, plan and prioritize ways that campuses can work together, And finally, in an attachment, you'll see utilize some performance funding, residual funds to the tune of $200,000 to allocate back to campuses for specific projects that relate to these campus levels risk assessments. This is a true system level ERM process that was put in place, and I say kudos to her. It was a great job, and it's here for your reading pleasure.
Any questions? Regent Nystuen was all over this before he left, so we should reference
It's
him
almost
or
too
name
bad he's
him.
not here to ask me
Yeah.
for the top 10 risks,
Yeah,
because I was really ready
it
this time.
It was just coming. It was channeling, yeah. Okay.
Okay, finally, Madam Chair, we have for your viewing pleasure a UM facilities update that has pictures, and we also have Vice President Lassiter, so this ought to be interesting.
And Madam Chair, if I could, as Vice President Lasser gets started, just a couple points of context, because Paul's going to give you an update. But this is part of a multi-year journey to refresh our infrastructure at the University of Montana, and this is a journey that really began back in 2019, and it began with a recognition that University of Montana is blessed with a beautiful campus. But we had some infrastructure in parts of campus that frankly had fallen behind. A significant amount of deferred maintenance, years of underinvestment, and we faced some challenges. We did an analysis that showed our age of plant ratio was about 30% higher than peer institutions. So our infrastructure was aged. And this was impacting current students, it was impacting faculty, as well as our ability, frankly, to recruit students. And it was also something that was noted by rating agencies as they began to do assessments of the financial health of the University of Montana. They look at all the assets and look at the age of your infrastructure and whether it's being maintained. So in 2019, we restructured our debt and we embarked on a multi-year project to refresh our campus infrastructure, primarily focused on learning and living spaces. And to be clear, the focus wasn't on luxury or aesthetics. It was on providing safe, modern, effective living and learning spaces for our students. And so we've made some really exciting progress, a lot more still to go. As Paul will highlight, we've felt the pain of the inflationary environment over the past couple of years. We've taken actions to adapt as best we can to mitigate some of those inflationary impacts. But I think it's just important to note as Paul jumps in, he's going to talk about these projects, but it's really important to understand this, that we're playing a long game here. We didn't get into the situation that we're in from an infrastructure standpoint overnight. We're not going to get out of that situation overnight, but we're making good progress. We're feeling the pain of the construction on campus, as our students that are here could attest. We're working through issues with parking and everything that goes through a major infrastructure refresh. But we're excited about the impact that this will have in the immediate years to come, but more broadly for the generations of Montana students that'll benefit from what we're doing today. So I want to thank Vice President Lasser for his key role in this effort and really enabling it all. And with that, turn it over to him.
Great.
I want to make sure, we're watching the clock, but we started late, so we want to give this the appropriate amount of agenda time and sort of, with all due respect to the student lunch, so just, you don't have to do it in 7 minutes, but something maybe short of 17, how about?
We
Okay,
will
all right.
do my best.
Thank you.
Regent Dombrowski. I'll try to, knowing standing between you all and lunch is a formidable place to be, so we'll try to get the right blend of brevity and content. So thank you, President Bodner, for the introduction and the background on this series of projects and the effort that we put into place at the University of Montana. When I first visited the University of Montana in 2019, unannounced and undercover, as it were, no one knew I was there for a while. It was clear to me that, as President Bodner indicated, the campus is beautiful. However, there were plenty of spaces on our campus that were really detractors to all of the great things that were happening and possible at the University of Montana. So we have sought to remove those impediments in a measured way, but also in a way that affects the most number of impressions that visitors to our campus are experiencing. So we engaged some architects to help us evaluate the best way to accomplish that goal. And as President Motter indicated, breaking the campus really into 4 quadrants, both living and learning spaces, but also recreating and dining spaces in particular. We knew that we had the most opportunity to make significant positive improvement in impressions if we went after these specific areas. And so that's what we tried to build the flexibility to do and began doing in earnest in 2019. It is a bit worrisome when our rating agencies do, specifically make note of the age of our plant as really being one of the negatives, the drawbacks to frankly, our competitive position in the marketplace. Very rarely have I seen rating agencies make that comment, but they've made it on our behalf. It's really quaint and nostalgic sometimes when, parents will be bringing their students to campus and saying, hey, this dorm is exactly the way it was when I was here. Isn't that great? It's a whole different experience when grandparents are saying that. Some of our residences on campus, the average age is more than 80 years old. So we are behind in terms of just maintaining our competitive position in not only in our region, but across the country, which has been talked about today, and is becoming a much more important of all that we're doing. The additional dollars that out-of-state residents are bringing to us, the talent pool that is potential for this state in the future, it is incredibly important to be attractive to folks out of state to help us both meet our budgetary needs and, frankly, provide for the workforce needs of the state in the future. Okay, so there's a little bit of background. Before we dive into the current projects and upcoming projects, I did want to make sure that this board understood there has been a lot of work already accomplished. Several major projects have already been undertaken and have been completed. Significant multi-million-dollar renovations to music rehearsal rooms have been completed. Eck Hall, one of our larger buildings on campus, and again, one of those spaces that are engaging students in the most significant numbers of impressions. That project is almost complete. We have a few more windows left to replace, energy efficient windows, and we'll be doing that. But classroom improvement infrastructure has taken place. Advising spaces have been renovated and made more readily available to students, which we think is bearing fruit in a very significant way. The Oval has been renovated, so it is actually walkable in the wintertime, which is nice. Our larger lecture halls, the largest lecture hall on campus, Urey, and our North Underground lecture halls have been completely modernized and renovated, multi-million-dollar investments put into these 2 spaces, so that frankly we have a minimum standard on which the rest of our experiences on campus that our students are having will be measured against. Right? It's those of you that have been able to see the before and after pictures of Urey Hall or been in Urey Hall a while ago and more recently, I think it's an incredibly obvious and incredibly dramatic impact that the kinds of investments that we've been making will have on student experience. We've renovated Panzer Hall completely. It's one of our newer residence halls, but we were doing some pretty invasive work into that building already, and since we had things torn up a bit, let's go ahead and get in there and make it exactly the way that students would like it to be, so that when students are visiting our campus and touring these facilities, we have an attractive offering to them, not a luxurious offering, but an attractive, competitive offering that they can experience and see. And then finally, Aber Hall, which has really been turned into a multi-use building, both having several of our student service functions on the lower levels of Aber Hall and then student residences on the upper levels of Aber Hall. That's been completed as well. And that was a key component to address so that we could frankly make the revisions to the Lomason building, which will enable us to do some of the projects we'll talk about in just a minute. That's underway. Okay, well, let's jump in. If we could move ahead, I'm not sure who's, thank you very much for advancing the slides. The largest single dollar investment that we're making, about $49 million in total, is a new dining facility at the University of Montana. Those of you that have had the pleasure of visiting our food zoo in the Lomason building, I have yet to hear complaints about the food in the food zoo. In fact, I hear a lot of compliments. What I do get some complaints about is the wonderful garden level positioning of the food zoo. A nice way for where I'm from of just saying underground. So we want to create a space that is a prominent location on campus, right near the Grizzly statue, overlooking the Oval, overlooking Mount Sentinel. Frankly, one of the most beautiful vistas that we have. We want this to be a gathering space where students will spend a lot of time, both consuming the items that we have for sale there, but also building community and having top-notch technical Wi-Fi connections that they can use, and really be a space that can help build our community there. As President Bodnar indicated, this project is 40, we're feeling the pain on inflation with this one. We're doing our best to minimize cost, and maybe we can move ahead a slide. There's this, the site under construction currently, or a slide or two. Let's go ahead and move one more. We've identified, let's back up one. We've identified over $1.1 million in value engineering opportunities that we've taken out of that $47 million cost. And we'll keep looking for opportunities and ways that we can minimize the impact of that cost on our ability to have access to capital. There's only so much capital that we can access in the markets before people will lose confidence in our ability to repay that capital. So we've got to be careful in administering the funds that we are able to generate internally and put them to the highest and best use. So we're always looking for savings. I want this board to really understand that. We're not out to create spaces that are, again, not luxurious, but competitive. All right, let's move ahead one more. Next project is Knowles Hall, right across the way from our new dining facility. We're putting about $18 million into the complete and total renovation of the infrastructure in this building, its configuration, expansion of the number of rooms in the building, closing in balconies and making more usable space in the building. Again, we're building this standard that we've already established in Panzer Hall a few years ago. So we're hopeful that when both of these two projects are completed, the dining hall and Knowles Hall, will have a nice complementary new area of campus that folks visiting our campus and our students will be able to enjoy together. Knowles Hall is probably going to be completed in June of '23. The dining hall will probably be about June of '24. So that's what we're looking at right now. If we could move ahead again. One more. And we'll just go one more. All right. Another great project that we have going on at the University of Montana is the Montana Museum of Art and Culture. And that's really buttressing up against a project that was identified in our student master plan, the renovation of Memorial Row, which is the north entrance to our campus. Basically, we want to try to provide a really accessible, beautiful pedestrian walkway all the way from the Oval to across the river and into Missoula itself. Make sure that that entryway is excellent. And it's come along. We've made great improvements there. That project is being funded through student facilities fees. One of the things we talked about in fees and how that works. We did meet with our ASUM student body representatives, several of which are behind me right now, to make sure that we had their approval and authorization to go ahead and use those funds for the Memorial Row and all of the projects that are a part of the Student Life Master Plan. The museum, on the other hand, we have very generous donations. That is entirely a donor-funded building. It's positioned in a way that really enhances the, I'll call it the entertainment corridor for the University of Montana, and we're really hopeful that it will be a key accent to that part of campus. If you go ahead one more slide, we can see what the building structure is looking like, how it's coming along. The steel frame is in place, and we're making great progress there. And if you look at one more slide ahead, you can see the Memorial Row extension, this particular segment leading up. Again, this is facing south toward the Oval. And then the last one, I think on this project, shows you an aerial view of the parking lot renovation that's been complete. And so the dirt, lots and lots of upturned dirt on our campus right now as a part of that major undertaking and renovation for as we play catch up. But the new parking lot, I think, has come out looking beautiful. There will be more parking spaces put into that dirt section after the construction is complete of the museum there on kind of the northeastern corner of that block. All right, let's move ahead one more. Okay, the combined heating and power plant. This is one of these efforts that, working hand in glove with folks in our facilities department, our sustainability department, to identify projects that help us accomplish several things. Number one, reducing our carbon footprint on the University of Montana campus, which this project will be the single largest impact to our carbon footprint in the university's history, and in fact will move us farther along than all of our other efforts combined. And in addition to that, it'll probably save us $1.5 million a year in energy costs. That's a nice little benefit. We can find those things that are kind of double whammies. I'm all about that all day long. Let's go ahead and move ahead. Let's skip this one. Needless to say, the connectivity, you can skip that one too. The connectivity that we're negotiating with our colleagues at Northwestern Energy, we're looking at really improving our redundancy capabilities since we're going to have a lot of infrastructure torn up. Another project underway is the athletics indoor practice facility. This is expected to be completed in October of '23. It's about a $7 million plus project, again, entirely donor funded. Not only will this facility allow for our athletes to have a practice facility in the wintertime, but it's also providing a space that other participants in campus can use, as well as our community. So we really think there are significant opportunities to lease space for other athletic activities here that the entire community can enjoy. One thing that's not noted, one more ahead, let's go ahead, one more, yeah, go ahead, one more. Okay, we'll get to housing in just a moment. Two other projects that are not on this list are obviously our forestry building, for which the state has generously agreed to fund part of that building. Fundraising or efforts are underway to find the rest of the money that we need to get the forestry building planning up and running and get that building completed. And then we have a lighting project that was very important to my student colleagues. They brought forth last year, where we're renovating the entirety of lighting across the entire University of Montana campus. We're investing a little bit less than $3 million. And the aerial views that I've seen, and I didn't include it in this presentation, when you see the difference between the lighting that will be provided on our campus after that project is complete versus where we are now, the difference is stark. It is absolutely transformative. Not only do we light many more areas on campus, eliminating a lot of dark corners, and winters can be long here, but we also save on power costs, save on leasing costs, and have all the lighting be downdraft lighting, where the light is not being thrown up into the atmosphere, creating a lot of light pollution, but it's directing walkways, which we think is going to be absolutely fantastic. So future needs, this is one of them, housing. And we'll be bringing an item before the board at its next meeting, seeking some additional authority to begin planning and architectural design for additional housing needs on our campus. When we began many of the renovations that we have undertaken in the conversion of Aber Hall, taking Knowles Hall offline, frankly, we've been positively surprised at the rebound in undergraduate populations that we've experienced over the last couple of years. It's been great. Unfortunately, it's created a bit of a pinch point for us with our available housing stock on campus for freshmen and the like. And frankly, we're seeing a lot more folks wanting to live on campus with really dramatically rising housing costs in our community. All of this to say that by the time we're done with 2 more dorm projects, we'll have a total occupancy of about 2,400 beds on our campus, which we think is right about where we will need to be based on our enrollment trajectories and estimates. I think that's all we have up there that's prepared. The next 2 slides just outline, we can bounce forward. Yeah, keep going. Keep going. Monument sign, this is one I didn't talk about. Hopefully we'll get that design approved there so that the location of our campus will be more readily identifiable from the street level. We think that's a great opportunity there. And then the last 2 slides are just the timelines on the projects and when we expect them to be completed. And I did note those as I went through my general comments at the beginning. So with that, I'd be happy to take specific questions, not too far over. I think within 17 minutes, or pretty darn close.
Thank you.
You're very welcome.
Appreciate that.
What questions can I address?
At least for me, it's very consistent with what President Bodnar, and you've presented in the past, and it's, I appreciate the update and really the forewarning's not a great word, but foreshadowing of coming back.
Yeah, several things to come that you will expect to see: additional requests for authority at some point in the future, additional requests for borrowing, and the markets are pretty choppy right now, so we'll have to wait and see what that looks like. I do, while I'm here, let me thank this board again for your support and approval of our last bond offering. While we know a lot about what we do need to complete, having at least some of that capital locked in and eliminating the variability or the exposure to what may happen to interest rates in the next 2 to 3 years, really, really appreciate your support in letting us lock some of that in. Okay.
Welcome.
Thank
Okay.
you all very much.
Yep. So thankfully, maybe that concludes the Budget Committee report. Unless there's any questions, turn it back over to you, Chair Rogers.
No, thank you all so much. We'll have a break for lunch now, and then we'll reconvene at 1:30. Thank you.
We are so sad to have lost Emma, but as I mentioned at the outset, we have 5 institutional priorities at the University of Montana, and number 1 is to place student success at the center of everything that we do. And no one's life or career embodies that imperative more than Emma's did. And she is a role model for so many of us and touched literally generations of University of Montana students. And we are so honored to nominate her for a posthumous honorary doctorate.
Thank you, President Bodnar. Any discussion or comments from members of the committee, members of the board? Excellent. Thanks again for bringing that forward. Slim action item list today, so we'll jump into the second. Deputy Commissioner Tessman, help us walk through the request to plan proposals, please.
Thanks very much, Chair Buchanan, members of the board. I appreciate the opportunity to bring sets of folks up to talk about these proposals. I would just remind the committee and the board that there is an extensive and rigorous process that goes into the planning, implementation, and then review of new programs across the Montana University system. And at this stage in the process, the board does take action and is considering new programs and giving a green light for more extensive planning to occur. After you've given the green light or not, campuses will continue to work with my office, with OCHI, in order to put together a full level 2 proposal that's required for actual program implementation. So this is all part of a longer term process. Later on in the agenda, I may spend a minute or two talking about the way in which campuses strategize around new programs. Academic priorities and planning statements are submitted each year by each campus, and these are meant to serve as context for all of you so that when a new proposal comes up, you can position it on your sort of cognitive and strategic map for the system, and you have a sense of whether it fits with your vision for that campus's mission and the system. So that's as a point of context. With that in mind, I think, Chair Buchanan, with your permission, we can start with the University of Montana and have a brief presentation or discussion about changes at the Center for Ethics at UM. So President Bodnar or Provost Mahdavi, I don't know if you wanted to spend a minute at the mic. Thank you. And I might say, I think your first RTP presentation, Provost Mahdavi, welcome and thanks.
All right, can everybody hear me now? All right. Thanks, everyone. It's an honor to be here amongst all of you. We have a very short agenda item this time. And my colleague Bob Makwa asked if I was going to come up here and talk about why ethics are not needed at the University of Montana. I'm not going to do that. Just to briefly say that, yes, we are looking to sunset this. The Center for Ethics has not been in existence since 2016, but the work has been continuing under the auspices of the Mansfield Ethics and Public Affairs Program, which fulfills the same mission. So a lot of the work that we've been doing at the University of Montana is trying to avoid the duplicative work that we do and start to collaborate as opposed to compete. So this is a first step towards that. All right, thanks.
Any questions or any comments for Provost? Great, seeing none, we'll move on.
Thanks, Chair Buchanan. That's a terrific first RTP, is to come up and propose the sunsetting of the Center for Ethics. But that context is really, really important, and I know the great work continues in another forum. Thanks, Provost Mahdavi. The next RTP be presented by Montana Tech, and a really interesting associate's option in business. I think, Provost Gammon, you might talk about that as an off-ramp for students along their way, perhaps, to a bachelor's degree.
Thank you, Brock. Good afternoon, Regents. Conversations that happen on a lot of campuses throughout Montana and other places are there meaningful off-ramps for students that come to the campus and for some reason or another, life changes or whatever, want to exit the university. And one of the things we have is an obligation to those students, if we can possibly do so, to ensure that they have something, a degree or a credential or something as they exit the university, something to show for the time and the money that they've spent. So we're no different than any other campus in this, but on our campus we've been having those conversations, and I sort of call it an off-ramp. So what we're thinking about is an associate degree in business. It's not a direct admit degree. We have a lot of students that come that want to be engineers. They run into calculus, quite frankly. We don't have very many off-ramps at Montana Tech for those students where we can give them a meaningful degree that they could build upon in the future as after they exit. And so this is an area that we've looked at without having to do massive curricular undertakings, adding courses and things like that, where students that come that say shift out of engineering, we can package something with very little extra time or whatever that they can get a degree that is employable, that potentially can count towards, because they'll have gen ed credits to go on further to another school in the system or whatever. So not a direct admit. It uses existing courses and curriculum and provides a meaningful and marketable degree that is accessible to our students. Doesn't mean they have to stick around for many more semesters. And they leave the system and our campus with something more than just debt. So that's a summary. So happy to entertain questions.
Thank you. Any comments or questions? I think feathering out some of the color from our committee conversation about how appropriate this shift in treating those that may have a change in pathways hit. We talked about examples of getting hired out of school because the workforce is so great. And you'll see some language in subsequent policy items that are trying to engender the same attitude. We don't need to always think that it's failure. It's a shift in life focus and life. So I just, again, through our committee conversation, had a lot of great conversations about how appropriate off-roads or road, finding successful pathways for students to transition. So thank you.
Thank you.
Seeing no other, thanks so much. Deputy Commissioner Tessman.
Thank you, Chair Buchanan, and thanks, Provost Gemin. The next request to plan will come from the University of Montana Western. We have Provost McLean at the podium to discuss a popular culture minor, and we've had some really good discussion around this item. Looking forward to a little more description of what the program will look like and what the spirit is. I think that was a topic of lively discussion during the committee call.
Perfect. Thank you. Thank you, Chair Rogers, Chair Buchanan, and Deputy Commissioner Tessman. So we are excited for this request to plan a minor in popular culture studies. We hope this will become an interdisciplinary program focused on various forms and roles of popular culture in society. And we're really focused on the interdisciplinarity of this program. The program draws from already existing courses across campus: history, English, art, music, drama, and so forth. We already offer the courses. This won't require any additional resources. It really offers students an additional way to identify as a student at Montana Western. And our hope is that it can supplement a student's experience in whatever they're majoring in, whether it be in the humanities or the arts or even in the sciences and the business degrees. We had as Deputy Commissioner Tessman mentioned, we had a good discussion in the ARSA meeting about whether this is preparing students with professional skills or whether it's preparing students with more theoretical skills. I had a conversation, and I appreciate Regent Bao for bringing this topic up. I had a discussion with the department chair, Dr. Brian Elliott. He's the writer of the requested plan, and he was really specific. He said that this is definitely not a professional minor. This is more on the theoretical side. But the hope and the goal for this minor and the curriculum is that students in any major can develop the kind of theoretical skills that then can be transferred to whatever their professional or their disciplinary goals are. And so I hope that helps to clear it up. We're really hoping that this minor supplements their major. And the design, the curricular design is meant to be very flexible so that as students move through the minor, they can tailor it to really prepare them for their actual major and for their graduate school or professional career. So anyway, I'd love to entertain any questions.
Provost McLean, thank you. Any questions or comments from a member of the committee or Regents? Thank you.
Thanks, Chair Buchanan. And thanks, Provost McLean. I think everyone is also very excited about the interdisciplinary approach that you're taking to that minor. The next two items kind of connect to one another. Both from Helena College, and I think we have Dean Sandy Bauman to talk about a request a plan for a certificate in IT help desk and then an Associates of Applied Science in cloud development. So Sandy, looking forward to your presentation.
Thanks, Brock. Thanks, Mr. Chair, members of the board. Helena College in the fall of 2020 spent an extensive amount of time working with our advisory board in IT and programming. And at that point, that department was computer technology. Based on those conversations with advisory board and local employers, we made some significant changes in the program. One of those was the termination of our old, frankly, outdated networking degree that we were offering. We made significant updates to our programming degree, and then it also led to the 2 request plans that I bring forward today. The first of those is a Certificate of Applied Science in IT Help Desk. One of the major needs we heard from our employers in Helena, state government being the largest employer in our area, is the need for a short-term credential to help folks serve as that IT help desk. So that's the certificate we move forward today. It gets people in the workforce quickly, but it also gives them options. This certificate stacks directly into our Associate of Applied Science degrees, so it gives those students options. The first semester of all 3 of these IT degrees are exactly the same, which provides time for the student to work with their faculty mentor to determine which career field is best for them. So that is my certificate. I'm happy to answer questions. Let me just roll into the associate's degree. Okay. Related is an Associate of Applied Science in Cloud DevOps, which addresses industry changes that necessitate integration of software development with cloud solutions. The move to cloud by businesses has caused a reduction in the need for traditional network administrators and an increase in the need for IT staff that can remotely code, configure, test, and deploy applications on a cloud infrastructure. There's a lot of job opportunities, as you can see in the materials provided, including cloud administrator, software quality assurance engineer, cloud support, among other fields. So there's a lot of opportunity for students. When we worked with our industry partners and revamped these programs, we were very specific in choosing cloud DevOps for a couple of reasons. The first, of course, is that workforce demand, both in our area but also nationally, as you can see from the statistics. And then we were very intentional about not gravitating towards cybersecurity. Specifically, there's several quality programs in the state, and we were looking for something that was more unique to provide a different area of opportunity for students interested in IT. We'll develop or deliver these programs with our HighFlex model, so we'll be able to serve students in the Helena area, but also across the state. So from there, I'm happy to answer any questions you might have about these opportunities.
Thank you, Dean Bauman. Any comments or questions? Great. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Appreciate your time. Deputy Commissioner Tessman, we have one more, huh?
Yep. Thanks, Chair Buchanan. Our last RTP today comes from MSU Northern and a really interesting minor proposal in applied equine science. So really excited to hear from Provost Neil Moisey. Thanks, Neil.
All right. Thank you, Deputy Commissioner Tessman and Chair Buchanan and members of the board. I never thought I'd come in to talk about what's something on the ground after we've just talked about being in the clouds. But anyway, I will attempt to do that. MSU Northern is bringing to fruition here an RTP for an equine studies major or minor at MSU Northern. This has been in the works for a few years, and a couple of things have occurred in the last year that have really brought this to a good point. One is we received a significant land donation from a landowner in Havre to be able to build a facility on, and the other part is we have 2 faculty now in our bachelor's program in agriculture who have a distinct interest in equine. One of them happens to be our part-time rodeo coach, and the other faculty has come from a farming background. So those 2 things really bring it together. Where this started was our agriculture program has an advisory board, and that advisory board has been asking for a program along these lines. Many of our ag students, when they graduate, go back and work on the family farms, and this is something that they've been asking for quite a bit. So it's really, a minor. It's part of the major, or would be, under the major in agriculture. Students have been asking for this a lot for the last 2 or 3 years, and anyway, I'm proud to bring this to you as a request to plan moving forward. And if you have any questions, I can certainly answer those.
Thanks, Provost Moisey. Any questions or comments related to this? DP? Great, thank you so much.
All right, thank you.
Seems like a slim list this month, this meeting. Deputy Commissioner Tessman, good work. Which would move us on to policy items.
It will, and Chair Buchanan, just a good point, and I think it underscores the fact that there is a set of rigorous discussions. There are really, I think, careful and intentional internal processes on each campus, so by the time these proposals kind of get to this stage, certainly a lot have been sort of vetted along the way, and I think you see that in the high quality of the proposals that we did here. We will move on now to the second set of items. These are information items. We call these strategic priority items. You'll see 3 there in front of you, and they always connect back to our kind of priorities for action. And for example, research, the update will be fairly specific in nature, but connects back to a priority that we always place on research and economic development within the ARSA committee. The e-learning update is a bit wide-ranging, but focuses a lot on our efforts to increase access to Montana University system education, especially for resident students. The third item, Montana 10, you all, I think, should be fairly familiar there, is part of our emphasis on student success. So we have 3 presentations. Director Teal, Joe Teal, our Director of Academic Policy and Research, will lead us off with a research update that also includes our graduate school deans at the University of Montana, Ashby Kinch, and at MSU, Craig Ogilvie. So, Joe, the mic is yours.
Thank you, Dr. Tessman. Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. Really excited to be joined by our graduate deans today to talk to you about research and graduate education. And a lot of this is driven by some happy news that you are all familiar with. Earlier this spring, we got the announcement that Montana State had their very high Research 1 status reconfirmed, and the University of Montana, for the first time, also became an R1 institution. And you can see here that that's really filling in the map for a region that used to be pretty empty on the national stage when it came to research activity. We have 2 out of the 3 R1 institutions in our 5-state region here in Montana at UM and MSU. And while that's just a designation, we're happy to have that designation. What's important is the things that that designation represents. It represents faculty members becoming much more competitive on the national stage, landing federal scientific grant opportunities. It means lots of new activities and services from our campuses going out into our communities, answering questions that impact Montanans. And it means a lot of new educational opportunities, not just at the undergraduate level, but also at the graduate level. And kind of to walk into that a little bit further, it's helpful to understand how the designation comes about. It's a calculation that brings in some information on our research expenditures, what our faculty are getting from the federal government, industry, other sources to do scientific work, the research staff we have on campuses, and also the research doctorates and the breadth of the research doctorates that we award. And so a couple things to take from this slide. The first thing is that you'll see on the chart that there's kind of 2 things that matter for this decision. One is an aggregate. How are we doing overall on these different measures? The second is a per capita. How are we doing per faculty member in our institutions? And something we should be proud about is that on the per capita measure, we do really, really well. Our faculty at these institutions are highly productive on the research front, even relative to this peer group. The second thing that's important to note is that professional doctorates, these graduate degrees, they're actually weighted more heavily than research expenditures. And while we're very happy that we received these designations this time around, in a few years, we're going to have this process kick up again, and we are still uncomfortably close to that line. And that's part of why we want to have this focus on bringing more information about graduate education to the board. And the MUS does quite a lot of graduate education. You'll see here more than 1,600 graduate degrees awarded each year. and some important areas of growth over the past decades. Growth in STEM, significant growth in health graduate degrees, as our hospitals and health providers and health accreditors have asked for new graduate credentials to be the standard for our health providers. Also some areas of decline that we want to take a look at over time to understand why those are happening, what's going on in the marketplace, what's going on in our institutions that have caused us to have fewer graduates in education and in some of the humanities and arts fields. And some of this is important because folks with graduate degrees play a really important part in our state. They earn significantly more than the average Montana wage. They fill important roles in our education systems, in our industry, particularly emerging high-tech industries, in terms of serving in professional roles as lawyers, as health providers, et cetera. One thing you might notice from this chart is the far right panel in terms of the number that are coming back to work in state. And some of those are certainly lower than we would like, but one thing that I will note is if you look at other Research One institutions, particularly for research doctorates, we're around the upper middle of the pack, just because the people coming out of these programs are in such an international and national marketplace for their talent. And so here's where I turn over to the real experts to kind of talk through why graduate education is important in Montana and some updates as to what's happening at their institutions.
All right, thanks, Joe. My name is Craig Ogilvie, and I serve as Graduate Dean at Montana State Bozeman. It is a pleasure to be here presenting to you this afternoon. I'm biased, I will admit. I think graduate students are amongst the very best students in our system, and I'm very honored to be being able to be part of this team with Ashby, my colleague at University of Montana. So to give you some indication of the excellence our graduate students are, they're really doing the research that is often talked about. Right? So the graduate students are the ones in the field on the research benches doing a lot of the research. And as a numerical value, we have about 700 of our graduate students who have an appointment, a research assistantship, to do that work, coming largely from grants that have been written by faculty. The students come from all over the world. It's really an attractor of talent into our state, but it's also a way to have students from within the state conduct the highest research. So we attract both in-state and out-of-state talent. And then, as we'll hopefully show you in some of our other slides, the students are well prepared. These research doctorates go on to a broad range of careers that really do help the state in so many ways. Next slide, please.
And I'm Ashby Kinch, also extremely excited to be here and also biased. I'm going to take this moment to plug my podcast, which we launched a few years ago to really elevate the story of graduate education in the state of Montana. We talk about University of Montana. Craig can come on sometime, and we'll do a joint episode sometime on Montana State. But I think it's important for this group to know what a big impact these people have across the state. And so that's the stories we tell in our 70 episodes we've published so far. But those of you who work with campuses know how important these PhD candidates are as a teaching resource. For a lot of undergraduates, some of their most important high-impact practices, and we know how important those are for retention of undergraduates, are going to be at the interface of a graduate student, running a lab, for example. They recruit an undergraduate student as a junior or senior into a lab and mentor them through their first major research experience. And those graduate students are often fourth, fifth year PhD students on the cutting edge of some research paradigm that they're about to go out and take out into the world. And that undergraduate student is getting to work with them shoulder to shoulder. And so it's a really important part of the overall educational experience of an undergrad. Of course, they're also serving as graders and lab instructors. And that teaching experience is really important in the national context, the role that R1 institutions play in pushing forward the next generation of professors all across the country. And so although you saw that number, that 29% of PhDs that stay in the state, the others are going out into the world and spreading the gospel of Montana, right? They're bringing with them this great education, and often they're maintaining that connection back to the institution. So it's a really important part of our efforts is preparing future faculty who are going to go out and make a big impact on research in their field all across the world.
So we have a couple of slides coming up about how the alumni, what they do after they finish their PhD degree. This table are some of the companies that PhD alumni have founded, startup companies here. Rather than read the list, I think I want to draw your attention just to the broad diversity. You've got a range of companies that are in the high-tech field of satellites, optics, but then you've also got some enterprises in environmental work, work to help our indigenous communities, environmental work, and education. The common thread, if you want to draw a thread throughout all these startup companies, is the ones that the PhD alumni are starting tend to really require very deep expertise, right? So these are companies that have as a characteristic, they're working on products and services that really require the founder to have an in-depth knowledge, which they have developed while they've been doing their PhD in our system. Next slide.
And this slide, sorry for all the words, I am an English professor after all, but here's a slightly different way of kind of looking at that same notion of impact, but by field. So here are clusters of fields. I've divided here some social science fields, biochemistry and biophysics, counseling, education, wildlife biology, and forestry, to show you the reach and impact of our former, so these are all former PhDs that stayed in the state and are working all across the state in state agencies. And picking up Craig's point, it's really important. They're bringing that research expertise to bear and elevating overall the intellectual infrastructure of the state. They're bringing all that expertise into every state agency, every federal agency they work for. Some of these are private companies. I've kind of mixed some of those in. I put a couple of the private companies at the top that are spin-off companies from UM and or companies that involve PhDs and current research professors who are working on solutions, and one like SpeedGoat, for example, which provides incredible data analysis on ambiguous photographic evidence from all of those animal capture traps. They figure out ways to use data analysis to spot them, and then they feed that data to our wildlife agencies. So this, again, we're not going to read through every one of them, but these are just examples of the broad reach of these research specialists all across our state, from Glasgow all the way to the west and north and south. This fancy graphic, this is fantastic, fed to us by Joe. I'm really happy to have had access to this new census data. Shows you kind of the streams of our PhD completers on the left, the industries they go into, and in the regions they go into across the country and internationally as well. It's kind of hard to read, so I won't put a lot of pressure on it, but it's a really new, good analytical tool we have at our disposal to kind of think about where people are heading when they're done. And then here's just a couple of case study spotlights, you know, and both Craig and I could have come up with, dozens more. Desiree Fox is a 2019 graduate of our clinical psychology program. After completing her degree, which focused on preventative health resources in Native communities, she went and worked for the VA in Puget Sound. And a lot of our clinical psychologists actually do VA work here in the state. We have former graduates in 3 different VA offices in the state. And she works for the CSKT tribe in the tribal health. And importantly, also does clinical supervision for current clinical psychology PhDs. And so that increases the capacity for us to train and push forward a new generation. Nick DeCesar is a research biologist with Montana Fish, Wildlife, and Parks. He has actually done some of that work on with SpeedGoat on ambiguous camera images. And these new tools and techniques for wildlife monitoring are having a direct impact on important agency decisions. He's helpful in, for example, tracking mule deer habitat selection. It's one of his special areas, and moose habitat selection. So all that data kind of feeds into the state system and helps inform wildlife management decisions.
So here's the diagram from Montana State PhD alumni. I'd like to perhaps draw your attention to the mathematical sciences, just as an example, which is the orange color on the left. And what I want to convey is that our students, our alumni in this area, go into a wide range of industries. They certainly work in the education area, but they're moving into careers and professional and scientific roles, healthcare, manufacturing, public administration. So the skills people develop in what might be from the outside look as a sort of an academic area like mathematical sciences are highly valued in a wide range of industries. And then the other, if you look at the right, if you look at the Montana at the very top, about half of that bar is certainly in the education space, but the rest of the bar is coming from all sorts of disciplines, all sorts of industries are staying and working in Montana. So if you go to the next slide, the two student spotlights, Dr. Sarah Lukes finished her PhD in mechanical engineering and took that knowledge and really applied it with a lot of work in optics to sort of automatically do focusing. And that is critical in various quality controls and manufacturing processes and testing. And then Dr. Jill Falcon-Ramacher did a PhD in history, and she now serves as both the director of the Buffalo Nation's Food Systems Initiative as well as an assistant professor at Montana State Bozeman. And she's really taking the lead on building capacity for indigenous food sovereignty, which is so important for many of our communities.
So we started this presentation really talking about the importance of these graduate research PhD students for our research enterprise and how they're driving that enterprise, how they're driving some of the national recognition that we have, and how a focused emphasis on those are going to be important if we're going to maintain that national recognition. I think what we wanted to bring forward also is those folks coming through these degree programs are pretty important in the ways that they're serving the state. They're kernelling new industries to exist in Montana. They're serving the state in important state leadership roles in government agencies, in our education system. And so it's something that we want to focus on more as a team and also with you as the board. And as part of that, we've been working through some suggested goals to both elevate MUS graduate education and also to try and make some progress in terms of growing this pipeline of graduate students, commensurate with some of our research activities. So Craig and Ashby, do you like to run through these?
Yeah, we're gonna tag team this. It's the pattern. So I'm completely committed to student success, and for graduate work, that's a lot of focus at the moment on on-time completion. We're looking a lot about how to make that first year of a graduate degree as successful as possible when students are transitioning from undergraduate to graduate work. And then the other end, at the finish stage, where a little bit of financial help and help writing that dissertation is absolutely critical.
Yeah, and I don't think I need to tell this group how much pressure has been placed on cost of living in Bozeman and Missoula. Everyone knows that. And this question of our student stipends has been on our minds and a major issue with recruitment for some years, and it's just gotten more intense in the last year with spikes in rents in both campuses. So getting our stipends up to peer benchmarks where we're recruiting nationally is kind of an urgent need.
So in the third one, across the system, there's actually some pretty good examples of collaboration and sharing of courses, particularly in material science and education. But I think it's fair to assess that we can do more, especially in other areas of excellence, for example, ecology. So that's some homework for Ashby and I to continue conversations on.
Yeah, and similarly in this number 4, standing up new pathways, and one of those metrics is if you are reading the details on the left, they break out the PhDs by category, and both campuses are actually pretty low in their humanities PhD outputs. And so we are working on our campus, and I know they are as well, at various ways to kind of capture the talent, both in the student body and in the faculty, to create new pathways and interdisciplinary programs that allow those degrees to come to fruition and for ours to bump up a little bit in that metric. But I think more importantly, build in some areas where we have strength, including arts and the humanities. Both Bozeman and Missoula are strong in those areas.
So hopefully you've seen in this presentation, we have some good benchmarks already, in particular degree completion, how many degrees we award, and then outcomes. I think we need to do a better job in the intermediate, what are our time degrees, what are our retention rates, what are our first year retention rates. So we'll be certainly working with OCHI across the campuses to develop those sort of in-progress type metrics.
Excellent. Mr. Chair, members of the committee, that's our report. We'd be glad to open for any questions.
Director Teal, thank you so much. Any questions or observations, comments from members of the committee or the board? Regent Lozar, please.
Thank you, Chair Buchanan. Thank you for the great presentation. Certainly exciting to have our two R1 institutions in the state of Montana. So a lot of work goes into getting that credential. So kudos to everyone who's contributed over the past several years to get there. One of the things that we talked about in the committee that I'm seeing since our conversation being even more important to me personally, and I think to the rest of the committee, is that 1 percentage point on, I think it's slide 5, and it's 29% of research doctorates are in the state of Montana after 5 years. And just reflecting on M-Ready and sort of the follow-on economic impacts to the state of Montana and how we sort of built up the messaging around that is, if we can do this research in the state, there's all of these net advantages for our economies, for job opportunities, et cetera. And 29% to me seems extraordinarily low. And I'm sure there's some reasons why, but I think in the committee, we asked the group, maybe through Director Teal, to find out exactly why. I mean, there's access to the data, to these individuals, and surveying to understand sort of why they leave and what would bring them back. I think it would be a really important thing for us as we build our sort of research reputation in the state. I mean, I would imagine there's billions of dollars if we could bring some of these folks back to the state and do what we've done in photonics and biomedical industries in the state, to do that with other industries. So I'm hoping that Director Teal and Ashby and Craig, that you can partner together to really understand why, but more importantly, how do we retain and bring back some of this talent?
Regent Lozar, I think that's something we're happy to take forward.
Deputy Commissioner Tessman, you had a thought?
Yeah, Chair Buchanan, Regent Lozar, and Joe. Just from my kind of perspective here, that number, when you see it for the first time, does feel low. And I think we heard during the committee call an initial response that made some sense to me as someone who did get a research doctorate and then left the state where I got that doctorate because of the academic opportunities that were available elsewhere. I think that's driving part of this. It would be really interesting, Joe, or through Ashby or Craig or others, to find out what that percent looks like relative to other states with institutions like ours. Now, I would tell you that even if we're relatively high, for example, this seems like an area in which Montana could really stand out. We lead, especially rural states, low population states, in all sorts of categories related to graduate education and research. This could be another area where we would push ahead even more as a leader, a place where students can get that R1 research doctorate and then either strictly academically or in business and industry stay home rather than having to leave for that first job.
Regent Blossom.
Thanks, Chair Buchanan. I think kind of building off of both of those, I'd be interested to see like the net inflow or outflow of research doctorates into Montana or out of Montana and how that relates to other states. Because I think some of the detractants that come with students who leave the state after they earn the degree, like if there's a increasing amount of people coming in, like some of that is mitigated. So it'd just be interesting to see like kind of how that lines up, and especially like with respect to peer states. So.
Great comment.
We have some of that data. I don't know if you want to speak to some of that now, but I mean, I think a key part of this, we should be thinking about it, not so much, I think, in terms of which exact graduates from our precise programs leave and what the net inflow is. And we have big capacity there. We are 1.2% below the national average of PhDs in the state, right? So that's where the capacity issue is. In other words, we have 1.8% of our Montana population has a doctorate, and 3% is the national median. So that's our capacity. If we can get our overall doctorate presence in the state, but I think you're on the right track, right? That's attracting them to do research. And whether there are PhDs who stay, which would be great, right, or there are other PhDs who come in to do work in the state, what the state as a whole should be looking at is that net increase in overall PhD. And we can move that number. I mean, that's something that can be done, partnership with private and state agencies, influx of research dollars, and focalized attention on the areas where we have a capacity to really build research. We can do that. We can accomplish that goal. And it might be some of these master's students that you see up here who leave the state and go get their PhD and come back. Montana is an attractive place to live and work. And so a concentrated effort on bringing that intellectual talent back to the state, whether it's our PhD graduates or not, is I think a really, really positive, it would be a positive outcome for the state to really focus on that, lifting the intellectual infrastructure.
Great comments. I think the only thoughts that I have are piggybacking off of Regent Lozar. I mean, the economic impact of the retention of the economic activity is obvious. The list of businesses that not only capture and keep those that come through our program, but the employees they hire, the business enterprises that they build are real, and those are enormously positive economic impacts for us. So I think we're asking the right questions. It was driven home in the committee meeting to me that, getting to R1 status is a lift. Staying R1 status might even be more of a lift, and so defer us to that final slide and continue to, we'll count on you, Craig and Ashby, and of course, Director Teal to help us develop strategies to accomplish that. I mean, those are some broad items there on that list. We need to be acute with the action plan. So in subsequent conversations, we need that roadmap from you. So very much, again, the meeting, in our committee meeting was wonderful. Thank you for joining us. Thanks for making the trip to Billings and joining us today.
Thanks for having us. Thanks, guys.
Great. I don't think I cut anybody off, did I? Or no? Okay. Director Teal, we get to keep you up here for an e-learning update.
Yeah, you don't get rid of me. Hi, everyone. The e-learning update, the goal here really is to give you a broad strategic overview of what's happened since the pandemic. We had this sudden shift where all sorts of students and faculty and campus staff had sometimes a first and often an imperfect experience using online or distance modalities. And there's been a question of, coming out of the pandemic, what's that going to mean? Are students, faculty, campuses going to want to do more with online? Have we learned new ways so that can be useful? Or are folks going to be fatigued? And what we're seeing so far is some sense that nationally there's an expectation that it's the former, that there's going to be a greater demand for online options, for flexible options, oftentimes for not a fully online program, but the flexibility to have a program that's hybrid or has some in-person and some online experiences. And that's what this chart is showing. It's just a survey nationally of campus online officers and administrators in terms of where they expect their online enrollment to go in the next 5 years. And to some degree, that's continuing a trend that we've seen. So this is a chart that always catches my attention. It's showing in the blue Montana students who are enrolling at out-of-state institutions online. So about 6,600 students in fall 2020 enrolling out-of-state online versus an inflow of about 2,000 students into online programs in Montana from out-of-state. So clearly some demand. And as we've looked into that demand, where are Montana students going out-of-state, we've also seen a concentration. We've seen a concentration in some of the big online players who have established large teams, large marketing efforts, flexibilities that are designed to appeal to specific student groups, military students, adult students, often working graduate students. And those institutions have grown hugely in terms of their Montana enrollment over the past 5 years, as they have nationally. There's been a huge consolidation in these same institutions in terms of the overall national marketplace for online education. So kind of to summarize from the very high level where the national market seems to be going. It's growing, both nationally and in Montana. There are more students, more adults, more of our population seeking online offerings. Increasingly, that growth is concentrated in just a few of these larger universities that specialize in providing flexibilities or marketing that appeal to adult students, military students, graduate students. And that the early signs, both in the data and what we're hearing from national leaders, is that demand for online education is going to continue to grow. In terms of Montana, we certainly saw a huge uptick during the pandemic in terms of the modality students were taking, a lot more taking courses in an online or blended modality. We always expected that would come down. What we didn't know is if we'd continue our trend of growth, and we seem to be continuing our trend of growth, with around a third of our resident students attending in a fully online or blended modality in a given term, and a pretty significant proportion of non-resident students. And that's, again, a trend that we've seen, but a trend that it's interesting is continuing. We've also seen, and I think have known, that different institutions, based on their mission, based on their service region, based on the student populations that they generally serve, provide more or less online options. So you can definitely see MSU Billings, one of our state leaders in terms of providing flexible online options, because in part they serve such a huge area and they have such a large population of adult working students that they serve and attract to their institution. I think all of this leads to some questions as to what our strategy as a system for online is. To some degree, we're not going to start up a new Southern New Hampshire University in Montana. We're not going to go up against these institutions with 100,000 students and try and capture large out-of-state online marketplaces. What we are seeing our campuses do instead is leverage the fact that we have partnerships in state, that we have physical locations where students can get in-person experiences that those larger institutions lack. And you see that kind of develop in these ways, in ways where, for instance, Great Falls College, near an Air Force base, has military students that want to have an in-person experience, but also want to know that should they move, should they be repositioned, they or their spouse have the flexibility to finish that degree online. Second, what we're calling low residency programs, programs where people want to be remote, but they also want to be able to build a cohort, but perhaps in shorter blocks that fit with their life and fit with their schedule. We have seen some success with unique graduate offerings where there isn't a high-quality branded graduate program that's available on that national stage, where the University of Montana, for example, has stepped in and said, we have a great Masters of Social Work program that can work in this space and can be a first mover on the national scale. And I think the area that we're continuing, particularly in our two-year campuses, to look at and move into is finding ways that we can work with each other, because we have these facilities around the state, to provide in-person and online experiences that expand the places around Montana where you can access in-demand programs. And to do all that, some of our system strategy, the strategy that our online learning leads and your e-learning advisory council discuss, is how we invest in experts, how we stand up professional development opportunities. We, for the first time in a long time, had a statewide conference called the Extended Learning Institute that gave more than 100 participants the chance to get together, share best practices, meet each other, stand up new types of collaborations. As we're doing that, thinking about how we ensure quality. What are the tools? What are the processes? You have policy standards as a board that set some minimum standards for online education. How are those standards made real and upheld at the campus level? What tools are we giving campuses, provost offices, e-learning leads to make that happen? Third, modern and unified tools. Some of our conversation around the learning management system. Recent effort to unify and have a single contract for a video capture system that's saving campus is around $50,000 a year now. How are we making sure that leveraging a system, we have the most up-to-date technology for our campuses? And then finally, expanding some of the technologies for collaboration. We've been scaling both at the program level, but also at the course level, tools that make it easier for students to access courses from other campuses so that we can collaborate in new ways, and setting up the right framework, the right incentives so that we can scale that to more institutions. Online education has been a big part of our system. It's a growing part of our system. We're trying to be really strategic and stand up support so that campuses can pursue these opportunities in ways that make sense and that serve new populations of students that perhaps we haven't served as well as we'd like in the past. And so I'd be glad to open up if the board has any questions.
Durable innovations, right? What did we onboard during COVID that we knew students could use in different environments? Great report. Any other comments or thoughts or questions for Director Teal? I heard 3 or 4 strategic priorities in your summary, the learning management systems and the leveraging of our system approach. Keep it up, Director Teal. These are great reports, and look forward to further reports down the road. Appreciate it much. Thank you.
And Chair Buchanan?
Yes.
I would just
Chair
love to
Rogers.
reiterate, I thought it was a really thoughtful presentation. I really appreciate those examples where it's appropriate for us to grow, and also just appreciate the general approach of let's do it in a targeted fashion that's value add instead of trying to become something we're not.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Rogers. Great, Director Teal. Thank you. Do I understand we get to hear from Director Miller this
We
afternoon?
do, yeah. We'll have Christine Miller give a Montana 10 update, and Joe, thanks for both of those presentations. Thanks to Ashby and Craig as well. These are examples of Montana finding its kind of competitive niche nationally, and if you pay attention to the national discussion, you'll know that Joe's work and our campus work on program collaboration through the Quotely platform is gaining a lot of national attention. That's one area where we're not catching up to anybody. We're not catching up to Southern New Hampshire or any of these other systems. We're actually out in the lead. And Joe and Chair Rogers, you're exactly right. What we're doing is, again, thinking about the specific challenges Montana students face. To me, a lot of that is that either-or question. You can either pursue the education you want or stay in the community in which you live, keep the job that you have, and Joe's work, the e-learning group's work, is eliminating that question of either-or. So really promising stuff, that's for sure. Christine, I know you have some exciting updates on Montana 10. You'll have maybe an even more substantial update at our next board meeting, but really excited to see what you have to say today. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. Chair Rogers, Regents, nice to see all of you. I am going to provide an update on Montana 10 today, and I'm very excited, even though I'll be pretty brief this time, and you can expect a little bit more thorough update in November. So every time I talk about Montana 10, I probably show this slide. This is not a surprise to anybody. People have seen this a lot of times. But I'm showing it again because I want to remind us of the motivation for Montana 10 and why we're doing this, where we started and where we are now. So on the left there in the light gray, you'll see on-time completion rates for MUS students. This is broken down by Pell students and all other students. So Pell students are low income. And what you see in the light gray there is that only 14% of Pell students are completing their degrees on time. So 2 years for 2 year, 4 years, 4 year. 19% of all other students are completing on time. Our goal for Montana 10 was to change this picture. And this has been a project many years in the making, and for the very first time this fall, we have data to show and understand if we are in fact doing this. I'm very, very pleased to report that not only have we achieved, we've gone above and beyond those graduation rates, but we've dramatically increased graduation rates. Our on-time completion rate for our 2-year students, so those students who entered Montana 10 as a Helena College student or a Missoula College student in fall of 2020, 25% of them have completed on time. What that means for these students is that now have their degrees. There's more of them that have degrees. It costs them less, and it costs our state less to produce the exact same degree. We know that we're making gains here because of Montana 10 when we compare this across all different kinds of data points. This chart shows some of the on-time completion rates for, I'll start on the left there and go towards the Montana 10 cohort. 17% is the national completion rate for two-year students across all public two-year institutions in the United States. 13%, the 10-year average for Montana University System two-year students. The 2019 cohort, so those that would have graduated last year, 17%. Our Montana 10 cohort that started in fall 2020, 25%. So we don't have Census Day data for all of our campuses yet. Census Day hasn't happened. Even here at MSU Billings, hasn't happened yet. So we'll have a really good comparison of all other freshmen who entered in fall 2020 at that time. But every single sign that we see now is pointing to some pretty dramatic outcomes for our Montana 10 students. These are important results, and I think pretty motivating to continue our expansion and continue growing. What I think is even more important for us to look at right now is on-time completion and what that means, especially for these students very early in their career at 100% of time, 150% of time, 200% of time. This chart shows all in the blue there, all students in the US who enter two-year public institutions. So those students going part-time, full-time, whatever their enrollment is, every student who enters public two-year institutions. After 8 years, only 28% of them graduate, okay? So this is a challenge, and it's not because those students aren't capable, it's not because we are all are not working our tails off, it's because they're a really challenging student population to serve. Montana 10 students have, like I said, 25% on-time completion within just 2 years. So the gains we're making in Montana 10, and thanks to the colleges and campuses that are doing this hard work, we really are seeing dramatic results, and I think that this chart shows just how important these early outcomes are. This is all happening because of our evidence-based comprehensive framework. I show this every time because I think it is important to remember that it's not just one silver bullet that's making Montana 10 work. It's really comprehensive wraparound evidence-based supports that are being put into place by some pretty amazing teams now at 5 campuses across our system. Just by quick way of update on our expansion plans for Montana 10, as a reminder, we started with a pilot in fall of 2020. We had about 200 students across 3 institutions, University of Montana, Missoula College, Helena College. In the last 2 years, we've expanded Montana 10. We've added 2 new institutions, MSU Billings and City College right here. We have partnered with some national partners. We've received grants. We're receiving evaluation support from our partners at MDRC. We are currently in the process of seeking funding support for a randomized controlled trial evaluation, both to demonstrate our outcomes, also to demonstrate a cost-benefit analysis. And I do want to highlight some of what those national partnerships mean. They don't just mean money, they also mean some validity in terms of other people outside of the people in this room think that Montana 10 has promise and is working and is worth investing in. This summer, all of our campuses, our 7 campuses that are currently either participating or going to participate next year in Montana 10, we're part of the Montana 10 Academy, a 12-week-long series of workshops and capacity building to bring the framework to campuses, to bring expertise, and to kind of collaborate across the system. As you remember, one of our challenges when we decided to expand was whether we could maintain fidelity to that model right here that I just showed you. So the Montana 10 Academy was intended to do exactly that. We are wrapping that up with our very last session on October 6th. I'm very excited to bring those campus teams back. As we head into the next couple of years, our expansion of Montana 10 will continue to grow. We will bring in about 1,000 new Pell eligible and non-Pell students. One of our goals is really to serve students who are low income but might not be low income enough to qualify for Pell. We know that those students have some of the same challenges as our Pell students. We'll launch those cohorts in fall of 23 and 24. We will partner with MDRC to do a randomized control trial evaluation, again, to support those outcomes and do a cost analysis. We are adding Montana Tech and Western next year, and I'm very excited to just leave you with this little photo of some of our MSU billing students right here at this campus who are now part of the Montana 10 cohort. Thank you so much, Chancellor, for hosting these students and the team that's made this possible here at your institution. So with that, I'll wrap up and happy to stand for questions.
Thank you, Director Miller. Any questions or thoughts from members of the committee? Members of the board? I have a question. You talked a little bit about completion rates. What are we seeing with just general retention rates for the four-year cohorts and other cohorts?
Regent Buchanan, this is a very good question. I wish I had this number right off the top of my head. We actually don't have our exact retention rates yet. We'll have that when we get our census day data, and I'm happy to report that. Our fall to fall first year retention rates for Montana 10 was 91%. We saw about a 23 percentage point gain in our fall to fall for that first incoming cohort. I expect that, we'll be a little bit lower in terms of our retention now 2+ years on. But we still, even last spring, we're seeing gains over the other Pell students, all other freshmen, all across the 3 cohorts at our 3 original institutions. So.
And those are the groups that reference that 23% gap that you mentioned?
Yep.
Excellent. Thank you. Deputy Commissioner Tessman.
Yeah, Chair Buchanan, a few thoughts on this since it's of great interest, I think, across our entire office for the entire board and I hope for the system. First, a gigantic thank you to all the campuses and Christine, to the teams you lead across the campuses. A major lift, that's for sure, especially as it scales out. Commissioner Christian stepped out for a second, so I have the opportunity to say this. He made a joke a little bit earlier today about the accelerated degree program and how he's pushing, and we are hustling on that. But sometimes I'll say, look, when we try these new things, first out of respect for the campuses who dedicate time and resources to the initiatives. But second, because we need to get it right, we've got to take it at an intentional and kind of strategic pace. And Christine, I think you and the participating campuses have shown that there's great benefit in scaling up methodically. We've got really good results to show. We've been able to track significant funding, major national kind of evaluation support. And so I think Chair Buchanan, with the sprint degree, I don't think it'll be 2-3 years, but the same principle should hold. If we're going to try something big, yes, let's be all right with failure if that's where we end up, but let's do everything we can to make sure that that pilot's a success. So kudos on the timing. Second, just to hammer this point home, the spirit of Montana 10, from the sort of coldest, most calculating perspective, and there's lots of other perspectives to really love this program from, but from that perspective, it's that with some additional support from the state, and I mean some, you can produce seismic shifts in retention, persistence, and completion, so that if we're thinking about the investment that is required to produce a degree, a skilled, trained graduate and worker in Montana's economy, it's actually cheaper for the state to work through the Montana 10 system than it is to not do it. Because when you don't do it, you have more students who are leaving our campuses without the credential they need in order to make the most out of their career. So that is the underlying cold calculus behind what is also a really, really wonderful student support program. So I'm really excited to see how this continues to grow over time, and thank you again for what you've done to get us to this point.
Thank you.
Thanks, Director Miller, and thanks, Deputy Commissioner Tessman. Absolutely right. Kind of rethinking our return on investment. If we're in the habit of funding for 6 years to complete and getting 50% versus retention rates above 75 and completion rates much quicker. Thank you for that point. Couple policy items, and again, I point out what we talked about before with that off ramp earlier. I mean, how can we change language in existing policies so that a student isn't feeling as penalized when circumstances arise? So pass it to you, Deputy Commissioner Tessman, to introduce these two items.
Thanks, Chair Buchanan and members of the board. What you have in front of you, it's an information item, actually items. They have to do with the Board of Regents' approach to academic probation and suspension. If you'll remember right, in May, you actually voted on a policy change that shifted language around how we treat conditional admission in the MUS. And in some subtle ways, but important ways, moved from kind of a punitive framework, how we kind of treat students who come in with still some academic readiness needs, to more of a student support-oriented framework. The two things that you're about to see really fall within that same effort. And I'm going to talk about what I see as the highlights. Certainly, we can all engage in a discussion afterward. I want to give credit to the campuses. This very much aligns with conversations we've been having at OCHI, but really Provost Makwa, Vice Provost Swinford, the team at MSU had been engaged in a deep effort here, then reached out to our office. We had good conversations across the campuses, so really the credit for this rests with the campuses, absolutely. So academic probation, just as a starting point. I mean, probation is a term that's well known in our criminal justice system, and I think that it's well entrenched there. The sort of national conversation around whether that was an appropriate way to think about this group of students within the educational system was kind of an interesting conversation. And it brought up a bunch of points. Again, moving towards more of a language of support that still signaled the consequence of a student's academic status. And you'll see, Ange or Jasmine, if you can pull up the policies. We're thinking about things like shifting away from probation to warning. And warning is still a term that conveys consequences, severity of the student's academic situation, but I think has less of a punitive connotation. That's an important part of this. More important is the flexibility that it builds into board policy for the way that campuses work with students that are on academic warning or are subject to academic suspension. For example, if a student is below a 2.0 GPA in their first semester, clearly I think there's an avenue for improvement. But we all know that first semester of college, particularly if you're a first-time student coming from a town or city far away, you're making all sorts of adjustments in your life, maybe working through some wellness, mental health challenges. Having a semester that doesn't go exactly to plan academically shouldn't sort of bury you under overwhelming bureaucracy so that you can't climb out of it. The reality is, and Provost Makwa will know the numbers better than I, is well over 90% of students who fall onto that path, especially those who are suspended, don't come back into the Montana University system. So I think we are way overdue in taking a serious look then at whether the current board policy is supporting the right kind of campus behavior, bring more of those students back. So there's language in here around probation and flexibility in terms of how students are placed on probation. Transfer students perhaps could be included in the conversation later. Summer semesters are a potential point of flexibility. There's a situation that's not all too uncommon. Let's say a student falls below 2.0 in one semester. The following semester, they actually score higher than a 2.0 GPA, but it's not enough to get their cumulative over 2.0. Well, that student's headed in the right direction. It doesn't seem wise to kind of kick them out at that point simply because they haven't met the requirements of board policy. I'm happy to talk about some of this now. It is presented to you all as board members informationally. Always when an information item is presented, it's so that there can be discussion. for these items in particular, it's a genuine invitation. And again, whether it's now or between now and November when it would come back for a vote, I think that there is an ongoing conversation between academic officers, registrars, others on campus. It'd be really interesting to get guidance from the Board of Regents. Again, general principle, moving from punitive to support framework, and then adding some flexibility to campus strategies so they're not bound by an overly rigid Board of Regents policy. I'll stop there, and maybe we could have more conversation if the board likes.
Thank you, Deputy Commissioner Tessman. And just for clarity, you're referring to kind of the language changes in both of these items.
That's correct, Chair Buchanan. It's 3018 and 3019. 3018 is probation, 3019 is suspension.
Thank you very much for that. Any input? Regent Blossom, please.
Thank you, Chair Buchanan. Deputy Commissioner Tessman, really love how like the emphasis of moving from a punitive to a supportive system. I had a great conversation with some of the student leaders about this yesterday, and one question that someone brought up that I thought was really interesting to consider is like, have we ever thought of looking at how students are doing at midterms to like sort of as a preventative measure rather than a, looking back like once someone's already below a certain GPA? Is that something that's like ever been on the table or considered?
Chair Buchanan, Regent Blossom, that language hasn't been included in a board policy. I would say it fits very well with the spirit of this policy change, which is to allow campuses to innovate in that way. I know for sure that I would say most of our campuses, there's sort of real-time data now. There are student support software platforms. There's closer collaboration between advisors and faculty in terms of getting sort of early warning out. And so I would bet that if we had student affairs officers, chief academic officers at the mic, they would say, that's absolutely underway already. I think that it'll continue to grow. And what we'd want to do is to make sure there's nothing in board policy, and I don't think there is, that would restrict campuses from moving forward even more aggressively on that front.
Thank you.
Regent Lozar, thank you.
Thank you, Chair Buchanan. Absolutely in support of this. I love, I share what Regent Blossom mentioned in terms of these being more supportive policies. Students are going to make mistakes. It's our duty, particularly as a public institution, to bring them back up and support them. So I really appreciate what you guys have done here. This is kind of a minor question, but just more out of curiosity. In the which one is it? 301.9 and the suspension one. There's a line in here which I think is great, and it talks about campuses include requirements for suspended students to participate in learning strategy programs or courses. Can you just give a little bit of color of like, what are these learning strategies and courses? Maybe that's a question for Bob or others, but if you want to start.
Chair Buchanan, Regent Lozar, it could be, and if you have some continued interest after this this exchange, and you'd like, of course, I'm sure we have folks who could step to the mic. I think this is another area of flexibility. I'll give you an example of what comes to mind for me when I think of that on some of our campuses. We've gone to great lengths through programs like Montana 10, for example, to incentivize students to see their academic advisor or to pursue tutoring in math and writing, for example. And of course, no one is ever held prisoner. You can't sort of compel someone physically to go and visit a tutor or their academic advisor. But I know campuses are thinking through things like kind of behavioral economics and incentive structures, ways that they can get students who are struggling to actually connect more readily with the support that they need. And sometimes that's more than just saying, hey, you should visit a tutor. It may be that there are programs that a student would agree to participate in if a campus wanted to say, you won't be suspended, or you can come back a semester early. Our existing policy said you had to take a semester off if you were suspended. You can stay. You don't have to leave. But as part of that agreement, we'd like to connect you with tutors in these courses you're struggling in. We'd like to make sure that you have access to academic advising, and we'll have that advisor kind of report back on whether, in fact, you're following through and coming to visit them. So it's a little less kind of coercive than it might sound through that language, but I think taking a step beyond just saying, hey, these resources are out there, please access them, is appropriate. The term is kind of intrusive advising, and again, I don't really like that term, but I think that that's the direction that a lot of student support services are headed in.
Maybe as a follow-up, I think maybe the heart of the question here for me is, do the campuses have the infrastructure in place for these specialized learning strategy programs and courses to be able to accommodate those that are under suspension? Or is there more capacity that needs to be built to be able to accommodate these?
Chair Buchanan, Regent Lozar, I would, on one hand, I'd leave that to the campuses. They'll know best. But I think if you look at the retention numbers that Chancellor Hickswaw mentioned, I think if you look at the numbers that we see from Montana 10 and participating campuses, if you look at great programs at MSU, the Hillman Scholars Program, the Sophomore Surge Program, I would argue that our campuses are doing pretty well in this area and would be hungry for more resources if they were available. So I would leave it to the campuses, but I'd say there's good work happening right now that meets the spirit of this policy language.
Regent Lozar, thanks. Chair Rogers.
Thank you, Chair Buchanan. I also am supportive of these changes. I'm excited to see this shift. The other piece that I just wanted to highlight was my appreciation for our ongoing concern about student debt and how this could be a great tool to try to, from a system level, prevent being additive to it from a policy perspective. So thank you for these thoughtful changes.
Chair Buchanan, Chair Rogers, excellent point. Now, your first cut at this, if you were trying to be critical, you'd say, well, you know what? Something we don't want to do is to kind of continue to grab onto students. If they really aren't going to succeed, you don't want to have them stick around and continue to take on debt and then still leave without their credential. Underneath all of this is a bet on the quality of our campuses. It's a bet that given some flexibility and an opportunity to work with students in a supportive framework, that the increase in completion that would come from that will outweigh any exceptional kind of very rare circumstance where a student will kind of be kept around and may acquire some more debt along the way. And I think that it's a very safe bet. It's a bet that I hope you all would be comfortable making.
Excellent discussion. Any further input as it relates to these policy items? Great. We've got about an hour left. What's the temperature of the committee? Do we need a break? Should we take a 10-minute break? I'm seeing yes. Okay. We'll take an 8-minute break. We'll reconvene here at 10 after 3 to wrap this up. Thanks, everyone. Let's call the Academic Research and Student Affairs Committee back to session. Thank you very much. So, Deputy Commissioner Tessman, as we look at what's remaining on the agenda, I know we have a panel that we've got some invited guests that we want to be conscientious to, so they'll still end up at the end of the meeting if I've got my notes right.
That's right.
Excellent. So, stepping into academic review items, please introduce these for us, Brock. Thank you.
Thanks, Chair Buchanan. And you're right, we do have, I think, an opportunity to finish with a flourish, finish with something really important today. So I won't keep our panelists waiting too long. I won't keep you all waiting too long. The 3 items here, they're all somewhat connected. In the fact that I'll move through these items fairly quickly does not suggest that they are unimportant. The notion of quality has been introduced on a few occasions today, and all of these items have to do with the quality of the academic programming that exists in the Montana University system. For 3 years now, after we implemented some changes to the planning, approval, and review process, we've asked campuses to submit their academic priorities and planning for the coming year or so. They're not restricted to the upcoming year. It can sometimes be 18 months or even 2 years if they like. And what this is meant to do is to help us, but really help the board, further understand the internal processes that exist on each campus for making sure that the requests to plan, the new academic proposals you end up seeing have gone through a thorough, rigorous, or directional imperative from the campus community. The second reason that these are important is that it helps us explain where there are overlaps or potential duplications between programming on our campuses. Sometimes this is warranted. Sometimes we try to work around duplication either through program sharing or by saying, you know, no, Campus X, this might not be the right time for you to add a program in that area. And then lastly, I think that it's helpful for you to just identify patterns and themes that are sprinkled throughout the different academic plans that our campuses have. And all of the documents are available for you to peruse. Each campus has submitted its own statement. I do want to commend in particular Dean Stephanie Erdman at Great Falls College. I think that she was personally engaged in this process and produced a really compelling, kind of clear explanation of the upcoming proposals you'll see from Great Falls College in their document. So well done, Stephanie. Thank you very much. And also right here in Billings, Provost Eskandari, your team, I know there is a lot of change afoot, both in the way you support students with retention and completion initiatives, but also in your program alignment, and that shows through in your document. So interesting read for the board. I don't need to recap each campus's plan here for you. Three areas I did want to highlight. So as you read through, look for especially with our two-year campuses, direct attention to the return on investment that students should realize should they pursue some of these certificates, Associates of Applied Science type degrees. A lot of plans to offer more in the health professions, in technology, and areas where we know there's tremendous workforce demand. And so I think what you see is that our two-year system is really stepping up and saying we need to provide students really quick on-ramps into opportunities in these areas. A second thing that you should notice is in the area of dual enrollment. Of course, we have really high levels of dual enrollment. We have had them for some time. We're at record levels now. You'll hear a bit more about that tomorrow. But it's through some innovative practices. There are dual enrollment academies that sort of produce a more coherent early college experience for students. Again, I think a notable one occurring up in Great Falls. There are 2+2 programs or grow your own programs that allow students to get started early with college credit when they know they're on a career pathway. And I think a great example is up in Havre with the Grow Your Own Educator program. That's really seen some promising early results there. And then lastly, and I guess, you know, kind of home field advantage, Chancellor Hicks, while we're here in Billings, but I do, again, want to commend your campus and everyone here because you're doing two really tough things at once. You are doing the hard ground level work around student retention, persistence, and completion, and I think you would note that that's probably been an area for improvement at MSUB, and you're achieving pretty rapid results. That takes kind of eyes on the ground and an ability to implement and execute. But we also see you welcoming a new cohort of Montana 10 scholars. We've seen your campus be active in these preliminary discussions around the sprint degrees. And I think there are lots more examples. It's incredible that you're balancing that level of innovation and kind of eyes on the horizon. At the same time, you're really achieving some positive outcomes today. And so commendations there. I'd encourage the board to look at your planning statements for clues of what's to come next. So Chair Buchanan, I can answer questions about this, but I think given what we have in front of us, I would move on and very quickly remind the board that as usual, we have two documents for your inspection. The academic approval memo, which contains academic changes or items that have been delegated either to OCHI or to the campuses. So the approval of smaller, shorter term programs, sometimes programs being put into moratorium under certain circumstances. You're welcome to look through that document and get in touch with any questions you have. It's updated frequently. Just a reminder, it's there. Item G is the accreditation report. We talk about quality. Gosh, the bedrock of quality is our accreditation standing, of course, in specific disciplines, but also as a set of institutions. And we've taken some steps, I think, with a charge from you and Commissioner Christian to bolster the resources that are directly available online. And so you can see some good detail around where campuses are at in the program cycle, or the accreditation cycle, where campuses are at in terms of commendations or recommendations, and either today or after today's session, or of course at any time during the year, my office is happy to respond to any questions that you have. Chair Buchanan, I'm going to stop there because I think we have a really important panel.
Appreciate that. Any inquiries or added comments related to this from any of the board members, committee members? Great. As many of you may know, at the moment here in this community, MSU Billings has played a real leadership role in a mental health summit that's occurring, a subject that has been elevated by this board. I really tip my hat towards Chair Rogers for even pulling this conversation out of the committee level and turning it into a strategic priority of the board. And in the discussions this morning with Musfar and students this afternoon, student and faculty and staff mental health is one of those issues that does not, we've said this before, does not have a finish line. We not only need to manage all of the current best practices, but I'm really excited for this panel. As I understand, we're going to be hearing about how do we look at the horizon to build strategies that are going to be helping us adapt to the challenges that, as we know, are adapting in real-time manner. So with that, Director Miller, excited to meet our panelists. Thank you so much. Please take over the committee meeting.
Thanks, Chair Buchanan. Good afternoon. Nice to see everybody. Thanks so much for the opportunity to share and talk with you today. I'm very pleased that we have a couple of wonderful panelists here to talk about student mental health and well-being in the Montana University system. As you all know, we have running just right alongside us a summit on student mental health that's been going on since yesterday about noon and will go on through the rest of the day and tomorrow. And so many across our system are talking and thinking and sharing good ideas and innovations and problem solving. And I'm really excited that we get to bring part of that summit to you here today. So I have with me Dr. Sasha Zhou from Wayne State University. She is also the co-investigator of the Healthy Mind Study, which is a national study of college student mental health, and it's been, I think, running for about 15 years. Dr. Zhou will share a little bit more about that later today, but we're very privileged to have such an expert in student mental health and public health here talking with us about this important issue. We also have Dr. Betsy Asserson, who's the Director of Counseling and Psychological Services at MSU, and one of our most important leaders in the system on student mental health, and certainly one of our most important leaders on the MUS Suicide Prevention and Mental Health Task Force. So before I turn the stage over to these two, I did want to talk a little bit about why we're thinking about this at the system level. All of our campuses, our students, our staff, our faculty are deeply engaged in student mental health and well-being all the time. There's so much going on an individual campus level that we should celebrate and recognize and learn about. It is something different to think about this together as a system, and I think that is important to kind of make that distinction, both to acknowledge just the tremendous work that's happening at campuses and also what we can do as we approach this ongoing issue together. Part of why we do that is that student mental health and well-being is deeply, deeply connected to our mission. We are providing education and skills, developing our students so that they can go off into the world, be graduates, have degrees, get good jobs, be strong, contributing, positive members of their communities. And mental health is a key part of that. We know that students who are struggling or are in crisis are much more likely to leave school. We also know, on the other end, students who are thriving, who are excelling, who are connected, who are engaged, they're much more likely to stay in school and complete their degrees. And so we really want to think pretty holistically about what mental health means. And I think part of what we're doing with the summit, part of what we're doing here today, is kind of building out a more comprehensive understanding of student mental health. So that's kind of our goal and why mental health is tied to what we're doing together as a system. The other important piece to recognize is that as a system, we have some unique tools to bear on this challenge. We can bring resources to student mental health. 2 years ago, we as a system came together during kind of an acute COVID moment, and we said we need to bring services and telehealth services and digital services to our students to reach them virtually. The task force worked with our office, who worked with our then governor, to secure resources to get a web-based platform, a referral service, and suicide prevention training still available to every single campus, every single student, every single employee of the Montana University system. We can also collaborate on major projects. Today, one of the talks at the summit is about a National Science Foundation grant. It's called the HOPES Project. It's a grant to support innovations in graduate student studies. That grant is looking at graduate student mental health. So how do we address the mental health and well-being needs of graduate students? That's happening across 3 institutions: University of Montana, MSU Billings, and Montana Tech. So those are the kinds of collaborations that we can see and the kinds of resources that we can see being brought to our state when we work together. We can collect data. Some of our institutions are pretty small. Some of our student populations might be pretty small within those institutions, but if we look in aggregate across our state, we are much better able to understand what's happening with our students. We have done that through the American College Health Assessment. We're going to do that through the Healthy Mind Study. We're very excited about that. And that data is a really important piece to really making sure that the strategies we pursue, where we dedicate time and resources and leadership, that those are addressing the right things. And we really only know that by having good data. We can support policy change together. I think that there are some frontiers, as Chair Buchanan said, that we can explore as we think together what we might do as a system on the policy front. And really importantly, we can provide thought leadership, and especially our regents can provide some of that leadership. And part of why we're here today is to help inform your thinking and our collective thinking around what student mental health is and how we can best think of student mental health in ways that can help us make good decisions to further advance the goals we have around student mental health. So our system has done this for a long time. Thanks to Commissioner Christian and this board, in 2015, the university system formed a suicide prevention and mental health task force. Since then, the task force has done a statewide scan of student mental health needs. They developed a set of recommendations that are still very strong and in place today, and kind of our system's cornerstone and foundation of how we address student mental health. This is a very brief little wheel showing some of those recommendations, but we can dive into those more if you'd like. MSU Bozeman held the very first statewide summit on student mental health in 2016. The task force also was very active during the COVID pandemic. They came together, they brought those resources that I mentioned, they put together a toolkit for administrators, for students, for faculty and staff, for providers. We had a kind of community of practice with our task force as we were transitioning to telehealth services and sharing resources and ideas so that all of our campuses were on the same page and understanding from each other in that. It's hard to remember what that environment was like, but a truly moment-to-moment environment where all of these changes were happening rapidly. That was a really strong group to be able to share those ideas and practices and be able to reach the students who really, really needed it in those moments. The task force has done all sorts of things, but I'm going to fast forward to today when we are hosting our second Suicide Prevention and Mental Health Summit. It's called Enriching Community Mental Health and Well-Being, And this summit is really focused on a few important things. The primary goal of the summit is to frame student mental health and well-being as a public health issue. You'll hear more about that from Dr. Joe. Part of the goal of the summit is to really develop out our understanding of what mental health is, from mental health is a challenge that we face, to thinking about, we all experience every moment, every day, we experience mental health, and we might be somewhere on this mental health continuum that is in different places, even in one day or a week or over time, and that's what our students are experiencing too. So we really want to address this whole continuum. Our third goal of the summit is to better understand the relationship between mental health and well-being and the academic mission of our institution. So what really constitutes that relationship? What are the impacts on retention? What are the impacts on graduation and academic performance? We'll hear a little bit more about that. And finally, the fourth goal of our summit is to identify the needs of the diverse students we serve, whether that's our American Indian students, our rural students, low-income students, student parents, students who have dependents, our veteran students, our student athletes. We have a lot of different students in our university system, and they all have different mental health needs. And our goal is to try to think about how we build out a continuum of care, how we take a public health approach to these diverse needs that we see. So I'll be happy to report back on the summit to all of you in November. Our task force will meet tomorrow morning to start kind of a summation and some findings or recommendations that we'll be able to share with the board as the task force moves its work forward. But for now, I will hand it over to our wonderful guest, Dr. Joe, please.
Hi, everyone. Thank you for having me here today. This is my first time in Montana, and it's just been the best visit so far. It's more beautiful than I could have ever imagined. And I am excited to talk to you today about kind of my work with the Healthy Minds Network and this public health approach to mental health. So many of you know, even before COVID, mental health issues were on the rise. There had been a lot of media attention to this and a lot of research that has shown that we're dealing with, in fact, a pretty serious mental health situation among young emerging adults across the country. And I think you probably have a sense by now that expanding counseling centers is not the one-size-fits-all kind of solution to this crisis. So I'm part of the Healthy Minds Network, which is this research to practice network that centers on collecting data to find ways to best and most efficiently invest in mental health and well-being of student populations. And we use a public health approach, which means that we're investigating mental health and evaluating programs and policies from a population level. One of our partners is JED Foundation, which is now a national organization, but started by parents who lost their child to suicide during their first year of college. And JED partners with colleges and high schools across the country to strengthen their mental health and suicide prevention programs and systems. And so this diagram that I have up here is the public health approach as borrowed from JED and some of their work with the U.S. Air Force Suicide Program, and really captures this comprehensive framework in promoting public health, in promoting mental health. So this framework is based on what we've known about kind of decreasing risk factors and increasing protective factors with respect to mental health. And there's these kind of 7 main facets, which include addressing basic needs, developing life skills, social and emotional skills, and developing resilience, identifying and limiting access to dangerous means that could lead to suicide, ensuring the right policies and protocols are in place to manage crises, fostering connectedness and belongingness, creating opportunities and systems to notice someone who might be struggling, reducing shame, secrecy, and stigma so people will actually reach out to help, and then, of course, ensuring high-quality, accessible services. And I wanted to just give you this to provide a context of how we approach and assess our research efforts in the Healthy Minds Network. So the main tool of Healthy Minds is the Healthy Minds Study. It's an annual online survey of mental health service utilization, help seeking, and related issues among both undergraduate and graduate students. It is currently the largest and most comprehensive survey of mental health on campus. And right now we have over 600 colleges and universities and over 500,000 student respondents in our sample. And there's also almost every type of institution in our sample. So we have large schools and small schools, religiously affiliated institutions, minority-serving institutions, and more. And we typically collect data through the academic year. So our survey also uses clinically validated mental health screening tools. So instead of asking students to self-report whether they're feeling depressed or anxious, we actually use some of the same screening tools in our survey that would be administered in a healthcare setting for formal diagnoses. So this would include like the PHQ-9 for depression, the GAD-7 for anxiety, as well as the SCOFF-5 questionnaire to assess the presence of eating disorders. So the next few slides I'm going to be presenting, it was taken from data from our Healthy Minds study, and it's giving you a sense of what we've seen in the past decade or so. So this graph is showing the prevalence of students who reported suicidal ideation in the past year, and you can see in 2007, about 6% of students reported seriously considering suicide, and this jumps in academic year 2020-2021 to 14% of students who have seriously considered suicide. And then in parallel with increasing rates of suicidal ideation, we see here that in 2013, about 17% of students met the criteria for clinically significant anxiety, and this doubles in the spring of 2021, where 34% of students report clinically significant anxiety symptoms. And then on this slide, you'll see in 2013, about 22% of students screened positive for depression. And then in spring of 2021, this jumps to 41% of students. And I think what's really important to show here is that throughout the pandemic, we've actually seen a continuation of a very troubling trend as opposed to kind of a unique spike that came out of nowhere. So this kind of trend line was already going up and the prevalence was already high before the pandemic. But in good news, mental health stigma has declined, and personal stigma, which is a very significant predictor of help seeking, is low and has generally trended down since 2007. And you've probably seen this among young people or heard about it. The national dialogue around mental health has really shifted. Students are more comfortable talking about mental health, and this is often paired with kind of more general knowledge about mental health and awareness about mental health issues. And then we see also that with increasing rates of mental health symptoms and decreasing stigma, students have also significantly increased their use of treatment services. And then in treatment use, as defined here, would be therapy, counseling, and psychotropic medication. So on this slide, in 2007, about 11% of students were using psychotropic medication, 13% were seeking counseling or therapy. And then compared to academic year 2019-2020, before the pandemic, which about a quarter of the students were using psychotropic medication and 30% reported using counseling or therapy. So even though this is a very good news slide, more students are seeking help, there's still a pretty significant level of unmet need. And to give you a glimpse of this, here I'm showing you the treatment gap, which is the proportion of students who have clinically significant symptoms who are not receiving any form of treatment. So this is really a way to quantify need and unmet need on campus. And we define treatment here again as receiving counseling, therapy, or psychotropic medication. And this is just among students who have clinically significant symptoms as screened by our study. And for students who have clinically significant depression symptoms, we're seeing about a 63% treatment gap. For students with clinically significant anxiety symptoms, we're seeing about 61% treatment gap. And then suicidal ideation is perhaps the most concerning, where among students who report seriously considering suicide, only a little more than half are in some form of treatment. So this graph is actually taken from a paper that we authored as a Healthy Minds team, where we looked at trends in mental health and help seeking from 2013 to the spring of 2021. And the above graph depicts kind of past year therapy among students with mental health symptoms. And what we really see is that across the board, treatment utilization for students of color with mental health symptoms is significantly lower compared to mental health treatment use of white students with symptoms. But there are some groups that really stand out. And what we found in our paper that since 2013, while the general population of students have increased use of therapy and other treatment, the smallest increases were actually among American Indian, Alaska Native identifying students. And this is particularly important to consider because kind of in parallel with this, we also found that American Indian, Alaska Native students experienced the largest decreases in flourishing, which is positive mental health, as well as the largest increases in depression and anxiety, and also in suicidal ideation from this 2013 to 2021 period. So kind of looking at these two trends together really underscores kind of the unique disparities that American Indian and Alaska Native students face. And I want to point out that there's also a dearth of research in this area. There's just not a lot of work that's looking at kind of the unique factors that shape the well-being of American Indian, Alaska Native youth and emerging adults, which just shows how important it is to continue collecting data on these populations. And so while we're on this topic of disparities, I also wanted to address the mental health needs of rural students. So while Montana does look a little different than the other institutions that have participated in Healthy Minds, we typically get a lot of schools on the coast. It also shares some characteristics with campuses that have previously fielded our survey that have grappled with some of the same challenges in serving students in rural areas. And again, there's definitely a gap of research in this area. And what we do know is that significant mental health disparities exist. So according to CDC data, looking at suicide rates for youth, most rural areas experience nearly double the number of suicides compared to their urban counterparts. And this statistic really points to kind of the known challenges of mental health access in rural areas, as well as the behavioral workforce shortages, and also more stigma in these areas, and highlights the need to really better understand and address student mental health and well-being in these settings. So what I want to emphasize here in this slide is that most students now with untreated mental health symptoms do have low personal stigma and positive attitudes and beliefs towards mental health services. As a faculty member, I hear my students talk very openly about their mental health struggles and challenges. But there is just this lack of urgency in needing to seek help. And there's kind of this inertia around seeking help where many people feel like their problems are just not significant enough for formal support. And that's just all to say that from our research, we've really found that most students who do seek help, they only do so when they're in crises. So this inertia around seeking help and this disparities and the treatment gap that I talked about brings up another challenge on campus related to campus mental health, which is under-resourced campus counseling centers, if there is even a counseling center on your campus. And so even if we can get students in the door, there's really not enough staff to serve them. So it draws attention to the need to really consider other ways that we can support student mental health. And from a public health standpoint, this would be addressing risk factors for prevention and kind of expanding the ways that we've typically thought about treatment and support. So one opportunity that we've explored more as a Healthy Minds research team is addressing some of these student mental health issues and thinking about how faculty and staff can be involved. So faculty really play an enormous role in shaping student success. We know from higher ed literature that a personal connection with a faculty member results in higher student satisfaction, a higher sense of belonging. Having a supportive professor or advisor also results in higher retention. And faculty are really on the front lines of being able to identify students in distress and refer them to help. So we conducted a survey in the spring of 2021 focused on the role of faculty and student mental health. And this is a pilot study with about 1,700 faculty members across 12 college campuses in the U.S. We collected data on faculty characteristics, as well as knowledge and attitudes towards student mental health and related experiences, and also collected info on faculty's own mental health and well-being. And this work was made possible by partnerships with the Mary Christie Institute, the Betty Ford Foundation, and my colleague, Dr. Sarah Lipson at Boston University School of Public Health. And to really summarize the findings, we found that faculty are indeed having lots of conversations with students regarding mental health, but they have relatively low confidence in serving as gatekeepers, and very few have been trained in any way. But many faculty, in fact, most faculty, are welcoming of more resources. And I want to reiterate here that particularly in a place like Montana, where there are these unique challenges in assessing mental health care due to fewer mental health specialists per capita in rural regions, it's really not realistic to just rely on counseling centers or referrals to counseling centers. So faculty and staff and other gatekeepers that exist on campus really provide an opportunity for more human resources to support the mental health across the continuum. So the data that I presented so far and what our Healthy Mind study has shown since really its inauguration drives home the need for a public health approach in considering mental health in higher education. So colleges around the nation have really struggled to keep up with the demand for counseling services. And it's more important than ever to really conceptualize mental health across the continuum. So from like wellness promotion, prevention, early intervention, all the way up to crisis resources. And the salience here is that not every student who has a positive screen for depression or anxiety necessarily needs like intensive one-on-one therapy. There's a need to have resources and services that meet students all the way across the continuum of mental health. In terms of training, instead of a targeted approach, which we're only training like a small number of students or faculty, we talk about a saturated approach in public health, which is giving everyone some sort of gatekeeper training or basic knowledge of signs and symptoms of mental health problems, which could have more impact. So there's this phrase called like no wrong door, which just means that universities should focus on kind of, again, training a wide set of humans, staff, faculty, student leaders, to recognize when a student may be in distress and to get them support so that any faculty door, roommate, or hallmate, any door on campus would be opened by someone with knowledge of mental health and support. Mental health can also be integrated in the academic curriculum, and it's not yet the norm for universities and colleges to be actually offering courses in mental health or related topics such as social and emotional learning. Some schools have offered courses on kind of like the basis of well-being, which focuses on assessing kind of more abstract concepts such as success and happiness. And this is also effective because it fosters a form of self-processing and teaches students to build skills in mental health awareness and also resiliency. I also talked about a major barrier in seeking mental health support is inertia, and the idea that students may feel like their problems don't warrant help. And we kind of need to address this inertia and bring mental health into students' kind of default routines. So much of the current interventions on college campuses are not really investing or targeting this inertia barrier or acknowledging that most students aren't addressing mental health until they're in crisis, which is why we really need a broader set of resources. And there's also some low-hanging fruit for faculty to support mental health. So this would including mental health on their syllabus or mental health resources on the syllabus, pointing them out at the start of the semester. And I think it's also important for students to hear, both from faculty, staff, administration, advisors, that to hear people say, mental health matters, it affects academic performance, and we really want you to be successful here. Another kind of public health approach is this idea of collaborative care models, which could be leveraged at many schools by finding natural allies within campus. So this would involve kind of reducing the physical barriers by embedding mental health providers and mental health support in structures that are frequented by students, such as departments or residential halls or academic advising. This could also involve partnerships and probably should involve partnerships with students themselves to ensure that we really have the most informed approach in addressing mental health in this kind of ever-changing student population that we're seeing on campus. And then college and universities also should acknowledge and jointly address these kind of mutable risk factors for poor mental health. So it's not random who gets help and who doesn't. Students of color, students from low socioeconomic backgrounds, and students who are struggling, these are students that are actually struggling at the same rates or even more compared to their peers, but the difference is that their needs are just not being met. So there's currently kind of this national dialogue about college student mental health and a national dialogue about diversity and inclusion, and I think it's really important that we bridge these two dialogues with data and evidence-informed policy recommendations. And then similar to equity in mental health, conversations about college persistence and mental health need to be brought together too. So the same students who have the low retention rates in higher ed are the same students who are least likely to access mental health support when they're struggling. And mental health is such a big predictor of retention. And we already know that certain practices are negatively associated with mental health. So like grading on a curve, academic competitiveness, particularly for students underrepresented in their fields. And this could really be addressed at an institutional level. And then finally, you know, a thriving campus doesn't stop at just supporting students. So faculty and staff mental health is often overlooked, yet they play such a crucial role in the day-to-day lives of students. And kind of like the airplane takeoff warning of, you know, make sure you put on your own mask before helping others really comes into mind here, because if faculty are struggling, they aren't able to best support their students and their needs. And so I want to conclude by, you know, reiterating that numbers are powerful. Before the Healthy Mind study, there really wasn't that much data on this subject. When I started my PhD and I talked about wanting to go into kind of mental health disparities on college campuses, a lot of my advisors were like, I don't know if you'll get a job with that. There's like not a lot of data on it. But now I think that there's like a national shift towards recognizing mental health on campus. And it's really important now to not just collect data, but also track characteristics such as race, gender, age, financial status. And in order to really improve mental health to this kind of like growing population of racially and gender diverse college students, we really need to be able to identify effective interventions for these populations across different settings. So when we think about kind of the mental health crises, it's really not just a crisis of prevalence. It's also a crisis defined by significant levels of unmet mental health needs and inequalities in terms of who is able to access both mental health treatment and resources. So I think really the major takeaway today is that while we're dealing with this kind of mental health crises on college campuses, we also have so many vast opportunities to make college settings more supportive for student mental health and well-being. Thank you, everyone.
So I'm going to transition us just a little bit to talk a little bit about tying what Dr. Joe was just talking about and what we're seeing here in Montana and what we're doing with the task force and on our campus. So I just want to start by saying that many of the data points that she shared really track exactly with what we're seeing on our campuses here. So there's this sense of we're not alone in this. And it really does speak to the need for a different approach and to expand into more of a public health approach. One of the great privileges of my career so far, two that have actually been associated here, one is being able to serve on the Suicide Prevention and Mental Health Task Force, and that's because it really is important that we look at this systemically. It gives us an opportunity to try to address some of the inequalities that Dr. Joe was just talking about when we take more of a systemic approach. The other is just the opportunity to have someone, and Dr. Joe here from the Healthy Mind study, because I think it really gives us an opportunity to expand this conversation and to look at this more holistically holistically. And so I'm excited about where we're going next. So these were just some of the themes from the recommendations from the task force back in 2016. And as we're transitioning to a different approach, I'm really excited for the work that we're able to do as a task force to expand this out. So I kind of view this as like the task force 1.0, and I'm excited for us to move to 2.0, where we're really expanding out and learning and growing from the things that we have already done so far. So I want to highlight all of our campuses are doing really unique things related to student mental health and supporting them. Connected to that public health approach, I think some key factors that we have experienced on our campus at MSU are critical for how we might translate this into the system level. So certainly on our campus, our integration with medical services in 2017 was important to taking more of a holistic integrative approach. Then we got a SAMHSA grant to help us really advance a public health approach to suicide prevention. And that grant was really pivotal for us to be able to expand some of our resources and offerings and how we do suicide prevention. And one part of that was to fund the Healthy Mind Study on our campus. So we have actually engaged in the Healthy Mind Study twice at MSU. And the data that we got, it's not obviously the human stories, that's why I became a psychologist, is the human part and not the data part. However, the data part is really important. And a couple of key points we learned from doing the Healthy Mind Study on our campus was really connecting to the academic impacts that we see. And that's a unique way that we can engage on that on campuses. And then truly the scope of students who are identifying that they need help for their mental health. That was 71% on our campus of the sample in 2019. As Dr. Zhou pointed out, there will be this treatment gap. Obviously, no counseling center is able to provide individual counseling to 71% of the student population, but it helps us highlight opportunities to engage in that public health approach to training the rest of our campuses. How are we supporting these students even if they don't need direct counseling? So I'm not going to go through all of these again, just given Dr. Zhou did a really nice job kind of highlighting some of the important retention factors that I think are important. But I think for the task force, this is really what's driving us in terms of how are we thinking about the connection between the approaches we're advocating for on campuses, how we're supporting students, and how we're collectively working with our student populations to help change some of these numbers so that students who are identified with depression, that they're able to access the services they need and retain and persist, because we know students with mental health issues can be very successful on campus. It's how do we provide a culture and a setting that helps us support them in that way. In closing, I just want to talk about the importance of partnerships, because I think that's the next step where we're going with the task force, and certainly what we've been doing on our campus. There are a lot of partnerships I could highlight throughout the system, but I'm going to highlight a couple from our campus and with the task force. The first is the 988 collaboration. I think people know about the rollout of 988. On our campus, one of the instructors within the art department developed this project where students were creating the artwork for these posters. That is amazing in and of itself, but to me, the better part of that was the opportunity to reach all of those students and provide suicide prevention training to them. So our team went into all of those classes and provided education. So they learned about this public health crisis that we're facing related to suicide in Montana. We were able to engage with students in the classroom, collaborate with an instructor, and really advance their knowledge, and got all of these students who are now really passionate about mental health. So looking for those unique opportunities to collaborate and kind of push in to where students might be. The second is, up above that graphic is the pause graphic, and this came from a conversation actually last year when President Cruzado gave me a call, knowing that the increasing needs for mental health were very real on our campus, and having a conversation about how do we do something different. And out of that came our Student Mental Health Faculty Advisory Committee, which is a partnership between representatives across campus on the academic side, as well as counseling staff and students, and how are we thinking about campaigns that really help such as this one, taking a pause to get help, that how are we rolling that out in a way that really invites partnership with our faculty and getting their input on what that looks like? And I have been pleasantly, it's been a really wonderful experience to have all of these new ideas come forward from faculty about how we can get our message out. It's things we're already doing, but until we partner differently, that message isn't getting to students in the same way. And then the last is this partnership related to the Healthy Mind study that we'll be doing within the Montana University system. And this came out of an opportunity I had to speak with the OCHI Risk and Compliance Leadership Council. I had the invitation to speak with them. They're not my normal group of people where I get invited to have these conversations. And it was awesome because it really spoke to me about how mental health crosses all of the different barriers, the different silos, the different places we all work, and the opportunity to weave in mental health into all of these different places. So out of that conversation came an opportunity to apply for funding. And we applied for funding to do the Healthy Mind study throughout the system. And I think it has created a really wonderful opportunity for us to get system level data, but also campus level data. So campuses, when we participate, will get that data and will help inform some of these interventions, help inform some of these approaches, and really expand the conversation. So I view this as the first step of having that data to help us evolve what we're going to do with that data as we find that. So thank you all for your continued support of mental health and student mental health. We really do feel that on the campuses and understand that it is a priority, and that's really appreciated. So thank you.
Chair Buchanan, Dr. Joe, Dr. Asterson, thank you so much for your time and bringing your energy and thought and expertise to our system and sharing with us today. I think we'll stand for questions.
Yeah, thank you, Director Miller, and I echo that. Dr. Joe, Dr. Asterson, thank you so much for normalizing a conversation that sometimes is so intimidating. And so I hope that the same penetration of message is as effective across the way here with the summit that's going on. We're a little bit late, but I certainly want to not run over opportunity for questions that folks might have as it relates to this presentation. Yeah, please, Chair Rogers.
Thank you both so much for the great presentation. It was sort of a perfect cap to my day. I got to start the day with Dr. Lynn and Dr. Thompson telling us about, as a faculty member, their experience with students' needs in the mental health sphere. It was something that, of course, makes total logical sense, but it just really hadn't risen to my awareness. So on top of teaching and research and advising, thinking about all those demands on faculty members, it was helpful to hear this in all the data that you're also finding on other campuses. The other thing that really stuck out to me was the no wrong door concept. In Gallatin County, we talk about it a lot, from larger systemic pieces like the emergency department and law enforcement and private practice and primary care providers, but I love the concept where it's the same thing on a campus with an RA or a faculty member or an administrator. And I'm really inspired by the potential for system resources to support gatekeeper training to just ensure, and Dr. Thompson this morning was speaking towards how some of that has already been occurring on Montana State University's campus with helping faculty members to have some of that scripting to just start the conversation, which I think is a really good place to start. So more a comment than a question, but thank you so much for this information. I can't wait to get our hands on that data and just really appreciate your expertise. And Dr. Asterson, thank you for leading the task force group and bringing these recommendations forward so that we can see them and help to understand how the system can do a better job of supporting our entire campus community.
Great comments. Regent Lozar, thank you.
Thank you, Chair Buchanan. One comment and one question. The first comment is probably more of an observation going back to sort of the creation of the task force several years ago, and just how far the system and the task force has come in terms of just understanding the complexities and understanding the different interventions that that we're currently using or that we could be using. It's just a bit of a night and day. I vividly remember the long conversation about and I was really pushing on it, actually. It was the counselor to student ratio, and that we spent like 80% of the task force presentation just on that. Obviously, it's gone much further. So really big kudos to everyone in the system and the task force for really moving us along. Just reflecting on the budget committee meeting and on the number of different sort of benchmarks that we talked about and the comparisons to different our regional peers from a retention, a budget perspective. I think those are really helpful for us as regions to really understand where we're at. And I'm curious, my question maybe to you, Dr. Zhou, is are there services, are there tools out there that evaluate campuses in terms of across the different, their sort of mental health infrastructure that they have in place that give campuses a sense of sort of where they're at compared to their peers as a starting place to really look at where some best practices are and to like help build individual campus plans, knowing that maybe they're way ahead or way behind other campuses?
That's a great question. So actually, as part of the Healthy Minds team, we're building one. It's our best practices initiative. So right now, that tool doesn't exist, and it's such a gap in what we really need right now, because there are so many campuses across the country trying different things in both prevention and also kind of expanding what their support system looks like. I think Harvard has done a pretty, it sounds like very successful, like a peer counseling, peer therapy program recently in the last academic year. And that's I feel like only got media attention because it's Harvard. And I think there's so many schools that are doing things that other schools are just don't know about. So as part of Healthy Minds, we're actually collecting this data. We're starting to, we've done it in kind of the greater Michigan, but we have to expand out. And I know that this database does exist for alcohol use. I don't know, I forgot I can't think of the name off the top of my head, but it is it's an online resource where you can look at what schools are doing for kind of alcohol use substance prevention programs. And we really want to create something like that for mental health and what schools are doing for mental health. So I guess the answer to it is to stay tuned. Maybe in a couple years, we'll have good news for you. Yeah.
Excellent. Thank you so much for joining us and for your work on this important topic. We certainly appreciate you being here today.
Chair Buchanan, could I make one more?
Yes, please. Thank you.
Comment? So I know that it might be difficult for everybody to attend because we have public comment here in just a moment, but Dr. Zhou is about to give her keynote presentation and is going to dive quite a bit deeper into some of the data on national trends and public health framing. So if you are able to hop over to Petro Theater and come to that keynote, I welcome you to do so. Thank you so much for your time.
Excellent. Any other business within the committee before we wrap this up and move into the next agenda item? Great. Thanks for the substantive discussions. Chair Rogers, the meeting's yours.
Thank you, Chair Buchanan. So now it's time for public comment. Because this is a public meeting, I'll now call for public comment on any matter under the jurisdiction of the Board of Regents. Written public comment may also be sent to Jasmine Casanovas at jcasanovas@montana.edu. To allow us to give everyone a chance to comment, we ask that you limit your comments to 3 minutes. Is there any public comment?
Is this on? Okay. Mr. Commissioner of Regents, I'm Tammy Harris. I am a field consultant with MFPE. I have 2 just brief comments for you regarding the policy changes that are on the agenda that Deputy Commissioner McCray spoke to. First, regarding tuition waiver, for at least a decade that I've been representing the MUS system, tuition waiver has been a topic. We've talked about how do we modify this, how do we make it more appealing to our current members, and how do we use it as a recruitment and retention tool. So we are thrilled and appreciative and support the changes that are before you for the tuition waiver. The second item is the topic of remote work agreements. Since COVID, this has been probably the #1 issue that has been brought forward by our staff. We get that you can do your jobs from remote locations, but your job was hired to be in the seat on the campus. So we look forward to working under the confines of the new policy proposals to work with campus leaders to have remote work agreements in place where appropriate. So thank you for those two proposals put forward, and we are very supportive of those, and we look forward to continue to work with campuses and OCHI and HR to solve problems and to do the right thing for our members on those campuses. Thank you.
Thank you, Tammy. Any other public comment? Any other public comment? Do we have any online, Jasmine? None online. Yep, just written. Wonderful. Well, seeing no further comment, we're about to transition into an executive session, but before we do, I'll turn it over to Chancellor Hickswaw to share more information about tonight's reception.
Thank you, Chair Rogers. Commissioner Christian, members of the board, following your executive session, you will be able to proceed to the reception if you would like. For everyone else, it is ready to go. So there will be tours of campus offered, tours of the new science building offered, and you can just make yourself at home and walk around the facility. Faculty will be there to talk about their research. So what you'll do is go out these doors and follow the sidewalk along until you reach our library, and then right across from the library is the old side of the new science building, and there are some yellow railings, and that'll be the door that you go in, and the signage should be there. It should be no problem finding it. So thank you very much, and we look forward to seeing you all at the reception this evening.
Thank you so much, Chancellor Hickswaw. So as I mentioned, the board will now go into an executive session in an effort to attend the reception in a timely manner. The board will continue in executive session tomorrow morning as well. As the presiding officer of the Board of Regents, I have determined that the executive session discussion relates to a matter of individual privacy and that the demands of individual privacy clearly exceed the merits of public disclosure. At this time, I'm going to close the meeting, and the Board of Regents' regular meeting will reconvene tomorrow at 9 a.m. Thank you all so much for being with us today. Through the university system, a really engaging discussion, and appreciate all the community members' time and willingness. So thank you to Chancellor Hickswaw for helping us to invite all those community members together with us today. So we'll just get kicked right off and head on over to the two-year committee, and I'll turn it over to Chair Southworth.
Good morning, everyone. We've got some pretty cool and exciting stuff to talk about this morning. Before we do, just a big shout out to Chancellor Hickswaw and your staff for rolling out the red carpet. Everything's been top shelf. So with that, Deputy Director Tessman.
Thanks. Chair Southworth, it certainly has been fun to get to know you as chair of this committee. We had a number of years with former Regent Nystuen, a stretch with student Regent Sexton as chair of the committee, and kind of downloading some of your early thoughts and getting to know your leadership style has been a pleasure. I'm excited about our committee meeting this morning. We have 4 items to share with you, and of course we'll dive into the details as folks come up and present, but just for a bit of context, the first 2 items really have to do with our mission around college access and dual enrollment. Of course, you all are familiar with kind of early access to college level coursework. We'll get an update from Director Treaster. And then Second Chance Pell. I cannot wait for this presentation because we have some exciting news to share in terms of connecting with incarcerated individuals and plugging them into opportunities in the Montana University system. Then we'll finish with a couple of somewhat connected items around building CTE awareness and CTE pathways, especially among prospective students and communities across Montana. So that'll be items C and D. Chair Southworth, with your permission, I guess I would ask Director Jackie Treaster to come up to the podium and talk a little bit about where we're at with dual enrollment. Probably 2 or 3 years ago, I hinted that we might be at a bit of a plateau here in terms of numbers and dual enrollment, in terms of the way we're distributing it across the state. And I think Jackie will let us know where we're at in terms of numbers and also quality. Thanks, Jackie.
Thanks, Brock. Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the board. Very happy to be here to give you a pretty brief dual enrollment update. I was looking historically at what we've kind of done every year, and usually we do this presentation in March, I think because we have a little bit more data, but we do have some exciting news to share and want to highlight a few things for you at this meeting, and then, maybe in the spring we can give you a little bit more in-depth data, just depending on what you all are looking for as a board. So on the first slide, I always start with what is dual enrollment, because that is always a question that is asked. There are a few different terms you hear floating around, and so we just like to clarify what exactly we're talking about as we go through these data that we're going to be looking at. So dual enrollment is our overall term for high school students that are taking college courses. When we're talking about concurrent enrollment, we're talking about college courses that are taken at the student's high school. They're being taught by a high school teacher who is qualified to offer college credit. And the relationships exist between the high schools and the colleges to make sure that the curriculum is aligned, that the students are actually meeting outcomes of a true college course. And this is the majority of the dual enrollment that we see in Montana. We also have some students that engage in early college. These are students that will sometimes go to an actual college campus, or sometimes they'll engage just in online classes through the college. They're delivered by faculty. In Montana, we do have our faculty K-12 licensed if the student wants to have credit at their high school. But if they're not interested in that, some of our students have already met all of their high school graduation requirements. They're just interested in getting college credit, and so they don't have to worry about that piece. So that's where the dual credit comes up again. So early college can be either those students that are getting both credit at the high school, college, or just college. So as we're talking about these different terms, this little chart will help kind of clarify some of the things that we're talking about. On the next slide, just some awesome news to share with you all. This last year, 21-22, we did see our highest numbers for dual enrollment students that we've ever seen before. And so we were making a pretty steady incline. We saw quite a big jump when we introduced 1-2 free. After COVID, saw a little bit of a dip. That was no huge surprise, but we recovered from that, and now we're at the highest numbers that we've ever seen. So super duper exciting. I think that a lot of the credit has got to go to those dual enrollment coordinators that are at all of our campuses. They do such a stellar job. They're so dedicated, and they really, they're the ones engaging students. They're engaging those teachers that are teaching those college courses, and they're really what is making everything work so well. So I can't say enough how much we appreciate them. On the next slide, just want to show you a couple of items. So the first is about a third of all eligible enrolled high school students in Montana received college credit. So we took all of the juniors and seniors in Montana, and that's who we're measuring. We, of course, have a few anomalies where we have a sophomore sometime engaging and things like that. But of the eligible juniors and seniors in Montana, about a third are taking college credit. I think that's pretty good. I think it also gives us a nice goal. I think that we can get a little bit higher than that, but I also think that shows that what we're doing is working, and we're getting the word out to our students. 60% of dual enrollment students that are engaging in those college courses in Montana enroll in the MUS within 2 years of taking their dual enrollment courses. And that goes higher as we zoom out a little bit and give it some more time. But I think that just shows, this is a worthy investment, and those students are engaging with the MUS, and they're continuing on with us for the most part. On the next slide, this is just a little overview of what the most recent dual enrollment CTE courses were. We have continued to see a trend where about a third of all dual enrollment courses that are taken in Montana are career and technical education. That hasn't changed. I would like to see that number go higher. As we've seen dual enrollment grow altogether, CTE dual enrollment has grown right along with it. So it's been pretty steady as that about a third of all of the credits that are taken are dual enrollment. So this is just a little breakdown. This is also not surprising. This hasn't really changed, but you can see some of the most popular CTE courses that students are engaging in when they're taking dual enrollment credits. Next slide. The next thing I want to do a little student spotlight for you because I think it's so interesting to hear these personal stories from our students. I know I love hearing from our students. Every time we have students come and visit a board meeting, it's just warms my heart a little bit and makes me feel good about the work that we're doing every day. And so I want to just showcase this amazing student, Christian Schlicht. He's a Big Fork High School student. He began expressing some interest in things that he was curious about exploring as far as his career and college went, and he talked to his parents, he talked to his counselor, and he was able to engage in a youth apprenticeship program in building maintenance with Emmanuel Lutheran Communities in the Flathead. They're an assisted living facility. And he began working in building maintenance. He did the youth apprenticeship program through MyApp. He worked with Reach Higher Montana to get that set up. And then he started engaging with FVCC and taking dual enrollment classes and started working toward an HVAC certificate, a CTS, so a technical studies program. On the next slide, just another great picture of him working. He's really excelling in both school and work. He's gotten a ton of feedback from his employer that his employability skills are fantastic. He shows up on time. He's really learning what it means to be a professional, and he's a great team player, and they're just so happy to have him. He's also doing really well in school. He's taking courses that second-year HVAC students are taking, and he's doing amazing. So he's just excelling in both. He's also earning a wage, and he's getting great experience for his resume. He's just beginning his senior year, and he's actually going to be graduating with his certificate of technical studies from FVCC a few weeks before he even walks at his high school graduation. So he's ready to graduate. He's going to have a career in front of him. This is the type of credential that he can build on if he wants to, but he can get right into the workforce. And I think this is the type of success story that we're really excited to see. The nice thing about this is, and I'm going to steal a Brock saying, but because we're a system, these types of stories, they're all over the state. And I have conversations with our amazing two-year leaders all the time, and they know these personal stories. Faculty know these personal stories. Advisors hear about them. And it's just so wonderful to put a face to what the work that we're doing at this level. And it's just exciting to see that these students are excelling, and local economies are benefiting, and it's just like I said, warms my heart and makes me excited to do this work every day. So on the last slide, I just have a little information for you. If you're interested in learning more, always feel free to reach out to me for additional information, and as always, happy to stand for questions.
Thank you, Director Treaster. With that, any questions or comments from the Regents? Regent Blossom.
Thanks, Chair Southworth. Jackie, thanks so much for sharing. Meeting with Christian, I can see how important this work is for him and for so many around the state. So thank you for all you're doing. I was curious, you had a really great chart about the number of courses taken around the state in different categories of dual enrollment. Are the number of students proportional to the number of courses? So are there areas where a student in that type of course takes greater number of credits than in other categories?
Yes, absolutely, Mr. Chair, Regent Blossom, that's correct. So that chart that you saw that was a breakdown of the CTE courses, that was a breakdown of all the credits taken. So we certainly see students that are taking 6 credits in manufacturing. And so I don't have the exact breakdown for you of students that are engaging in CTE, but we could look into that for you. But your read is correct, that's credits as a whole.
Thank you. I had another question, which was, so kind of as we're talking about sprint degrees and ways to reduce the time that it takes for a student to go through the college education, do you think that we are appropriately using dual enrollment as a tool to integrate with those kind of new methodologies?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, Regent Blossom, that's a fantastic question and absolutely something that we have thought a lot about. And I think as we start to really talk more about micro-credentialing and ways that we can sequence courses in a way that will result in a certification for a student, we've absolutely kept that on the horizon as a goal of ours, is to expand the way that works. You can see that this example, there are some examples around the state where students are engaging in dual enrollment that results in some type of certification. There are several around the state. I can also call out Great Falls College. I know offers their entire welding certificate as a dual enrollment opportunity. And so students are graduating with that at the same time that they're graduating from high school. But we've certainly talked in our office how to package those courses or sequence them in a way and really advertise that to the students so that they know that it's resulting in some type of credential that then can be stackable and I think result in a much quicker graduation in the end.
Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Yeah, Regent Dobrowski.
Thank you. Jackie, great work. Can you describe again Emmanuel Lutheran's role in this? Are they going to employ him? Did they invest? Anyway, just from that employer standpoint.
Absolutely, yeah, Mr. Chair, Regent Dombrowski. So the student, I think, began his journey with exploring this career through a youth apprenticeship with Emmanuel Lutheran. And so I believe that Reach Higher Montana, who's engaged with the youth apprenticeship work, I think made that connection for the student. And so the Emmanuel Lutheran did hire him, and they paid him, and he was doing this youth apprenticeship work. Because he liked it so much, he then was connected with Flathead Valley Community College to do some of that work on the actual certificate.
So he became an employee first. I was just thinking about
Yes.
the economic what we're
Yes.
asking employers to consider.
He did,
Yeah.
yes, and that's a great point that he could have done the opposite, where maybe he started at FECC in those dual enrollment courses and then engaged in a youth apprenticeship. And so, I mean, I think it could go either direction, but yes, that's how he got the introduction.
Thank you.
Other questions? Regent Lozar.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a couple questions. At first, congratulations. It's great to see that we hit another record. And I always love looking at that particular chart of the growth in dual enrollment. What would be nice, if maybe you can speak to, or maybe at a future presentation on dual enrollment, is the other variable of success for dual enrollment is the number of college faculty that are participating in delivering dual enrollment, as well as the number of qualified high school instructors. And I think there's potentially a perceived constraint to dual enrollment based on the number of instructors and the sort of regulatory environment that exists to allow for them to be licensed to deliver this type of credential. So I don't know if you can speak generally about, is there a similar trajectory of the number of qualified instructors for dual enrollment? Are there any additional constraints that the board can be helpful on or think through in partnership with OCHI to help remove some of those barriers?
Mr. Chair, Regent Lozar, thank you for the question. I actually don't know the answer to that, but that is definitely something that we can dig into and see what that trajectory looks like. I know just anecdotally, I have definitely heard that I think high schools are struggling to hire teachers regardless of what area they teach. And I think that I guess we're talking kind of career and technical education is definitely one of the more difficult roles to fill. I also know we have had programs in the past in Montana where, we had credit for credit, where there was some additional benefit for teachers who wanted to go on and get credentialed in order to teach those college courses at the high school. Those don't really exist right now, but I definitely hear from teachers often that I think just really believe in the mission, and so they are very interested in pursuing what they need to do to offer those. I can't think of anything else, Brock, can you?
Well, thanks, and Mr. Chair, Regent Lozar, and Jackie, yeah, spot on in your interpretation. A couple of points maybe to add. I think about it not just in terms of the number of eligible teachers, but also in terms of access to teachers, because those two things can be slightly different. I do think Class 8 licensure I think has been a bit of a hurdle in the past in preventing some of our college faculty from teaching in the high school environment. The Class 4 licensure for CTE instruction, there are some changes I think that have unfolded there that are positive. So there could be more eligible teachers. But if you talk to our two-year leaders, they're thinking hard about how some of their great faculty, if they are eligible to teach in the high school classroom, great. But if not, go that early college route, and maybe through online instruction, we can reach out to schools that have, a smaller teacher pool in their own district and provide some instruction more easily. We have a system of kind of regional service areas, and it's there for a good reason. Online instruction and statewide availability starts to create some gray areas in terms of which colleges are providing instruction to which part of the state. So I'm not suggesting that's the easiest puzzle to solve, but I think if we want to make sure that students in the Class B and C schools have access to more of the coursework that's already out there, we should be pushing in that direction. The difference between this kind of college credit and the college credit that some students get through the AP exam, for example, through 1-2 Free, this is free of cost for the students by and large. And it also doesn't rest on performance in a single exam, which, the AP exam you have to kind of test out at the end. And so to me, this is kind of a much more open access, kind of better match with the MUS mission program when it comes to early college credit. So I think it's not just about the number of teachers, it's about how we're making them available to the state.
Yeah, and Mr. Chair, if I may, I agree, and thanks for jogging my memory, Brock, just to give more credit where credit's due to our dual enrollment coordinators. I know a lot of them are working with some of those schools that do have a credentialed teacher who can teach a college course, and they've figured out ways to embed some technology in those classrooms where maybe a classroom, a cohort of students at another school who would be interested in taking a dual enrollment course in that subject area can essentially synchronously use technology to take the course from a distance. And I know Dawson Community College has spent some of their Perkins funding to outfit classrooms. And so that's just another example of where we can expand the access and just be a little bit more innovative as we're reaching that goal.
Yeah, and I think I would be remiss not to bring up something, and Jackie, correct me if I'm a little off here, but just kind of elevate a point that you made, Brock. Of the 32% of the eligible enrolled, that's predominantly Class A and Class AA, especially on the CTE side. So there's a bit of an inequity with the K-12 partnership that, like, not having service to the infrastructure on the CTE side is, it's pretty evident, correct, in the numbers that you're sharing with us today?
Yes, Mr. Chair. So definitely our AA and our A schools are pretty much, I think AA are at 100%. I think A is almost 100% of those schools participate in offering early college credit to their students. B and C, we've made progress, and I don't have those. That's one area that I want to follow up on because I didn't have those numbers today to show this most recent year, but we're definitely making a lot of progress with those smaller schools. CTE definitely tends to be challenging, especially in the high school, because a lot of those folks in industry don't go back to the classroom. And so we're trying to figure out ways where we can simplify, that the Class 4 process, so that maybe some of those industry folks are more interested and don't have to jump through so many hoops to be able to get back into the classroom and teach
right,
those students.
and I wasn't trying to point that out as a as a negative, just that
Yes.
there's a future there for the our smaller communities that just
Yes.
over time that I'm excited to see their participation.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Any other questions, comments from the region? Casey, sorry, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yesterday, we talked a little bit about capture rates into the Montana University system, historically 32 to 36%. One of the things that really always jumps out to me is the capture rate of dual enrollment students at 60%. This is huge. This is massive. Obviously, something that is working as a pipeline into the system and pipeline into educational opportunities. I'm curious, though, on the other side of the 60%, the 40% that take courses, like what kind of data, what do we know about those students? Where are they going? Are they going right into the workforce? Are they going to higher education outside the state of Montana? Like, do we have good data and what might that data say about sort of our promotion, our marketing, creating, again, a seamless pathway into the system? And what role might, pairing that data with some of Director Lemon's data on Apply Montana, like, are there some marketing and messaging tools that we can deploy to try to bring more of those 40% to the system?
Yeah, absolutely, Mr. Chair, Regent Lozar. And this is probably something I'm going to kick over to Brock because it's a little bigger picture than just what I usually deal with. We don't have fantastic data for dual enrollment. Things have gotten better, but we definitely see that the high school to college to career, it's hard to track a student through all three of those. And I know there are some things in the works. I know Eric Meredith in our office has worked on a single identifier, which has made it a lot easier to be able to track those students. I think there are a few other things moving that Brock can speak to. So I'll hand it off.
Yeah, thanks, Jackie. And Chair Southworth, Regent Lozar. The data landscape is improving. I think we've had some challenges over the last 10 years or so connecting K through 12 data with our higher education data and then career data. Pretty good right now on our collaboration with DLI and kind of understanding what happens for our students after they graduate. We're still really working on having a single longitudinal data system that connects well with the OPI, K through 12. But you're going to hear a lot about that over the next year. That's a topic that we're picking up on in some of our meetings in Helena. And so I think that we're going to make up ground there. We do know that dual enrollment students are much more likely to go on to college. That's probably not surprising to folks who kind of understand the type of student who's going to raise their hand in the first place for that. Once they get there, we know that they're more likely to succeed in that first year. Their GPA is higher. They're more likely to graduate. Of the students who don't go on to MUS institutions, there still is a greater go-on rate out of state than you would see for the non-dual enrollment population. So just that population in general is more likely to go on college, go on to college. Some of them do go out of state. A lot of them come to the MUS. Our two-year leaders and their dual enrollment teams will tell you that we're working hard to create more of a brand identity or a connection between the students who are taking classes in high school and the college that they're taking those classes from. It's nice to lean on high school teachers to provide these courses for high school credit and college credit. They're probably, in many cases, less effective at creating a city college kind of awareness or brand or a Helena College awareness or brand than if it was the City College or Helena College faculty member that was engaging them directly. So I think, again, the experts are at these tables here and could talk to you afterwards, but that is kind of a frontier for more progress, is saying, okay, that junior in high school, they know they're taking this incredible, allied health course from an FVCC faculty member. They start to feel really good about what FCC is doing, and they're going to be much more apt then to say, yeah, you know what, I'm just going to continue on at FVCC. We probably could do an even better job in that area.
Thank you. No more questions, no more comments. Thank you, Director Treaster.
All right, Chair Southworth, and I don't know how Sandy and Ange want to handle this item, but I think we have Marissa Bostwick from the Department of Corrections here as well. But if y'all can come up to the podium, so tempted to do a longer lead into this because it's just such a terrific program. It hits on all of the major emphases we have in our strategic plan. It just is such a good fit with the MUS mission. But they're going to talk a little bit about the expansion of workforce training, college credit programs at 4 different correctional facilities across the state of Montana. The big kicker being that now students who are participating are eligible for federal financial aid through the Pell Grant. And I will stop there. Ange, of many different hats, will now introduce this program, and I think you have a great setup. Welcome, Sandy and Marissa. Thanks for being here. Go ahead, Ange.
Thanks, Dr. Tessman. Good morning, Chair Southworth, Regents. I just first want to say that I'm so fortunate to be joined by 2 incredible colleagues this morning, and I'm going to keep my comments relatively brief because I want you to hear really how this partnership is working specifically at Helena College, and to hear from our incredible colleagues and partners at Department of Corrections, who also has some teachers and instructors in the crowd today as well. So, and before we get started, we have Corrections has a video that they have graciously shared with us, so it will help frame this discussion. It's just a couple of minutes long, and we're going to start with that. So just bear with me. I'm hoping this tech will work great.
This fall, students in secure facilities under the supervision of the Montana Department of Corrections will have the chance to achieve their college dreams through participation in the Second Chance Pell Grant program in partnership with the Montana University System. In the 2022-23 academic year, the Second Chance Pell Grant pilot program will allow a maximum of 10 students from 4 DOC facilities to take courses. The first group of 10 students from MSP began their coursework through Helena College on August 29th in the Certificate of Applied Science and Automotive Technology program.
They are really excited that the Pell Grant will cover the tuition completely while they're in our facilities. And they're also really looking forward to bettering their life and leaving our facilities with a chance at sustainable income, and also to be able to go to these educational facilities and continue their post-secondary education.
The approved prison education program colleges that the DOC can work with include Montana State University Billings, Great Falls College Montana State University, Helena College University of Montana, and Dawson Community College in Glendive. Ty Jensen, who recently completed the welding course at Montana State Prison, is looking forward to taking the classes as he works toward his eventual dream of owning a fabrication and auto body shop.
Like I said, it gives me hope. It's just the life that I've always wanted, and I never was able to grasp it. I never knew how to get from point A to point B. It's something that's always been on my heart that I wanted to do, but now I thank God, it's an opportunity came, and now I'm at point B, and from here on, I can only go up.
Despite being in Deer Lodge, Helena College Dean and CEO Sandy Bauman said the students at MSP will get the same experience as if they were in Helena. The students can attend classroom lectures thanks to smartboards and other technology, while they complete the hands-on portion led by the MCE team.
So this provides the absolute right training to get into the field, to be working in the automotive industry, but it also provides the opportunity for people, if they want to continue their education, to go on to receive an associate's degree, to more of that master mechanic kind of training, and then from there, sky's the limit.
And thanks again to Corrections for sharing that with us. I just want to take a brief minute to just give some historical context for Second Chance Pell for those that may be a little less familiar with the program. But back in 1994, Congress enacted a pause on incarcerated students' ability to access federal grants. And essentially, that removed an incarcerated person's ability for a Pell Grant, or in a lot of ways to pay for higher education. So like the slide says, in 2015, the Obama administration reenacted what they called the Second Chance Pell Pilot, and at that time worked with the Vera Institute to provide technical assistance for colleges and universities across the U.S. to apply to be part of the initial cohort. So in the fall of 2016, 67 colleges across 28 states in the U.S. were selected. Fast forward to 2019, the Trump administration wanted to grow the pilot program, so they welcomed an additional amount of institutions, bringing that number to 130 in the fall of 2020. And then last fall, the fall of 21, the Biden administration again wanted to increase the pilot program, bringing us to a total of 200 institutions across the U.S. And during that third wave of cohorts is when the system decided to apply, with 4 campuses being engaged in that process. And because we're here today, we're fortunate enough to be successful in that, being part of that third wave. You can see since the start of this program, 9,000 students have been able to be served across the U.S., which, like I mentioned, 200 institutions, and already through the last few years, 7,000 credentials have been achieved. One thing that the Vera Institute points out is that even though incarceration rates across the U.S. have gone down, students enrolled in post-secondary options and opportunities have gone up. And I think that just really speaks to the power of this program and how much excitement there is around that. One thing that's sort of unique about this is that all of our partnerships, or what we call active sites, are a direct partnership between an MUS institution and a corrections facility. And I'll scroll to the next slide, but these are called approved educational programs. And the difference here is that Corrections works directly with campuses to not only set up a program, but to set up a degree pathway. And what this does is really creates a rigid design for students in terms of options, but also blocks them from any sort of predatory learning. We want students to enter into a program, we want them to have the support that they need, and we want them to be able to complete. And that really leads to this slide. Like, this is a very much a mission-driven program for the system. When I think about student access, nationally 2% of incarcerated students have post-secondary degrees or credentials. This is a group of individuals that is really interested, as you could see from the video, in having these sort of opportunities. This is still a completion and an attainment mission for us, as well as a workforce development mission. You can see from the slide, Vera talks about how 70% of jobs will require at least some sort of post-secondary credential. When we think about this population we're able to serve and how that can help them re-enter their communities and serve our economic needs in a positive way. And the last thing I'll talk about before you get to hear from sort of the more exciting part of this presentation, but there's some big changes on the horizon for Second Chance Pell starting in the next fall. 2023, Second Chance Pell essentially sunsets or evaporates, and we just have the expansion of the Pell program. At that point, any incarcerated student will be eligible regardless of whether or not their facility was part of an initial cohort. Corrections, in conjunction with campuses, will continue to make sure that those sites are approved to, again, protect students and their options in terms of higher education. There's going to be some great changes to the FAFSA coming in the 23 award year that make that process easier for our incarcerated students and a more equitable process. And at the system, we're looking at alignment and audits of our policies that can better serve these students. Everything from student fees. We know that we have some student fees right now that our incarcerated population may not be benefiting from. How can we realign that for them so that's an equitable process? Enrollment processes. When I was first speaking to our staff about this program, you think about Second Chance Pell, that's a Pell Grant that requires the completion of a FAFSA. Most FAFSAs are done online. If we have a population that really doesn't have access to the internet, how are we best able to serve those? So going through those sorts of baseline processes to make sure that this group of students is served in an equitable fashion. And some cost structures. As Marissa mentioned in the video, the Pell Grant, we're fortunate enough that a lot of our tuition is able to be covered completely by the Pell Grant. But what happens when tuition costs may go above and beyond that? What are some different avenues that we can look to support those students? We will work with our incredible IT teams to support data collection and do some strong assessment across the system. Vera is really interested in working with systems. A lot of these partnerships across the U.S. are sort of one-offs. They're not part of a system, and so they're really looking to states like Montana to see what does this look like when we roll this out as a system rather than just an individual process. And lastly, it's really our job to continue moving this forward. We're so fortunate to have incredible partners with corrections, and we look forward to working with them to help create things like advisory committees and support networks so that we not only are able to provide educational offerings while students are incarcerated, but we can look to support them and work with industry and communities to support those reentry processes for students when they're ready to come out. And with that, I'll turn it over to Dean Bauman.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the board. I'm really excited to be here and share what we're doing in Helena. For us, it was a kind of a perfect opportunity to implement the Certificate of Applied Science and Automotive Technology with Montana State Prison for several reasons. Our first year automotive instructor is very motivated. In fact, he'd already been thinking about this and developing relationships with the instructors at the prison. And so it just fit very well to work then with the dedicated staff and the instructors at the Department of Corrections. They've been really great. They had an excellent vocational training program in place already, but they've worked with us and they've been very flexible about adjusting what they were doing to match our curriculum and our outcomes so that we can award the certificate. The facilities at Montana State Prison are really great. I've been privileged enough to have a couple of tours, and it's outstanding, the space that they have to train students. The other thing I think that was really great for Helena College is just our campus is all in on this. Ange talked about the access and equity mission, and we believe that this is the right thing to do to meet our mission. And so everybody's just taken each challenge as it's come and figured out how we move forward. So it's been great for us. When the opportunity did come up, we wanted to make sure we did our research. If we were going to embark on this, we wanted to do a good job. So in order to make the decision, the first thing we did is we toured the facility and we worked with the Department of Corrections to make sure we had picked the right program, and we were really, really thoughtful about that. We also met with our advisory board in the automotive industry to make sure that employers bought into this as well, because we know that's what's going to be key to the success of these students, as they finish their program and they re-enter the workforce. Our advisory board was very supportive. In fact, as is every sector of the economy, they're looking for employees. This is an area that will continue to grow in Montana, and they encouraged us to go forward full steam ahead. So we applied specifically for this one program to limit our participation to 10 students so that we could make sure that we did a good job. We work out all the bugs in the process. It's pretty manual at this point for many of the reasons Ange talked about. We're figuring out how to work with students on everything very manually, but we'd like to take this to scale, so it gives us a good chance to do that. Department of Corrections is specifically selecting the students based on a number of criteria. One of those is that they'll be able to, they won't be released for at least a year so that they can finish their program without interruption, but they'll be re-entering the workforce within 5 so they can take advantage of their skills. The other thing we're really intentional about is making sure the students understand that this gives them the right skills to get in the job force. But if they want to go on in the future, this will stack right into our associate's degree, and so there's opportunities in the future. The other thing we needed to do to make this happen was work with Northwest, our accrediting body, and the Department of Education to have an additional location for Helena College in Deer Lodge, and that's really how we view it. This is our Deer Lodge campus, and so these students need to have the same support that we provide to everyone else. Really excited about our instructional model. I will never get kudos for my photography skills, but the reason I have these pictures here for you is to demonstrate how we're doing this, because I think there's some important aspects here that you can see. As has everyone else over the last few years, we've invested heavily in technology so that we can meet the remote needs of students, and it works perfectly for this program. So I've got an arrow pointing at the smartboard. You'll see our instructor, Jerry, there. The way it works is that is his computer, so he logs into his smartboard and teaches his class through Teams. So the students in Deer Lodge are not trying to see what's on a screen through a camera, right, projected. They're actually seeing exactly what our students in Helena are seeing, and those are our students in Helena down in the bottom corner there. That way Jerry can make sure that if he writes on the board, the students see everything that he needs them to see it in order to get the material across. He can also record all of these sessions. So for every student, it's just a good universal design practice. He records all those classes, he posts them in Moodle, and whether someone needs to miss class or they just need reinforcing of the concepts, they have access to all of the lectures. I've also circled his monitors, and that's important because on that second monitor there, he sees his students in Deer Lodge. And so if they have a question, they can raise their hand. He can look for confusion on the faces of the students to, go through a muddy point again, which is really key. So those students are all gathered in one space in Deer Lodge, and the Helena students are together, and Jerry's teaching both groups of students simultaneously. The other thing that's included in my circle that you really can't see very well is a document camera. And that is really a key to the success of this because this is an automotive class. And he's got auto parts all over his classroom. Well, this way, as he's demonstrating that to his students in Helena, if he holds it under the document camera, those students in Deer Lodge see it, and so they're getting the benefit of his expertise without any lack of quality there. After this class ends for the lecture, then Jerry takes his students to our facility in Helena for the hands-on portion, and the instructor, Scott, in Deer Lodge takes his students. They're doing the same activities, it's the same curriculum, and the same assessments, so it really is the same program. And so you can kind of just see a comparison there. On the right, you'll see the Helena College facility, and on the left, you see the Department of Corrections facility, so it's very comparable. It's only possible because of that great faculty partnership that we've built, and that's true, of course, of the automotive, but it also has worked out well for general education because we know there are the other skills that students need to learn. We've been very excited to work again with more employees of Department of Corrections. Those folks have the right credentials to be hired as adjuncts to work at Helena College. So they're teaching face-to-face sections of the math, writing, and communication classes that are required as part of this program. And it's very nice because now the students have that face-to-face option. They're not trying to take that online. As do all Helena College students, they have access to free tutoring, so they'll just make an appointment and work with one of our tutors through Teams if that's necessary. Not only is it important that we do the education component of this correctly, we also need to make sure that we're supporting these students in the same way we do everyone else. So that started with our financial aid director traveling to Deer Lodge and working with each student individually to complete the FAFSA. Our enrollment team has worked with the folks at Corrections to make sure the application for admission and all of the related paperwork has been there. We hosted new student orientation for all of our students to make sure they felt very welcome to our community and also understand the services they have access to as Helena College students. And over the course of this year, we want to make sure that we're setting them up well for that next step in reentry. So we'll provide services in student wellness, career services, and financial literacy so that we can help them successfully move. And then we're going to celebrate all that with the graduation ceremony at the end of the year because this is a major accomplishment that needs to be celebrated. Where we go from here, we know we're going to learn a lot this year, intentional with 10 students, but we do want to grow this program. So next year we plan to continue with the certificate in automotive. We'll take 10 more students next year. And we know we want to add another trade program. We think right now the best shot to do that is our diesel program. We can use the same model. They have excellent facilities, and we can teach the lecture, and they will do the hands-on in Deer Lodge. After that, we think it's industrial welding, moving into that degree next. So every year we plan to grow. And our faculty are very excited to explore whether there's some Associate of Arts or Associate of Science degrees that also might make sense. So thanks for letting me talk a little bit about why we're so excited to participate, and I'm going to turn it over to Marissa to share the perspective from Corrections.
Thank you so much, everyone, for having me today. It's an honor to be here to tell you about this program. I just want to say that this took a village. This was a lot of work from a lot of people to get this wonderful program underway. And I think what we also need to know before I tell you about it is that a majority of incarcerated individuals will be re-entering Montana communities, a very large majority, and that they cannot be forgotten. This is a population that will be going into our communities, and we really want to give them as many tools as we can. So Corrections is very aware of that. We really, with the Pell Grants, wanted to work with Department of Labor to look at where the employment gaps were, but also have realistic pathways for incarcerated individuals. We wanted to make sure that we were training them in areas that they could go into our communities and they could get jobs in those fields. We also looked at data that shows that when they have gone through an educational program or a career readiness program, the rate that they come back to a correctional facility drops immensely. We also have found through data that, locking them up and throwing away the key just doesn't work. So we really wanted to work with OCHI and the Montana University System and Department of Labor, as I said before, to really find realistic pathways for them to re-enter our Montana communities. And the mission of the Department of Corrections is to release successfully into these communities, less cost to taxpayers, and of course, less victims of crime in the state of Montana. And data does show when we train them in career readiness programs, post-secondary education, and any other forms of education, recidivism drops drastically. So that's really why we're here today, to tell you about the Pell Grants. So that was just our main goal when we did this. How can we do this so that it's not predatory, we're not dressing them up with no place to go, and that we really provide programs that are at no expense to incarcerated individuals who do not have the money to pay for it. And we also wanted to screen very diligently to make sure that we were keeping campuses safe, picking the right people that could have computer access when they left, either do online or to go to college campuses and make sure that they were the right people for the programs. So we worked very hard to screen them, and we thought, gosh, are we even gonna have 10 per program? And what we found out is that out of 220 women at the women's prison, 85 wanted to be part of the 10. Out of the 1,650 at the Montana State Prison, we had nearly 700 that wanted to be part. And we could only pick 10 per program. So that shows you how sustainable this can be. And really the sky is the limit. But we have to make sure that we screen properly and that we make sure that they're held accountable for their crime while they're there also. But it's been really hard to pick just 10, I have to say. And so we did start with Helena College on August 29th at the Montana State Prison. And I was just in Deer Lodge last week and went through the program. And the incarcerated individuals in that program are very emotional. They, told me that, and this was unsolicited comments, that this has changed their life. This has given them purpose. They're not going to have to work fast food after this. They're excited to go to Helena College when they get out. They don't get in trouble as much. We see clear conduct when they're in this program now. And so this is really a big privilege for them. So that means a lot to us, and it means a lot to these students. One other thing, and I'm not very good at speaking to a PowerPoint, so I have to stick to my bullets, but one thing is that we want to make sure that we're giving equitable access to education. As I said before, this population cannot be forgotten. They are getting out, and they should have equitable access. And we also wanted to have the same programs at Montana State Prison and Montana Women's Prison for both genders, and we've done that. We have mirrored the process, and we also have Pell programs at each facility now. So that's really important to us. So let me go to the next one. So this picture is why I do this job. We were lucky enough to go to Washington, D.C. and meet with the Vera Institute and other incarcerated individuals that had been affected by the Pell Grants around the country. And this man was incarcerated for 25 years. At the end of, Pell Grants were not in place, but colleges had come into Department of Corrections in New York. He had 173 college credits that he had paid for, but didn't have any credentials, didn't have any degrees, And so one of the main things is that we wanted to have a legitimate, non-predatory program come into the Department of Corrections. And we worked very hard with OCHI and with other Montana university colleges and universities to make sure that we had a very clear pathway that was non-predatory. We knew what we were doing, we knew where we were going, and that we were picking the right people. And so he now has, he's working with the Pell Grant, he is working towards his master's, he's out, he's things like that. And so we really just want to make sure that we're doing the right thing by this population, and also the citizens of Montana, sending people out that are going to be able to have sustainable income and going to be able to have a chance to not come back to prison. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We'll stay
Yeah.
for any questions.
Yeah, so, and Sandy, Marissa, thank you. This is obviously really exciting stuff. And when we hear about the, you know, of 700, a certain percentage, and of 85, 10, you know, it almost feels like it's, you know, it's winning the lottery. So I'm just gonna, before I kick this off for questions and comments, I just kind of want to recap what I heard to frame this up, which, I don't know. I'm going to do my best here. I've got a perfect cocktail of ADD and coffee, and I'm a little excited about this. But of 77%, or 77% of incarcerated individuals enrolled in the programs are receiving credentials, so 77%. 96% of incarcerated individuals will return to communities in Montana. So essentially everyone, almost everyone. When I talked to Marissa when we had our committee call, one of the limiting factors, Deer Lodge is a little bit unique, but some of the other prisons are limited by infrastructure, and I think that's part of the reason, if I'm not mistaken, why the limited pool of participants. So if this can scale and this can expand, the employer wins. You know, the incarcerated individual has a pathway to stability, therefore they win. Montana wins by, you know, giving opportunity for high-functioning members of society, therefore society wins. Anyways, I do believe that this can scale, and I believe this is ripe for investment in Montana. I'd love to continue to help promote and push all of the hard work that you've done with this. I think this is really exciting. With that, I will open her up for questions. Yeah, Chair Rogers.
Thank you so much, Chair Southworth. Wonderful presentation. Excited to hear about the taxpayer savings and clear improvements to access in the state of Montana for education. So thank you for this work and for piloting this new model. It's exciting. I'm interested to hear a little bit more about the cost structure, you know, expenses and revenue to deliver the instruction. Is it sustainable, and as the Pell Grant changes in the coming years, will it continue to be sustainable?
Thank you, Chair Rogers. Mr. Chair, great question. You know, for us, this is very sustainable, but we did start intentionally with 10 students to make sure we could work that out. From the student perspective, the Pell Grant more than covers the cost of their not just their tuition and fees, but it will also provide them with the toolkit that they're going to need in this specific field to take with them that's necessary for employment. So that's one of the advantages of the low-cost tuition model that we have at Helena College, which is really great. As far as expenses to deliver the program, there of course have been some additional, it's very manual at this point, so our folks that are like our Director of Financial Aid is a great example of traveling to Deer Lodge in order to help each student because their access is limited. So we're going to work on that to figure out how we can make sure that we provide the opportunity to do that with probably a little less manual intervention. Another great example, we're learning a lot. Email was another example. So in order to apply for FAFSA, and receive an FSA ID, you have to have an email account. So we had to work around that. We had to figure out how are we going to do that for students. So it's just one of the little, very in the weeds there, but just one of the little details. So that's why we, even though there's so much interest, we started with 10 to work out the cost structure part of it. From from a teaching perspective, again, very affordable. We have one instructor who's teaching 2 classes simultaneously, and he's very willing to do that. I think as we grow, we know that there'll need to be some additional resources put into instruction, and we'll have additional students. So I think that'll work out that way. So.
And if I could just add to that, I don't want to be Debbie Downer or something, but we do have some campuses where Pell does not cover full cost of attendance, and I don't want to be shy about that. So MSU Billings, for example, as a 4-year offering campus, we know that the Pell is leaving a gap for students. And I don't have a perfect answer for you, Chair Rogers, right now, but I think through this first pilot, we've been able to think about some creative models. However, one thing that we're really focused on is coming up with a way that it is sustainable. Because not only do we want MSUB's program to be able to grow, but we know that there may be interest from our other campuses across the system that also would have a gap within Pell and tuition. And so we're thinking about some creative things in order to do that, and also talking with colleagues across the U.S., but that is a sort of a work in progress, to be honest.
Thank you. And I'm just curious too about, as you work through those issues, if there's partnerships with Department of Corrections or partnerships with some of the potential employers or creative solutions that we can narrow that gap so the campus isn't having to float additional resources.
Mr. Chair, members of the board, I think the main thing for us right now is that employers are coming to corrections. They need welders. They need people to work in the trades. And we have worked so hard to build those partnerships with employers so that we can have that clear pathway to employment when they leave. We've been having job fairs with the job service for people that are getting out and things like that. And I think the main thing is that we really, with programs like Helena College and things like that, we are making sure they leave with the on-the-job training, but also the industry-recognized credential so that they have both. And that they're also taking class in soft skills and interviewing and things like that that they haven't had in the past. And so we are trying to cover all the bases. We want them to leave and be successful. I always tell them, I don't want to see you again. Don't be offended. But, I want you to go and be successful. So really amazing things are happening. And, with Dean Bauman's model, it's been incredible to see, that we can really get this done efficiently within the correctional facilities and with OCHI's help. But our main goal is for them to re-enter our Montana communities and have sustainable employment and be able to have an income that they can successfully raise their families and stay out of prison. So, thank you.
Regent Dombrowski.
I've heard this. This is the second time I've heard this, and it's just simply amazing. And so, first of all, thank you for the work and the diligence. You answered part of my question is about the employer side of it. So if the employers are coming to the Department of Corrections, I'm presuming that they will then employ these 10, for example, or the 10 women, whatever. Is there an opportunity to sort of report back that particular outcome of employability? I mean, truly that they're...
Mr. Chair, Madam, or members of the board, that is our goal. And we are working to, as I said, funnel them right into employment or to other post-secondary education when they leave the Pell Grant programs. And what we're really looking at is what community they're going back into, what are those employment gaps, and how we can help them. And I think that data, after a few years, will be very easy to show. And that is the goal.
Yeah, thank you.
Mr. Chair, I just want to extend my thanks too to the three of you and all the people working toward making this happen. Just such an incredibly important population and part of part of Montana and part of our economy and all the things that we do. And I think it's a fantastic opportunity. I appreciate all the work that's going on behalf of OCHI and Department of Corrections for making this happen. It would be an easy thing to overlook, be an easy thing to walk away from, and I'm just so proud of the effort that we're putting into it to embrace this population and help on a new path and a new start. So thanks to everyone that's invested the time in this.
Mr. Chair, we can move on to the next agenda item if you think we're ready. Yep. Thanks, Ange and Marissa and Sandy. We talk a lot about partnership and working with state agency partners with our campuses. This is a terrific example. My only takeaway is that if you can watch that video of Ty and not have chills, then there are exit doors to the left and right, and you can. I mean, just like that's what we do, right? I mean, it's got to be that was incredible. So thanks for that presentation. The next one is going to be really quick. It will not probably hit quite as hard. I'll lead this item, Chair Southworth. It's really just a heads up to the board about a project that we hope to develop around CTE and workforce training awareness. And Ange, if you can hit the item, workforce training highlights. Director Treaster mentioned earlier that one of the neat things we have going on as a university system is that we have these tremendous individual stories that we can highlight, or we could talk about individual workforce partnerships. And it's important that we do that. It's also amazing that no matter how long we spend talking about individual students or single one-off partnerships, we could never get to the end, because there are truly thousands of students that are having experiences like Christian's, highlighted by Jackie in her presentation. For every workforce partnership that we talk about, say Bridger Aerospace between Gallatin College and the Bridger Aerospace firm in Bozeman and Belgrade, there are dozens more. We should do a better job, and I can do a better job, and I think we will continue to do a better job highlighting the system-wide impact of our workforce training efforts. Your campuses, and I look to my right here, a lot of the two-year campuses do really good work in this area already. Naturally, understandably, your focus is on your campus. And I think that's of course important. It's really good and important to me that as we head into the legislative session, we focus on the system level narrative and the statewide impact that we're having as a collection of campuses. So we're going to put some time and effort into a campaign that I think could loosely sort of be defined or captured by this notion that we are Montana's workforce development engine. It will not replace or supplant or challenge campus-based narratives at all. It's really just a chance for us to think about things at the system level. And we make a huge impact. The numbers are pretty staggering by any standard, certainly by kind of Montana standards in terms of population and examples. We really need to focus on the size and scale of our impact. There are a few things in particular that in discussions with our two-year leadership, in my work with agency heads and other leaders in DLI, the Department of Commerce, the Governor's Office, we really want to hone in on the quality of the training that's present in our campuses and in our programs. This is something that sets us apart from a lot of fly-by-night operations that don't have the track record of success that we have in the university system. They don't have the outstanding faculty, access to equipment and technology that we have in the university system. We want to focus on flexibility and innovation. So it's not always kind of the fancy or exciting new initiatives like, the Sprint degree. It's about the fact that, Sandy, I'll kind of pick on you again or point out something that you're doing really neat at Helena College. It's about the fact we have campuses that schedule a lot of their workforce training programs from very early in the morning until about noon, so that students can take their on-site instruction at the airport campus there at Helena College and then go work in the afternoon, probably at a place where they're going to get a job upon completion. There is, as you know, a whole lot of program sharing and online delivery that's occurring throughout the university system. We know we have state leaders that are interested in innovation, and we have a lot to show off that's already underway. So we'll focus on that. And the last thing is that nothing, whether it's a behemoth private institution coming into Montana, or whether it's more of a fly-by-night provider. Nothing can match the relationships and the history that our campuses have with their local communities and service regions. And so focusing on those employer partnerships and how established and sound they are is another advantage we can leverage. We'll also have some stylistic, I think, themes. We want to combine the kind of numbers and stories. So lots of animating individual stories and kind of a human element, but also, again, noting the statewide scale and impact. And then perspectives, both campus and community. It's really good to talk about a student's experience or a great faculty member. We also need to bring more industry leaders to the table. Chancellor Kegel, when we were up in Havre for the May meeting, one of the most powerful experiences for me was that Tuesday night, I think it was a Tuesday night, in the diesel facility, hearing from two of your industry partners and their perspective on how tremendous Northern graduates are and why they keep coming back to you to supply their workforce needs. So we want to focus not just on our own campus perspective, but also on what we're doing from the community. So more to come here. I just wanted to let you know that if you start seeing some things pop up along the way, there'll be some digital work that I know I'll work with Scott and Helen on. There'll be some kind of hard copy collateral, and then there'll be just a coordination of talking points that you'll start to see over the next couple of months. Thanks for your support in that. I think we feel like we've received that charge in broad terms and look forward to producing some tangible things for you to consider as we look to come back in November in Bozeman. Chair Southworth, happy to answer any questions about this or simply move on if you like. Your call.
Yeah, thanks, Deputy Commissioner Tessman. Anything from the Regents? Regent Lozar?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a general comment. I just really appreciate the emphasis that you're putting on this. This is one of the things that sort of I hear a lot from state leaders that have questions about sort of what do we do? What are some of these programs? What are some of the innovations? And maybe like coming from it from a critical perspective of we're not doing enough, and it's always a point of pride when we have our two-year leaders telling the story, when we have OCHI telling the story with the legislators, with industry partners, so on and so forth. And I think this is the right approach. You know, the campuses are doing a wonderful jobs in their community, but from a system perspective, I think this is a low-hanging fruit for us to help really tell that narrative, not necessarily control that narrative, but be proud of the narrative. So I think this is a great opportunity for us, and it's a great opportunity just in general for higher education in the United States. There's just a lot of questions, and there's just so many incredible things that we're doing that we're not telling that story in a good way. So I really look forward to seeing the outcome of this initiative.
Yeah, very well stated. Any other questions, any comments? With that, we can roll into Montana's Future at Work.
Thanks, Chair Southworth. And kind of a nice segue there. Of course, there are lots of different ways in which we can build awareness. One key audience is our high school student population, their parents, the communities in which they study and work. We have director of many things, Angela McLean, but Dr. Angela McLean, of course, we know she's doing wonderful work, and I mean that, Angela, wonderful work in the Bitterroot, and so happy to see you in that role, but also from a selfish perspective, very happy to see you also continue in your role as Director of American Indian and Minority Achievement and K-12 Partnerships. You have shepherded our I Graduate grant for a number of years, and a very successful grant. You're also very keen to notice that it might be time to shift focus, and you worked with one of our very well-known foundations, in fact, to change gears a bit and to think about how we can build CTE pathways, pipelines, more student awareness, and build partnerships between our two-year colleges and the school districts they serve. I want to spoil it by going into more detail, but really exciting to hear about the launch of the Montana's Future at Work project. Thanks, Angela.
Thank you so much, Dr. Tessman. Mr. Chair, members of the board, thank you for having me this morning. And Madam Chancellor, thank you for having all of us over the last few days. It has been a delightful time here in Billings, thanks to you and all of your team who have truly, as the Regent indicated, rolled out the red carpet for each and every one of us. What I'd like to do this morning is walk you through the I Graduate Montana program and then move on to where we're at with Montana's Future at Work, and then point you to a Career and Technical Education Summit that will be happening in October at FVCC. So let's talk a little bit about I Graduate Montana. Several years ago, the Office of the Commissioner worked with the Office of Public Instruction and the Montana Department of Labor and Industry to better connect our K-12 schools with so many of our priorities, so many of the priorities that belong to you as the Board of Regents. And so we went to work with our K-12 partners to shepherd initiatives around career and technical education, College Application Week, which is coming up at the beginning of October, greater FAFSA completion, and Decision Day, just to name a few. And over the years, we had applicants from the K-12 community, from the nonprofit sector, as well as post-secondary campuses, who did magnificent work in connecting the K-12 schools across the state to those very priorities that you hold so near and dear. And even in times of pandemic, each and every one of our I Graduate Montana grantees did magnificent work. I just point you to a few bullet points up here. We had 825 middle school students served through the University of Montana's Broader Impacts program. 150 Polson High School students created MCIS career portfolios, and Mission at St. Ignatian posted its highest graduation rate ever. And I had a whole list of successes that happened as a direct result of those strong partnerships that were forged between our office with campuses and nonprofits in the K-12 schools who were I Graduate partners and who worked so closely with us in rolling out these very important efforts and initiatives across the state. One of those partnerships that I'd like to highlight through a video here momentarily is the Montana Broader Impacts. And one of the things that you found on your tables this morning was a science kit. And I want you to know that one of the numbers that I think is illustrative of the success of I Graduate Montana is that 20,000 of these kits and kits just like them were sent all across the state during the pandemic as a result of the I Graduate Montana initiative. And things happen like this strategically during the COVID-19 pandemic because folks like Natalie Wolfram at the University of Montana made sure that they happened and that students could connect to opportunities to learn, whether they were sitting at their couch or their kitchen table or they were fortunate enough to be back in the classroom. So with this, I would like you to sit back for a few minutes and watch and hear a little bit about Montana's Broader Impacts from Natalie Wolfram at the University of Montana.
Our Graduate program really started with a question that our partners in the Bitterroot had been raising, which was, how can we get students in our community excited about career pathways that may or may not start with a 4-year degree? Our target audience for this project is middle school and really 8th grade. We're working with students in the Bitterroot Valley in Hamilton and Corvallis. The use for our funding, we really thought about filling vital needs in the community. One was for enriching after-school programming as well as for locally relevant career programming. The most tangible signs of success for me have been the feedback we've received from students. One of our teacher partners told me that on the bus ride home, another student said, wow, before today I'd never held a scalpel and today I did a dissection. So those are the moments that really drive home for me the value of this project and of the I Graduate opportunity, that it puts students in a position to consider future possibilities that weren't on their horizon.
So thanks to the strong partnership between our office and the Dennis and Phyllis Washington Foundation, the efforts of Broader Impacts and so many other I Graduate Montana efforts played out every single day in K-12 classrooms and in communities all across the state, and prompted students, like the student referenced there in the video, to think different about their career and about their future. And we're very appreciative and deeply thankful for the partnership with the Dennis and Phyllis Washington Foundation. And as I Graduate neared its end, we were thinking strategically at our office about how we could continue to build on the strengths of I Graduate, but at the same time, turn the corner and really build on what Dr. Tessman just alluded to, the need to market and promote the living daylights out of all that we are doing in the Montana University system to help employers meet their employment needs. And so that is really the impetus behind this next opportunity that is Montana's Future at Work. And so we partnered once again with Mike Halligan and the Dennis and Phyllis Washington Foundation, and we were funded $1 million to roll out the Montana's Future at Work program. And we've quickly turned the corner upon receipt of that grant, and you see some of the paraphernalia that is designed to help us promote it right at your table. I hope you'll put the sticker on your water bottle and the magnet on your refrigerator or some other place where it will stick and stay there, and help us market it, because we think that this is a game changer as far as us being able to begin to tell our story successfully across the state of Montana. There are 3 goals of the Montana's Future at Work program. The first one is to train high school students in a CTE field in the community where they live, truly drawing on the Grow Your Own model that you heard so much about last spring up in Havre. Second, we wanted to grow an understanding of the need for more training in the field among students, educators, community members, and their families, so that they would support their students at the kitchen table in considering these high-demand, high-paying jobs in the CTE areas. And then finally, we wanted to make sure that our partners had the ability to promote or to market the CTE field to local and state stakeholders across the state. One of the ways that we're going to do this that I think is a nice addition to what Dr. Tessman just spoke to is we have already reached out to folks, and right now I'm conducting a limited solicitation with a video developer so that each of our grantees from this year will have a 3-minute video speaking to the career path and the high demand for it, as well as the pay, and then also speaking to how that can happen in their own community and how that opportunity is placed right there for the students where they live. So that will, I think, dovetail nicely what you heard from Dr. Tessman just minutes ago. Additionally, we rolled out an RFP shortly after getting the grant, and the grants will be from $25,000 to $50,000 in size. They are for 1 year with an opportunity for some smaller grants the second year. They were due August 25th, and we had 9 applicants, and we made 7 awards. And I want to thank Ange and Jackie Treester and the Perkins folks back at the OCHI for their time and talent in making sure that this rolled out very seamlessly. These applicants on the next slide that you will see were awarded to Missoula College in Certified Medical Assistant, Great Falls College in Cybersecurity, Highlands College for CDL, Miles Community College with CNA, Missoula College with Cybersecurity, Bitterroot College for CNA, and Helena College for EMT. And I want to congratulate all of the partners who are listed here and thank each of our 9 applicants for taking the time to make sure that they were a part of this very important effort. And we look forward to including all folks as we roll out the effort in this academic school year. And so we're really excited about this. We think it was a really nice transition from I Graduate, where we are asking our current grantees to put their programs in a place of sustainability. And quite frankly, they were already doing that very well, but that was something that the foundation thought was important, and we did too. And then at the same time this year, we're rolling out this brand new project, Montana's Future at Work, that we think will signal a strong message to our community partners across the state that we mean business when we tell them that we're doing all we can to make sure that they have a well-trained workforce. And we're doing that right with students where they live and in the high school setting where they attend high school. Finally, Mr. Chair and members of the board, we'd like to invite you and all of the folks here and all of our K-12 partners to a CTE Summit at Flathead Valley Community College, October 13th and 14th, up in Kalispell. And none of this would be possible without Dr. Karras opening up her doors so that we could make this CTE conversation happen up there. And it will be a celebration of all of the I Graduate work and a nice transition into Montana's future at work and a full recognition of the important role that career and technical education plays in getting us to a different place in Montana when it comes to workforce development. And with that, Mr. Chair and members of the board, I'll wrap up my presentation and turn it over to you to see if there's any questions.
Yeah, thank you, Angela. Really good work. Montana's blessed to have you. I really appreciate what you do. Regents, any questions, comments? No? Okay. I think with 19 minutes to spare, I will submit my mic to you, Chair Rogers.
Thank you.
Very well done.
Thanks, Angela.
Yeah, thank you so much, Dr. McLean. Well, I think we'll just roll into public comment if folks are feeling ready. So since this meeting is a public meeting, I will now call for any public comment on any matter not on the agenda but under the jurisdiction of the Montana Board of Regents. Written public comment may also be sent to jcasanovas@montana.edu. To allow us to give everyone a chance to comment, please limit your comment to 3 minutes. Is there any public comment? All right. Is there any public comment? Okay. Well, we'll close that portion, and if folks are feeling good, we'll just move on into voting without a break. Wonderful. So first we'll start with items from our Budget Administration and Audit Committee. We all saw in advance the consent agenda before this meeting and then also during our budget meeting yesterday. I'll entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda.
So moved.
Moved by Regent Buchanan. Is there any discussion or corrections from the members of the board? Any discussion or correction from campuses? Is there any public comment on the consent agenda? Seeing no further comment, I will call for the vote. Those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed, same sign. The motion passes. Next up, we have action item A, a request for approval of Montana University System operating budgets for fiscal year of 2023. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Moved by Regent Dombrowski. Is there any discussion or corrections from members of the board? Any discussion from campuses? Any public comment on our operating budgets? Seeing no further comment, I will call for the vote. Those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed, same sign. The motion passes. On to action item B, a request for an authorization to program, plan, and design a building addition to the Wellness Center at University of Montana Western. Is there a motion to authorize this?
So moved.
Moved by Regent Blossom. Any discussion or correction from members of the board? Any discussion from campuses? And any public comment? Seeing no further comment, I will call for the vote. Those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
And any opposed, same sign. The motion passes. On to item C. Action item C, our request for authorization to revise commitment for a ground lease and operating agreement for a state combined laboratory facility at Montana State University. Is there a motion to approve?
So moved.
Moved by Regent Buchanan. Is there any discussion or corrections from members of the board? Any discussion from the campuses? Or any public comment? Seeing no further comment, I will call for the vote. Those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed, same sign. The motion passes. And our final action item for the Budget Committee, item D, a request for approval to revise Board of Regents Policy 940.12.1, tuition and fee approval. Is there a motion to approve?
So moved.
Moved by Regent Blossom. Any discussion or corrections from members of the board? Any discussion from the campuses? And any public comment? Seeing no further comment, I will call for the vote. Those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 And any opposed, same side. The motion passes. That concludes our work on the Budget Administration and Audit Committee, and we will next move to our Academic Research and Student Affairs Committee agenda. We have 2 action items. First, I'll entertain a motion on action item A, our honorary doctorate from the University of Montana.
So moved.
Moved by Regent Dombrowski. Is there any discussion or corrections from members of the board? Any discussion from campuses? And any public comment? Seeing no further comment, I'll call for the vote. Those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
And any opposed, same sign. The motion passes. And final action item B, request to plan proposals. I will entertain a motion.
So moved.
Moved by Regent Buchanan. Any discussion or corrections from members of the board? Discussion or corrections from the campuses? And any public comment? Seeing no further comment, I will call for the vote. Those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed, same sign. The motion passes. Because we have no action items on our 2-year and community college committee agenda, I will move to the next item on our agenda, which is an appeal. You have each received the commissioner's decision and the written appeal with supporting documents submitted by the campus and the appellant. The issue before the board is whether to consider the appeal at a later meeting. Our appeal policy does not require us to accept an appeal if we are satisfied with the commissioner's review and decision. The sole question is whether any regent believes the issues addressed in the commissioner's decision need further review by the board. If you do not wish to hear the appeal at the board level, it is not necessary to make a motion. A lack of action on our part will signify our decision not to hear the case. The appeal is confidential. The board will not address the individual involved by name, identify the campus involved, or discuss the facts of the specific issues. Are there any general questions about this procedure before we begin with the appeal? Wonderful. So I will entertain a motion to hear the appeal. There being no motion to hear this appeal, the request that we entertain this appeal is denied and the commissioner's decision is upheld. So with that, we've come to the end of our agenda. Thank you all so much for being here with us this week and for bearing with me through my first chairing. I appreciate it very much.
Great job.
I know Chancellor Hicks was stepped out, but I just wanted to extend so much gratitude to both her and her team for their hospitality and hosting us here. It's been such a wonderful set of days to really demonstrate the strength of this campus, and we've had such a warm reception on so many different levels. I also want to support and thank our OCHI team, not only from the policy side, but also the logistics and support from sound and tech and everything else that goes into a very large and complicated meeting. So thank you all so much for making this a successful event, and I hope you all have successful and safe travels back home and look forward to seeing you all in November. Thank you.